Are you ready?
This is the D-Generation Clix podcast with your hosts,
Who is Ravage?
Ryan Ruttman,
Ravage.
Hand me that bottle cap.
Miles Kane,
Hand me that paperclip. Grab that twine. Gun wrapper.
Daniel Schwab,
Best friends.
Asgard to Mouth, and Pete.
'Cause I'm just me.
Welcome back to the D-Generation Clix podcast. I'm your host, Ryan, and with me as always are Miles, Dan, and Pete. Miles, how's your last week been?
It's been pretty good. We did sadly lose a few people, celebrities that, really hit home and hurt my childhood. I mean, we lost Peter David, one of arguably the best writers, and he did more than just, write Hulk. He also did Supergirl and Aquaman. So that was sad that, that he lost his battle, but he's probably in a better place.
Sure.
And then recently we just lost the greatest artist of all time that collaborated with the World Wrestling Federation, and Rick Derringer, the true rock and roll hoochie coo.
That one
But
I
yeah,
did not hear about.
me personally though, I've been fine.
Dan, what's new with you?
Oh, not much this week. This week's a little bit quiet. Still just honestly catching back up from H for H and trying to get back into the normal swing of things.
Pete, we missed you at Clix last night.
I missed you guys too. We're in the Survive Not Thrive week that I have to do occasionally. So that's just is what it is. I do have to give a shout out to the folks over at Talking Clicks and Scott and Wes. Thanks for having me on. To the community, I'm sorry if you spent any time watching that mess of an interview, but I did get a couple messages this week from a couple people reaching out saying they enjoyed it, so that was really nice to hear. So other than that, just happy to be here tonight with you gentlemen.
That's very nice. We actually went to Florida last weekend for our first non-Hero Clicks trip in probably quite a few years. So actually got a little bit of sun because we didn't just spend it indoors rolling dice all day like usual. Got to swim and relax. Kids had a blast. Just had some much needed time away. So that was very nice. Don't have too much news today. The little bit of news that we do have is that usually we record on Tuesdays and the question thread goes up Tuesday morning. So starting next week, we're going to start posting that on Monday morning, but still record on Tuesday. So keep an eye out for that. The posts on Monday mornings. Pete, do we have a Bookwood report for tonight?
Bookwood Report.
Hello friends. It's time for the award-winning people segment, the Bookwood Report. Bookwood this week had a reasonable week. He got himself a Spirit of Vengeance Red Hulk. Then he also got a Marvel Starter Kit half off, he had to tell me. Then he managed to pick up a Phoenix headquarters map from the Silver Savior himself, Aaron Morgan. No word on if Aaron signed it for him. Then he got himself a Space Ghost. And rounding out this week, he got himself an SVAC spot. Now, unfortunately, I missed Monday night. Did anybody get to play our favorite local tryhard?
I did. The game itself did not go well for me, but we have a little update from that later on in the podcast that we'll go over.
Can't wait.
Usually we do put out set reviews pretty quickly, but there's been a ton of LEs and other releases that we just have not had time to go over yet. So this seems like a good week to do that. Starting out here, we're going to go with Deathlock, the LE that debuted at Adepticon. This is basically the death of Dan, though. So Dan, do you want to read this one for us?
Sure. So Deathlock is 50 or 25 points. He has the Spider-Man family team ability. He's got his 25-point line starts on click 4, so he's 6 clicks in total. He's got Shield, Spider-Man family, Assassin, and Robot and Soldier keywords. He's got a trait, a special speed, and a special defense power. His trait is power, improved targeting characters, and shoots out of adjacency. Opposing characters can't use shape change for this action. Make a range attack with a single target. Until your next turn, the targeted character can't heal or use Battle Fury, Plasticity, Shape Change, or Super Senses, including for this attack. If the targeted character has the Codex, Maximum Carnage, or Symbiote keywords, modify Deathlock's attack and damage +2. Wow. Well, I mean, that's pretty much like, hey, would you like to shoot Dan? Here's the best guy to do it.
And I think all of us want to play this piece because of that right there.
I love him.
I played him in Soldier for our monthly out here. I played him at 50 points, and yeah, he was just all over the map, just stupid strong.
His special speed power is on clicks 1 and 2 only, so you don't get it on the low line. It is a sidestep stealth. And then his special defense power, which you only get on the last 2 clicks, are regeneration, willpower. Regeneration is free, but only if Deathlock occupies your starting area. So his first 2 clicks are the special speed, and then he gets Psychic Blast and Invuln, and then the next 2 are Sidestep, Side Blast, and Invincible, and then the last 2 are Stealth, that regen power, and then RCE. I mean, he's really good for his point value. Like, he's solid. Like, I mean, he's killable, but if you can line him up, he'll do what he needs to do. And he's got 5 range and 2 targets, not for nothing as well. So
Yeah, 25 points, he does everything you pretty much need him to. Like Miles said, at 50 points, there's nothing wrong with playing him at that. But I just think you get pretty much everything that you want offered at 25. So you usually are going to play him there, right?
Yeah, I only played him 50 because it was at the monthly.
Yeah.
And so I gave him I wanted to give him a little bit more survivability, and then I also gave him, Scarface for the energy explosion and the range combat expert, because I really like that 12 attack.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was.
Oh, and don't forget the Spider-Man team ability that he brings to your team too.
Yeah, that's really good. I do like that. At least if I have stealth, I'm okay, because he doesn't see through hindering. So like, if you can't see me, I can't get hit by that massive power action. But I mean, not my whole team's never going to be stealth, so that's going to be like, there's not really hiding from this guy. Either I hit him first, or he's going to get one of my guys.
Yeah, and you can't even tie him up to body block, because that power is the improved targeting characters and while adjacent. So even if you put someone in front of him, he's going to be able to shoot right through it.
No, I know. Yeah, like there's no getting away from it. You just have to hit him early, otherwise.
And this is something I never thought that we would ever get, because it's such like a niche, like, because it's a one-time thing where it's at the end of Maximum Carnage. You know, like, it's really cool to actually get this sculpt and everything, just because like it was only used once. The Care Bear stare is pretty much what it is, and I love it.
It's a great piece. 50 or 25, 25 in modern, 50 on a butterfly swap. It'll absolutely get played in the monthlies just because of Dan. So congratulations, Daniel, on that.
Didn't you say this is like, I'm the one guy that you guys all counter build for? So yeah, it's fair.
I mean, if you and Harris both came to the robot game, what was that, 2 weeks ago? I think this would have been on everybody's team. This would have been the first 25 points of everyone's team.
Why me and Harris? I thought it would just be me.
Oh, I meant that it would be on 6 other people's builds then.
Oh, yeah, fair.
All right, now next we have Forbush Man. I'm not too familiar with him. Do you want to tell us about him, Pete? He is dabbing on the sculpt, so that's 1 strike against him already.
Forbush Man, he is a team player, as you should be. He has got the most important keywords of all time, hate and next wave, and celebrity. He's Ivan Forbush. He's got a trait and a special damage power. His whole dial, the trait is not brand Ech. Characters within 6 squares modify their attack and damage -1 if they aren't a Marvel character. And then he has incredible unexplainable luck, probability control. When Forbush Man uses it to reroll an attack, he may choose to only reroll one of the dice. He has 30 points. He's only 4 clicks. He does have sidestep, a 10 attack, 18 senses, and 2 damage with the special damage power. So Miles, he was essentially an editorial tool, right? For like when the Marvel and DC wars were really, really hot, he would appear in like
this is even before Marvel. He came out even before Marvel.
Okay.
Yeah,
I remember him most from appearing on letters pages and just kind of being like
that's what. Yeah, it was used as a character for Stan Lee to make fun of stuff. But yeah, he came out I want to say the 50s. I'm looking it up right now. Yeah, 1955. Yeah, and he was just
So
to
he
be
was-
made fun of like a mascot almost.
Yeah, he was like a janitor at Marvel's studios, and then he had a superpower where he'd go in the closet and put on the pot over the head, and the dabbing came much later. I don't remember dabbing Forbush Man, but here we are.
No, they tried modernizing it. It is cool that we get Forbush Man because him and Spider-Ham actually had a few team ups, so that's really cool that we can now make that happen.
Is there a reason
getting
for
closer.
the soup bowl thing on his head
That's just a
thing?
that's how you
that he
can
does.
tell. That's how you know that it's Forbush Man and not Irving Forbush, you know? It's a difference.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's protecting his secret identity and the people he loved.
Yep.
I love the dial. I just
With a soup
not a
bowl.
fan of dabbing Forbush Man, and I do like the keyword hate.
I was trying to figure out why that was a keyword. I'm like, what's that supposed to mean? Because it's an acronym. So
That's also from the Next Wave comic series by Warren Ellis, which if you haven't read is hilarious start to finish.
The only other people with that keyword are Devil Dinosaur and Dirk Anger.
Oh man, Dirk Anger's an all-time. That's a guy that if I ever won anything, Dirk Anger would get definite legacy look for me.
The highest anti-terrorism effort. That's what hate is. I knew it was something.
that's way more positive than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I was hoping it was just hate. No acronym, just a named keyword that's just hate.
Yeah.
Now, next guy, this guy gives me a ton of hope that we're going to get some more Alpha Flight that we've not seen in a very long time. Miles, do you want to go over Puck?
Yes, Puck, also known as Eugene Milton Judd. I'm disappointed they didn't put his middle name on here. He's got the X-Men team ability, as well as his Alpha Flight, X-Force, Brute, Martial Artist, Mystical, and Past keywords. He has a trait, which is I vowed I would live an interesting life, which is super senses and willpower. And when an opposing attack misses Puck, after resolutions roll a d6, 1 through 3, no effect. 4 through 5, heal Puck 1 click, and 6, heal Puck 2 clicks. He has a special speed power on clicks 1, 2, and 3, and his last click, click 6, which is a body like compressed rubber. Charge, but don't half speed. When Puck hits, after resolutions, he may be placed up to 2 squares away from his current square. He has improved movement, move through characters, so he still has to break away. He's 50 points, has 0 range with 2 targets. Starts with a 7, 11, 18, 3 with a special speed power, super strength throughout his entire dial except for the last click, which is Quake. 18 defense with Impervious for 3 clicks and ending in 3 clicks of invulnerability. And then he has 3 damage with Leadership for his first 5 clicks, and his last click has a blank 4 damage. He's got 3 clicks of 3 and 2 of 2. This is actually a really interesting version of Puck. If I would... This almost feels like the lackluster Volume 2 of Alpha Flight from the 90s, Puck, when Puck was the leader. I'm sure Pete remembers that. That's when they actually kidnapped Bigfoot and said that it was, and forced him to work for Alpha Flight. But yeah,
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's Walter. No, that's Walter. It's like, no, it's just like a Bigfoot that wants to be left alone. Sorry, nope.
That really happened?
Yes, it did. Yeah.
Thematically, I really like
Listen,
this guy.
if you had superpowers in Canada, they were drafting you. You didn't get a choice.
Yeah, and it sucked. Yeah, he actually ended up sacrificing himself to protect Alpha Flight. But yeah, he was just like, they showed his family and everything, and they're like, you know what? Yeah, we're just gonna vaporize this Bigfoot.
The fact that you are placed away if you hit is nice, so you don't have to worry about breaking away. Now, should he have had knockback, do you feel?
Well, he does with super strength.
Oh, that's fair.
And or Quake at the end there.
At the
Yeah,
end,
so
yeah.
he's always got some kind of knockback.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a lot of fun. We just need more Alpha Flight pieces.
I would
100%.
say Stormbreaker. I think that'd just be awesome.
So my question is, why does he have mystical? I don't know enough about this character.
Okay, so Bill Manflo decided that because there was hints of his body hurting from John Byrne, which was trying to show you that, being a little person, he has dwarfism and so his body hurts. Well, Bill Mantlo saw that in one issue because he only did an issue, which was issue 5, which was the first issue of Puck, like really by himself. And he saw that and he's like, oh no, that's what happens. And so Puck was originally a 6'6" dude, and there was a demon named Razor, and he put the demon inside of his body, and the energy compressed him into being a dwarf, and that's why he has mystical. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right.
Did they ever
He's done.
walk
They go-
that back, or is that still his story?
No, they retconned it a little bit because they really haven't mentioned it since Bill Mantlo stopped writing it. Because Bill Mantlo also had it to where the twins were actually elves. They were actually Asgardian.
Oh,
Like that was a thing, and then Marvel pivoted away from that. But they were originally supposed to be like Asgardians.
interesting.
So yeah, there's a lot of
Aurora.
there's a lot of interesting things with Alpha Flight that like was they tried and they go, no one cares, so we're just not gonna ever mention it again. Yeah, because once Volume 2 came in, Puck was just a normal dwarf. So
Probably better that
And then
way.
you got into the terrible editorial decisions where like every super bad guy that appeared just destroyed Alpha Flight for about 10 straight years. Like they were just constantly dead.
They still get worked
I
pretty
think that had more
frequently.
to do with the fact that John Byrne left Marvel, like in not good standing, and so since Alpha Flight was a John Byrne creation, they almost used that as like a way to get back at Byrne. Is what it felt like.
All right, let's go to Daredevil and Elektra. So they have Defenders, Heroes for Hire, Marvel Knights, The Hand, Assassin, and Martial Artist. They have a trait, Romance and Rivalry, which is Leap Climb, and free, turn Daredevil and Elektra's dial one click in any direction. Daredevil and Elektra can't be turned onto a KO click this way. A special speed power, which is Hit 'em Low, Flurry, and when Daredevil and Elektra attacks after resolution, give each hit character an action token, and a special attack power, which is you only live once, Blades, Claws, Fangs, but can be used for close or ranged attacks. So only 70 points. They have 8 clicks and improved targeting hindering, 4 range, 2 bolts, and they have a ton of different powers. So they're going to alternate between the charge, precision strike, super senses, outwit, and then a running shot with that special attack power, toughness, and shape change. And then after that charge, they're going to go to that flurry. And then when they attack the resolutions, after resolutions, you give each hit character an action token. Dan, did you see the sculpt in person?
Yeah, it looks really good. It does not have the fire on it though, as like you see on the box art, but it looks really good. I like it.
It's a super interesting piece. I mean, it'll definitely get played for fun. It's got fun keywords, and it's a great attacker no matter where you're at or what you need. So I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I like the fact that you can kind of move back and forth between what you need, and technically you can kind of always heal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit.
No sidestep except for that last click, though, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will be a fun piece to play, but I don't think it's anything crazy special, right?
I mean, they're at least long dialed too, and they always have good like stats and values. So like that's not bad. But yeah, I don't think this will be like a meta piece. It's just good.
Oh, is this a good pilot for the Elektra from Wheels of Vengeance?
Yeah, because you can turn the dial. So yeah, you can get. It's the only thing is they don't have the attack power on certain clicks that you want. But otherwise, yeah, I'd say so. Either getting Outwit, Shape Change, or CCE is good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
And
you
then-
can keep Precision Strike and choose between Shape Change and Outwit,
Okay.
and also keep Precision.
Technically,
that's pretty-
when she would pop out, when Daredevil and Elektra pop out too, they're never healing, so you could consistently move their dial, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I guess when they would still take damage, they'd get removed. But yeah, I don't know, kind of neat interaction. Nothing.
Yeah,
game
but
breaking.
if you put them on the map, you can give them Shape Change by turning their dial one click.
Yeah.
So I mean that's
And now they're a 12 flurry precision strike. Not bad.
well, yeah, and you sidestep and then take that free, so you actually get that like the sidestep with flurry.
Mm-hmm. All right, Dan, want to go to the free comic book day Spider-Man?
Yeah, so he is 2025. He's either 75 or 45 points. His sculpt looks like the Secret Wars version of him in the black
Yeah, that's
suit.
exactly what it is. Yeah.
So he's Spider-Man TA, Avengers, Spider-Man Family Symbiote Reporter. He's got two traits: the Symbiotic Fusion, which is Plasticity Super Senses. If Spider-Man is within 4 squares in line of fire of an opposing character, he can't be targeted by range attacks. And then the Wall Crawler, which is the Leap Climb, free place Spider-Man in a square, or different elevation within 4 squares in line of fire. So he's got 4 range, 2 bolt. He starts with Flurry, Precision, and then Invuln and Perplex, and then he goes to Sidestep with either Precision or Super Strength, and then his last 4 clicks are Sidestep, either it's all Super Strength, Toughness, and Battle Fury, and then the last 3 clicks are Charge with those powers. He's interesting. He just feels a little funky because he doesn't technically have like a traditional move and attack top dial, but I don't hate him either.
All right, 45, and then you pay an extra 15 points to bring him to 60.
I still like him at 90. Charge Flurry with that seems really good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the Precision Strike and Perplex.
Yeah, like that's still really good, and he's hard to deal with because he's got a ton of mobility. So I'm cool with either point line. Honestly, either one of those is fine.
Yeah, no, this actually shows you though this low line, like when you compare him to the last like symbiote Spider-Man we got Prime, like you never play him on the low line. He's at least decent at 45.
Yeah,
Like,
that's fair.
realistically, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good sculpt. It's a really decent piece. I like him better at 45.
I'm gonna have to go with the 90 and put him on a bike. Anything with the Wall Crawler is immediately good.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you always put stuff on bikes. That's just that's the way it is.
Was that from something specific?
That's a Ghost Rider.
I was gonna say it sounds like Ghost Rider, the first one.
That's Ghost Rider. Yeah.
I'm shocked we haven't had a bike drop until now, but here we are.
Yeah.
All right, Miles, let's hear about Aquaman.
All right, we have Aquaman. That's a nod to the Super Friends, pre-Super Friends Filmation animated show. We have Aquaman. He has a JLA team ability. He has Atlantis, Justice League, Animal, Ruler, and Warrior. He has 2 traits. His first trait is There's Always Water. Free, generate up to 2 water terrain markers. One of them may be generated in Aquaman's square. And then Dolphin Body. At the beginning of your turn, Aquaman may generate a Dolphin Bystander, max 1. He has a special speed power, which is on clicks 1, 2, and 3 of his top dial at 60 points. And then he has it on clicks 5, where 35-point line starts, and his last click, click 8. And it is King of the Seas. Charge. Free, move a friendly character with Dolphin up to 2 squares. Once per turn, if that character was a Dolphin Bystander, Aquaman may immediately activate this again. So he has 0 targets, or 0 range, double target. Dolphin, obviously. He's 60 or 35. At 60 points, he's 8, 11, 18, 3. With super strength throughout the 3 clicks of the speed power, and a click 4, his last click of that dial is just charge. 18 defense and vulnerability, straight through 1 through 4. And then 3 damage, close combat expert, straight through 1 through 4. Click 5, he's 35 points, and he's 6, 10, 18, 3 with that special speed power. Blank, nothing on there, his attack power. 18 defense with toughness, followed by 17 toughness for the last 3, and then he has 3 with close combat expert, followed by 3 clicks of 2 damage with close combat expert.
Thoughts on him?
He's not too bad at 35.
What about with Namor, the Prime?
Yeah, no, I think this is going to be a piece that can be really good, because the real cool thing is that you're going to be able to, if you're able to take that free to move a friendly character with Dolphin, like you can just have the Dolphin Bystander be the first piece, and then you can immediately move your Namor, so you're able to at least activate that twice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean and obviously like you're going to have to. Luckily, he has Ruler and Warrior, so you're going to be able to keep it themed because you need to really you need Chair Panther to really protect that, because the free generating water terrain is extremely huge depending on maps. Like, you can't bank on the maps being, you're gonna have water all the time with Namor, and so you want to be able to you need to be able to do that free action to always protect. So yeah, Chair Panther's gonna be a huge part of that combo. But you pay 35 for him, and now you're at 265 because you're paying Chair Panther with it. I mean, I think there's really some legs there with Panther and Aquaman with Namor.
I don't think he's even that bad at 60, but I think you could probably you get utility out of him at 35, possibly competitive.
No, I think 60 for sure. But if you're doing the prime Namor, like, since he's 2/3 of your build, you want to try and get as much of that support to really help. So I think saving that 25 points is huge.
Yeah.
And even if you want to give him a bike, you save points.
Even for 35, like, you're still getting the special speed power. I mean, he's definitely not bad.
Not at all.
I like him a lot at 35.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's real good.
Now I forget the sculpt. He's riding. Is it dolphins or a wave
dolphin.
runner? Dolphins, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, at 60 points, this guy is just going to be fun to drive around the map.
Yeah.
All right, Pete. This guy, I have no idea who this guy is, but I think he's awesome.
Oh, I love him. This is Kanjuro Rowe. He's got the keywords in Justice League Pirate, Politician, Top 32 at Worlds, and Ruler. His real name is Kanjuro Rowe. He's got a trait, Gamma Gong. Sorry, I love it. Pulse Wave. When Kanjuro Rowe uses it, he instead has the following range and effect depending on how many Gong tokens he has. 0, range 4. After resolutions, give hit character an action token and Kanjuro Rowe a Gong token. 1, range 8. Wow. After resolutions, give hit characters 2 action tokens and Kanjuro Rowe a Gong token. And 2, range 16, so full board Pulse Wave. After resolutions, give hit characters 2 action tokens, remove all Gong tokens from Kanjuro Rowe. And hit characters have immobile until your next turn. He has a special speed power halfway through his dial and a special, at the end of his dial, and a special speed damage power halfway through his dial. He is 6 range, 1 bolt, 40 points. He starts with running shot, precision strike, energy shield, deflection, and leadership. And when clicks 3 and 4, he picks up that special damage power, which is Treacherous Tactician. Perplex, when Kanjuro Rowe uses it. When Kanjuro Rowe hits with a close attack after resolutions, you may unequip an equipment equipped to a hit character and then equip it to Kanjuro Rowe. And then on his last 2 clicks, he has the Stolen Zeta Beam on the speed power. Phasing teleport, when Kanjuro Rowe uses it, roll 2d6s and replace the speed value with the result. He is pretty awesome at 40 points.
Every time when I play him and I get that range 16, like, I am going to just quote Kung Pao into the fist. Hit you with a paralyzer! Just every time.
For 40 points, this guy is awesome, though, right?
Oh, absolutely is, yeah.
Like, utter nonsense for 40 points. Like, he's not broken, but, like, just the fact that you only have to hit twice and it's Pulse Wave and suddenly you're hitting the full, like, that, this in Pim Particles seems just stupid.
Yeah, this guy's awesome.
Point value's great, leadership is great, and the other stuff is amazing. Yeah.
You can running shot Pulse Wave, and it doesn't say hit, it says uses it.
Right.
So then, now that's going to be fine.
But you still have to actually have a target, right? You can't just do the, I'm not
just
gonna
like
make
Harley.
It.
It would be
Harley,
the same
nope,
thing.
you running shot. Yeah.
You would
Same
never.
with Quake.
So
Yeah.
you would never roll the attack.
Yeah, I guess I just don't like that part, but
I know it's but it just says give hit characters an action token and Kanjuro Rowe a Gong token. And it says after resolution, so it's regardless whether you hit or not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can
no,
miss
I know.
both ways. So yeah.
Very thematic. You still hit the gong, even if nobody heard it, and it's going to be louder next time.
Yep.
That answers that age-old question: if somebody hits a gong in a forest and nobody's there to hear it, does he get an action token to the next person he pulse waves? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, they're gonna be paralyzed.
That is the old saying.
I love the fact that it says stolen Zeta Beam. Like that's something that I love because it's Adam Strange, and so I'm really hoping now that we got him, Ranger Row, like we can get some Adam Strange love because he only has like 2 representations in cliX, and they both suck.
Now,
Yeah, this guy's a want for me.
Miles
Big
or
time.
Pete, can you tell me the history behind the gamma gong itself?
I cannot actually. I'm sure Miles can.
So it's all it is. The gamma gong. He hits it with an energy rod, and he just paralyzes it when he strikes it. He hits the gong due to the energy rod. Like it's literally like that simple.
Where did it come from, though? Is it the Hulks?
I mean, it could be.
no,
No, I
he's-
don't.
he-
He
no,
never
he's
really.
DC.
It's
He's
changed
DC.
throughout where it comes into, but he got the energy rod, which allows him to fly and communicate through hyperspace. I don't know exactly where the gamma gong. Let's look it up. Gamma gong.
It came from the Gamma Gong store.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it come from Amagong?
Oh,
Mhm.
good God.
You can give it delivered to your house with key delivery if you ask nicely.
I actually
Okay,
I
one
think
Amagong
it's gonna
Prime.
be Ran. I think it's actually gonna be Ran. I'm looking up. Yeah, that's here. Let's see. It just says it's a weapon used by Kanjar Row against Adam Strange. The first appearance was Justice League number 3, so he just had it. So we're not really. It doesn't really delve into it. But with him going against Adam Strange, who's from Ran, I'd almost say it's probably from Ran
Okay.
because that's
okay,
also what
yeah.
Zeta Beam is.
That world had a lot of like oddball tech, so I could see something like
Mhm.
this existing over
Because
there.
that's a Zeta Beam,
Yeah.
and he's from the planet Dor, the dictator of Dor. I wonder if it's the Green Door.
Only time will tell.
It could be, yeah.
All right, Dan, do you want to take us to the next one?
Yes, we have deceased Hal Jordan. He is 75 or 60 points. He's got JLA and Green Lantern team ability. He's got Apocalypse, Green Lantern Corps, Justice League, Monster, Soldier. He has, as we all know, the deceased trait. So when he would be KO'd, you instead turn him to click 9. And then when he would take damage from a game effect, he instead takes 1 unavoidable damage. And then at the end of your turn, deal Hal Jordan 1 unavoidable damage, protected pulse wave. He is either 7 or 5 clicks. Or you get the 7 for 75 and you get 5 for 60. He starts with running shot, Cyblast, invulnerability, and then enhancement. And then the next ones are 5 of sidestep and 2 of Cyblast, then 3 of precision strike. He has a special defense power on his entire low line, which is hold the line, barrier toughness. Opposing characters adjacent to a terrain marker generated by Hal Jordan must break away as if they were adjacent to Hal. And then the last 3 clicks get RCE instead of enhancement. And then his last 3 clicks on his deceased line are Charge, a special attack power, Invuln, and then Battle Fury. The attack power is there is nothing like the Black Lanterns, or sorry, this is nothing like the Black Lanterns. Precision Strike, Quake, when Hal Jordan makes a close attack, he may do so as if he occupied an unoccupied square within range and line of fire, and he has 6 range with 2 targets, so that's pretty cool. I really like this guy. This was the piece I was really excited for. They revealed him, or at least his sculpt at Worlds.
Yeah,
I not 100% of it's the same sculpt or not, but it looked really dope, and this was the thing I was most excited for, and I thought was going to be in Lantern Legacy, honestly.
Oh, they showed it in the slideshow?
The appreciation, yeah,
Oh, okay. I don't even remember them showing this.
that's why I
Yeah.
was really excited. That's where you get that nice image of me with my smile on. That's everywhere. That's what that was from.
It's a great picture of a great smile, Dan.
Just the happiest guy in the world.
It's like Yeah, it's amazing. I do like this guy with Prime Spider-Ham at 60 points.
Where do you see the benefit?
At 60 points, he has opposing characters adjacent to a terrain marker generated by Hal must break away as if they were adjacent to Hal. So he's going to have plasticity from Spider-Ham Prime. And so now he's able to play defensive, but you're also going to be locking figures down.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like I was thinking this guy with like the 0 ring, you just make terrain.
Yeah, you give him 0 and what is it, the Nightbringer? So he's making Smoke Cloud and that for free.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And he's also doing barrier strike, and you're just able to shut down everyone. Because if you have him with Spider-Ham giving him plasticity.
Free barrier for 1, free smoke cloud for 2, and then a costed barrier for 4.
Yeah. Yep.
And then you're all tied up next to it because he has plasticity, so you're really not getting away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then you can also use him as you can use him as an attacker and just, have the 2 hindering and the barrier to lock him down after you use him as an attacker. So, yeah.
Plus that attack power on that
That's disgusting.
is really good. But still, it's Precision Strike Quake too on top of it. And I was a little bummed that he didn't get the Herald keyword. I still think he should have got it because his ring didn't leave him until he got it like blown to bits. Or sorry, Canary Sonic screamed him to death. Like he just got vaporized.
What a bitch.
So he was a zombie.
No, it's fine.
I've expected it.
No, zombies are fine.
And then she got the ring, so she got Hal's ring after he perished.
She didn't deserve it.
Sounds like so a woman taking a man's ring. Heard that story before.
Yeah.
I mean, what do they say? You got to put a ring on it, right?
Yeah, Hal got the short end of that stick.
He's awesome. It's fun to get more deceased pieces, and they've done such a good job with all of these.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I feel like the LEs overall have really gone up quite a bit lately. The last, even 2 years? A lot of them were kind of skippable before, right? Has it been 3 years?
Yeah, even if they're not being played in the competitive scene, they at least do something unique to where you want it and play it.
Yeah, they're still way
it's
fun.
Yeah.
All right, next we have a piece that I've been waiting for over a year now, I think. So this is Kanto from Apocalypse. So he has the Cosmic Energy team ability, Apocalypse, New Gods, Assassin, Brute, Cosmic Deity, Past, and Warrior keywords. He has the trait that all the other guys have, which is Apocalypse demands my service once per attack. When a friendly character with the Apocalypse keyword and a greater point value than Kanto would be hit by an opponent's attack. If Kanto isn't a target of the attack, you may place him adjacent to that character. Kanto becomes the hit target of that attack instead. Then he has the Assassin's trait, the target that all the Assassins have, or many of them do. He has a special speed power, Assassin Elite, which is plasticity, sidestep, stealth, and when an opposing character within range uses super senses, decrease the result by -1, and then a special damage power, which is Renaissance Man, perplex, and probability control. So I personally think that this is the guy that Assassins need to kind of kick him up a notch. For 35 points is his lower point value that starts on click 3. He gets that special speed power and that special damage power. So now they have perplex and prob and only 35 points. And then he's also going to affect the super senses with that. And you cannot win.
I didn't realize all these guys had cosmic energy. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Like for 35, that's baller.
So you're not outwitting
the 40
him.
points is not worth +1 defense, +1 attack, and 2 clicks.
35.
It's not. It's 40 points.
40 points. He's 75 or 35. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the extra. I was just talking about his low line. You were talking about if you played him.
Yeah,
for
no,
40
that's what I'm
more,
saying. Yeah, you'll never. You play 2 of them because he's not unique.
Yeah.
And then you're still saving 5 points.
Right.
Yeah, that's just.
Yeah, 40 points for an extra 2 clicks. And what is it? Just that one more attack and one more defense?
1 attack, 1 defense.
And you don't even want to attack with him, though.
But what do you mean? He can not for nothing. You can get the +1 longsword, and now you're CCE and blades, and like that's just good for 35 points.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. That you just never play the extra 40. It's just because you can fit so much more on your teams So like how Step Brothers, they wanted to make a bunk bed because they already have so much more room for extracurricular activities. That's why you don't play them at 75 because you want so much more points to build around them.
for extra activities.
Yes.
That's probably the best endorsement that we're gonna get was right there. I love him at 35.
I mean, he's got an awesome outfit, and that hat is just killer. So this
Oh,
guy,
that's so good.
this is the one LE that I spent quite a bit to get out of the auction at Auxit because I needed him ASAP. So he is on the way now.
Yeah, because you can't do not have them, you know?
Correct.
Well done, Miles. Well done.
And then Dan got me a Mantis. So Mantis is the other one that we've been waiting for. He also has Cosmic Energy, Apocalypse, New God, Secret Society of Supervillains, Brute, Cosmic, Deity, Warrior keywords. He has that same Apocalypse Demands My Service trait. And then he also has a trait which is Energy Absorption. Mantis starts the game on click 4, and then he has Steel Energy, but with close or range attacks. And when Mantis uses it, he may heal past his starting line. And then a special speed power, my own boom tube, phasing teleport. Phasing teleport is free, but only to move up to 3 squares. So he is 40 points only, 6 range, 2 bolts, and then he has flight. He starts on that special speed power with a 7 speed, 10 energy explosion, 18 ESD, and 3 range combat expert, which again, not bad for 40 points. And then
I mean, he has above average range for 40 points. He's got 6 range with 2 bolts.
yeah, and he heals with that, and then he'll go up to
Yeah.
Flurry, which he kind of isn't great for 2 more clicks because he loses any kind of the free phasing, right? Yeah,
I'm almost to the point where I don't even know if you, because it's a you may heal. So it's almost to the point where like you don't heal with him because I think he's better at click 4 than he would be on click 1.
yeah. But I guess if you're hitting, oh man, I don't know. You really want to
That's
get
the
him
only
to that
thing.
last click though, that 12 for 3.
Yeah, you do want to get him a top, but it's tough because like those flurry clicks, like he loses that movement of 3. Yeah, it's tough.
You can kind of
there's a
risk
way-
being hit though too at that point. Do people want to
If
hit
he
him
can
for
shoot-
2 or 3?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
If you could shoot out of adjacency, that'd be great because then you wouldn't care about getting up those flare because you're like, well, that's fine. I can just base you, shoot you, heal, and then then I'm on flurry.
And even if he's going up to a 19 impervious, so for 40 points, this guy's still pretty cool.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. It's tough because like there's gonna be some games where like I really don't want to heal. Like even if you get that impervious because you're like you want that 11 for 4, from range and to really be able to move around with his phasing for 3, so then you're able to really maneuver him well.
I just think that it's like he has a lot of reach for 40 points, right? Like a TK plus his free phasing plus the 6 range is what 4, and then 7 you're shooting to the 13
Yeah.
for 40 points. I mean that's a lot of reach for such like low point cost.
And again, he can also get the +1 longsword. So if you do heal up and you base somebody, now you're on click 3 and 11 for 4. Click 2 is 12 for 5 flurry. Oh no, he already has the close combat expert
he's
on
already
it.
got
Yeah,
You'll get blades, but yeah.
I think he's neat. So
think-
I'll give him a try.
I think he's a very cool piece. I think it's a high utility piece. I think in
Well,
the right
actually-
player's hand, he's dangerous.
I actually like that because then you can base someone, still hit them, and then you're like, well, I'm 11 for 4 either way, right? With the phasing, with the +1 longsword.
Yeah. Depending on what else is on your team. If you're playing it with Kanto, Kanto probably gets it, but not bad.
Yeah.
All right, Pete, we're also getting a new Space Ghost. Did you want to tell us about that?
I do. Space Ghost, he is a PD team ability and a team player. He's Celebrity Cosmic Detective Police. His real name is Tad Ghostal. He has 2 traits and a special attack power, his whole dial. He's got the Inviso power. Super senses, opposing characters can't use improved targeting. You're hindering and can't draw line of fires to Space Ghost. And then he has personal force field. First time each turn, Space Ghost is damaged by an attack, reduce the damage taken to 1. That's awesome. He's 5 range, 2 targets. He's got 2 point values, 70 or 40. At 70, you're getting 8 range running shot, 11 with the special attack power, and then combat reflexes and outwit. And at the lower dial, he's sidestep with a special attack power, 17 combat reflexes with probability control, and the special attack power is power bands, energy explosion. When Space Ghost hits, choose one, give each hit character an action token, knock back each hit character, or after resolutions deal each hit character 1 damage. So he's awesome. I mean, I think 40 points to me more utility, but what do you guys think?
No, I like him. I love that Inviso power teamed up with Mysterio. Like no one can be able to draw lines of fire to him
Yeah,
because you can shut off improved targeting, and that even though he has Cosmic, that also gets around Mern. Like so, if Mern's using it,
Yep.
they have to. It's not because the line of fire isn't blocked. It just says they can't draw lines of fire. So if you're able to shut off the improved targeting hindering, then you're able to protect them.
I think you can make an argument for the extra 30 points if you, depending on where you are with attackers, getting that outwit.
Yeah, I would actually. I'd play him at 40 and then bring in the other Space Ghost for 30. Have both of them.
He's supposed to
And,
come
I
with
mean, if you have
Beepo or whatever
He
his name
comes
is,
with
right?
Blip.
Blip, okay.
Yeah, he comes with Blip.
Blip
Yeah,
Ball?
we've seen the sculpt, but we don't know what he does yet. And I'm assuming it's probably going to be the exact same Inviso power.
I mean, they have not made a bad Space Ghost. Like this one's different, but still just as good. So.
And it's a great homage to, of course, one of the most important TV shows of all time, Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an amazing show. Even the Space Ghost show from the 60s as well as the 80s with Space Stars. I love that. I actually have the complete series for all of it because I love me some Tad Ghostel.
Did not know that was his real name. Dan, you want to go to Lady of the Forest?
Yes. So she is 24 022. She is Mystic's team ability. She is 65 points. This is Ivy. She has Mystical Past and Ruler. She has a trait, a special attack power, and a special defense power. She has improved movement characters. Her trait is the forest comes with me, plasticity, stealth, free, generate a plant hindering terrain marker within 8 squares. This marker has so they modify their defense +2 instead of just +1 when they're in it. And then when Lady of the Forest attacks, she may target characters occupying any plant terrain markers regardless of regardless of range, line of fire, or adjacency. That's pretty baller because her attack power is really good. So for 65 points, she's got 3 targets with 3 range. She starts off with 3 mind control, the special attack power, and then reflexes and outwit. And then her last 3 are sidestep, blades, the defense power, and exploit. Her attack power is fungus to rot your brain, thorns to seed your eyes, blades, claws, psychic blast. Power: place Lady of the Forest in a square with any friendly plant terrain marker. If you do, after resolutions, deal all adjacent opposing characters 1 penetrating damage. And then her defense power is I would bury an army for you. Reflexes, senses, free. Remove any plant terrain marker within range. If you do, heal Lady of the Forest or a friendly character named Harley Quinn 1 click. This is really solid. I mean, she's just another great addition to the plant team. I honestly think whenever the Iconix rotates, like if there's still enough plant stuff, like she could slot in.
So I think
You're going to replace Man-Thing with her, and if you look at her keywords with being ruler, you now get plants on the ruler again. So now you're going to be able to use that with Spot to place your plant hindering frame markers. Yeah, because
I actually think she's great. Like she's got a ton of utility. Like she's really solid. Like being able to just place it within 8 squares, like that's huge.
And that's a lot better than just within 8 of a friendly one that's already been generated.
Yeah.
So they obviously saw that, yeah.
Because I mean, once she gets mid board, she can place it basically anywhere.
So you don't think it's that big of an issue? She doesn't have the scientist keyword. Just go ruler.
Yeah, or mystical or past. I mean, heck, she's an Avenger now.
You want to lean into the actual like plant markers though.
Yeah, I get that, and I think you can do that with a couple different things now because
you don't need to make the only plant generator you need on your team is her because Spot can manipulate your plants for you. It doesn't matter, so you can get it to where you need to go.
So
and
ruler?
you're going to be able to keep the theme with the ruler, yeah. You just got upper damage a little bit. Her attack's great, so that's
Yeah, I
really
was gonna
good.
say, that starting
yeah.
12 is amazing.
Yeah.
And she's going to be hard
Yeah,
to hit
she's-
because you're going to want to park her in stealth and because she's got it traded. So, like, you're coming up to try to hit a 20 right off the rip. That's great, too.
So can she choose to do range or close then? Because of it says regardless of range, line of fire, or adjacency.
What was that?
Can she choose to do range or close?
It just
it
looks like target. It's going to be. I'm going to say it's range attack only, based off regardless of range, line of fire, or adjacency, because it's based off the butterfly one. That's why you can't.
Oh, close attack? Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it says regardless of range, line of fire, or adjacency, because it doesn't say close attacks. So I would almost say that this has to be range.
So hers specifies attack, so it doesn't specify like a certain kind. But yeah, with how butterfly was work, yeah, I could see that.
So when so it says attacks gonna be the same thing. Butterfly is gonna say when it says regardless of it goes over on the win. Because it says you target an opposing character adjacent to that butterfly regardless of range or line of fire. So when it says regardless of range or line of fire, that it's saying that it's going to be
But hers also states adjacency, so I would think you could do both then, because if his only says range, line of fire,
that's what I mean. Yeah, you're able to do both because it says
Oh,
So
because
when
they
it
added
first-
the adjacency, right? Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, so then she can do both. She can either like blades or she can shoot you. Yeah.
And if she wants to shoot you, that would get around the stealth, right?
Combat reflexes and
Yes, because she's not drawing line of fire. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, she could definitely make a mark in the meta for sure. All right, Miles, let's hear about the Joker fish.
You know what? I've spent years trying to talk about how good Dolphin was. I proved my point, and it showed in last year's states with everyone winning with Aquaman. And this obviously was in the pipeline for a while because they just, Dolphin just is too good, and they refuse to ever let Dolphin really become good. And so this is going to be Jokerfish, which is qualifying names to be to equip for free is going to be Harley Quinn, the Joker, or Joker Goon. And its effect is poison, and it has opposing characters within 4 squares that have Dolphin have Boot instead. So this is a 40-point discount on Bizarro Aquaman. So, I mean, that right there is playable.
I just look at it and see 5-point poison.
Yeah, exactly. And it's 5-point poison. Yeah. But hey, we got that. There's a few people that go, "Oh no, Prime Namor he's there." He's not. This really hurts him because it sucks because now you have this 5-point object that it's free. Like you're gonna play it because he gets poisoned anyway. And there's so many dropship teams right now that it's like, okay, we're gonna have that, and it just so happens that you're gonna go up against a Namor, and you're like, yeah, well, so much for this.
I'm not sure how often that scenario is going to happen.
It's 5-point poison. If you look at the teams that those dropship poison teams, like you're able to give someone poison. Like for instance, there's a Vulture. You can give Vulture poison now, and so now you're going to be able to do penetrating damage, 1 penetrating damage, and then another poison on top of that for him.
Yeah.
And Brian Dormeyer has already shown how good Vulture is with the Sinister Syndicate. So.
Yeah, I thought about trying to get this on somebody with that keyword.
Which one?
Yeah, because Vulture.
Oh no. Sorry. I was thinking which keyword was it?
Oh, Sinister Syndicate. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
There's not one of these LEs that you're unhappy with, is there?
No.
Not at all.
Great job.
Absolutely is.
All right, and then pretty soon we do have the Iconix, Heralds of Galactus set coming out here.
Is that July?
I think it is July. And this is the first time that we're getting Silver Surfer in, I don't know how long. Was the last one
Fantastic Four.
Fantastic
Or
Four?
Future Foundation?
I don't even know if
he
it was
was the-
Future Foundation.
He was the Silver
Yeah.
Savage in that.
Yeah.
So
That's right.
Oh no! It was Empire, but he was in like an alternate universe because he was the Sorcerer
Beyond
Supreme.
Amazing.
Silver Surfer?
No, that was I
Carnage,
guess.
Silver Surfer.
Yeah, it's Carnage. I guess technically. I'm
Oh,
thinking of like
yeah.
I'm thinking of like
The
regular.
2021 storyline is the last one. It looks like it came out. Like if you look at Surfer.
Oh
So.
yeah, Silver Surfer Black. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, so this is actually going to be the first time we even get him in the new sculpt size then, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. All right, he has the Cosmic Energy, Team Ability, Annihilators, Defenders, Fantastic Four, Cosmic, and Herald keywords. The Heralds of Galactus trait. So all of the Heralds have this, which is invulnerability. And then when Silver Surfer takes damage from an opposing effect, after resolutions, he may generate a friendly character with a Heralds of Galactus trait from your sideline on the same click number as himself. If you do, turn Silver Surfer to click 9. And this game, he isn't scored when KO'd and protected Pulse Wave. He has another special trait, which is Energy Absorption. When Silver Surfer hits with a range attack, after resolutions, you may heal him or an adjacent friendly character 1 click. And then a special damage power, which is not whom you oppose, Outwit, and free. Choose a character within range and line of fire. That character can't use Protected Outwit or Safeguard Outwit until your next turn. So he is 90 points. I think they're all 90 points, right? Yeah. He has 7 clicks of health before he goes to that final one on click 9. Starts with a hypersonic 10 speed with a 12 precision strike, 18 ESD, and then he has 4 clicks of that special damage power, starting with a 4 damage and a 6 range, 1 bolt. So not a bad Silver Surfer, right?
Not Outwit. Outwit is good. Well, I mean, Outwit that goes through Protected is really good, or Safeguard. Like that's really solid. Plus, he's got a pretty solid reach with that hypersonic. So
yeah, still having a 3 range, and of course the Herald keyword, so you can put something on him at no cost.
yeah, I mean, like in my head, at least while he's still modern, like Khonshu is big there. Like stealth prob, that's
right.
great. Trying to think. So his other trait is really solid. Like just continuous healing every time he hits.
Yeah.
It has to be a range attack, but that feels like what he's doing.
What, he does not have the no improved targeting, I guess, but even if you can hypersonic and land in stealth, you still have a 6 range Outwit, which is awesome.
Oh yeah.
What do you think about point cost though?
This feels okay. Like his stats and values match. Like that's the biggest thing is he doesn't really drop ever.
It's so hard when you compare it to the other Iconics that we have came out. I do like him, but it's just, we get these certain Iconics that just blow everything out of the water. And then you're looking forward to an Iconics, the Surfer, and you're just like, man, could have been so much better. Yeah, it's just
I don't think
90 points, I guess, is good.
I mean, I just don't think he's bad because
No, I'm not saying he's bad. What I'm saying is that they have Iconics that have just brought a level of just ridiculousness.
Yeah, that's fair. I was thinking like he's very...
it's the design exactly where it's just so inconsistent from Iconics to Iconics. I guess that if it's not Marvel, then it doesn't need to be that great. Because Marvel really hasn't had great Iconics when you compare it to DC and then the Warner Brothers, including Kong.
When I scroll through the Iconics, you're not wrong. Like, they're okay, but they haven't been like meta defining.
That's what I mean. Yeah, and it's tough because I still like them. They're still gonna be played in fun, but like I'm trying to be that devil's advocate where you're also comparing them to when people go like, what should I get if I want to play competitive? They go Iconics. Realistically, don't get Marvel Iconics if you want to play competitive. They're fun. I think it could be really fun, playing with a Death Metal Wonder Woman. You bring someone in, like on click 1, you're able to bring someone in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he's on click 9, like when he would be KO'd, instead he just goes to click 7 and you're able to heal him up because that's his last non-KO click. So like that could be fun, but.
Do you think it'd be easy to swarm the board with their trait? Or do you think it would be they just get overwhelmed and worked?
Well, so you're going to be taking your time going one at a time because you're going to have to hit each one in order to swarm the board with it because it's damage from an opposing effect. So like you'd have to hit one and then hit the other and then hit the other because they're not going to really be able to, because they're going to be dead if they take damage from click 9.
Yeah, but so like let's say he even gets hit for 3 penetrating damage. He goes to click or maybe even like 4. So he goes to click 4, and then he brings in somebody else at click 4, and then every time, so I guess then you would move him. I guess it really doesn't matter what he gets moved to. So then he goes to click 9, and he brings somebody in on click 4 or 5.
So my thought too is that it doesn't have to be from an attack. You could just hit a Mystics character and then swap in. Or,
Yeah, that
like
part's
swap
true.
to click 9 and generate. So
Yeah, it's tough because they're going to from your sideline, and like the sideline is so it's so tough.
And
I mean, I get that. I just think like I just like that though from say like say you start on like one of the range guys like Surfer or Fire Lord or even I guess Airwalker, right? And then you
I actually
swap
think
in.
Airwalker is potentially the best one to bring in.
Oh, because of his hypersonic, you're talking about that? His like 9th
Well, no,
click?
the opposing characters within 6 squares can't use willpower or cosmic. So, like
Yeah.
I'd like to bring him in instead, because, like you said, if you're going to hit someone with mystics, you bring an Airwalker, and now he's able to go in and attack.
I was also
So,
thinking about honestly like starting with him, and then you swap into like Morg or another him or Terax as your close attackers. That was my thought. Is like you swap into them, then and then you get another, and you follow up with a close attack.
I mean, I guess you could swarm it, based off of like if you're only doing like if you're hitting mystics characters, you can base it,
Otherwise,
off, which would be hilarious.
If they're getting hit, odds are you're only getting one, maybe 2 of them in though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But that's
like,
only
you have
costing
to
you
use
90
mystics.
points, and you gotta kind of focus on them. I don't know.
and then I mean, like Terax's other trait isn't nothing. Like opposing characters within 6 squares can't use super strength or TK, right?
No,
So
it's no, I do like it, and I may be sounding like I'm being way too critical, but I'm just trying to compare them to the other Iconics, where like you look at the plant markers, you look at the Mern butterfly, you look at the juice, you look at the Kong, and it's just like these are heralds of Galactus. Like, come on! Like I realized that they decided to go in. It's sort of like how like they went with the crew trait, with like the Prime Josiah X, and like I think that when they did the Heralds of Galactus, like I think that's exactly why they made them 90 points to synergize with them like that. But I think overall it hurts the playability of this set, and the only reason why it's going to be sold is because it's the Herald set. It would have been really nice to just see overpowered, like really good Heralds of Galactus, because like we really realistically have never had any.
Yeah. Do you want to go
Instead of having to play a gimmick
Do you want to go over
where you're going to have to
Airwalker?
bring one. Yep, Airwalker, we have Gabriel Lan. He has the Cosmic Energy, of course. Nova Core, Cosmic Herald, and Robot. He has the Heralds of Galactus trait, which is the invulnerability, and then you turn it to click 9. He has a trait that's Galactus's most favored. Opposing characters within 6 squares can't use willpower or Cosmic Energy. So that's really good. That's why I say you bring him in, you're like, okay, no willpower, no Cosmic Energy.
I guess
And
my
then
thing is you could also just start with him too. Like he's another like just a good start with piece.
Oh, absolutely is, yeah. Especially with having the robot keyword. There's, maybe someone can bring one early. The Horn of Gabriel, which is clicks 1 through 4. When Airwalker attacks, you may choose that lines of fire he draws can't be blocked. If you do, hit characters take a maximum of 1 damage. And, that's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad.
Got 3 bolts.
Yeah, so he's hypersonic for, he's 10, 12, 18, 4. And he has that with hypersonic speed, triple bolts with 6 range, precision strike, and super senses, and that special damage power. And he has senses through clicks 1 through 5. And his last 3 clicks, he moves on from hypersonic speed and precision to running shot and energy explosion and range combat expert. And his click 9 actually isn't too bad. It's 8, 11, 18, 3 with hypersonic precision, energy shield deflection, and blank damage. But he does have invulnerability throughout his entire dial. I wish it was invincible. Like that's the one thing that sucks. Is that I think that the Heralds of Galactus should reduce pen.
Yeah. What about who else we got here? Firelord. Do you want to go over Firelord? Dan?
Yeah. So Firelord is same point value. He has Nova Core, Cosmic Herald. His extra trait, so he's actually got IT hindering. His other trait is at the end of your turn, deal 1 damage to each opposing character within range, occupying a square with a smoke terrain marker. Opposing characters within 6 squares can't use an energy explosion or pulse wave. That's pretty solid. Because I think that means even if you can't activate pulse wave in order to shut his trait off, right?
Right.
So, and then his attack power, which he has every click, no matter what, whether he's on his standard dial or the click 9, is Energy Explosion, Precision Strike. Smoke Cloud is free, but only to generate markers in the squares of characters Firelord hit this turn, regardless of range, line of fire, or adjacency to the other generated markers. He has 5 range and 2 bolts. He starts with Running Shot, the attack power, and then Reflexes and Close Combat Expert. And then he has the last 3 clicks are Sidestep, the attack power, Barrier, and RCE. I think he's pretty solid for what he does. Like his values are all good. Like he's never below a 3 damage, and he's always got either RCE or CCE. So he's hitting like 5 or 4 every time. So that's great, honestly.
All their starting clicks are really good.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they are.
I don't
It's just-
I don't
yeah,
think he's.
it was-
I mean, if you're, I don't hate this guy either. Being able to bring him in and be like, all right, no pulse wave, no energy explosion. That's really solid.
No, I just, like I said, I wanted more out of the Heralds for the Iconics because like we've just gotten the fanboy era of just like ridiculousness, and then these are just like fun, which I'm not complaining about. It's fun, like fun stuff, but like it's just I'm ready for the Heralds of Galactus to just wreck.
I will say the sculpts are all really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely are, yeah.
Pete, what about Terrax?
Terrax the Tamer. He's got Cosmic Energy. He's keywords are Cabal, Offenders, Brute, Cosmic, Herald, and Ruler. His real name is Tyros. He's got the Heralds of Galactus. Invulnerability when Terrax the Tamer takes damage. When Terrax the Tamer takes damage from an opposing effect after resolutions, he may generate a friendly character with the Heralds of Galactus trait from your sideline with the same click numbers himself. You do turn Terrax the Tamer to click 9. This game he isn't scored, protected pulse wave, and he's got another trait that will crush you, super strength. Opposing characters within 6 squares can't use super strength or TK. He moves through blocking. He's got 4 range, 2 targets. He's 90 points. He starts with Charge, 8 Quake, 19 Special Defense Power, and then Battle Fury. And his click 9 is Sidestep, Quake, Barrier, and 3 damage. His Special Defense Power is Barrier. Barrier is free, but only generate 2 markers. When Terrax the Tamer uses Barrier after resolutions, he may make a close attack targeting a character adjacent to one of the generated markers, regardless of adjacency. If he does, instead of normal damage, deal damage equal to the number of blocking train markers adjacent to the target. Here's my only thing with this whole set. I love the set. I love the characters. I think the Iconics are cool. I think this is a fun set. I think maybe there's some of these that might make competitive, but I just feel like only having 1 point cost is a big mess. I think you should have had like a 90, a 70, and then a lower line.
Well, you'll also see once we get to the Galactus why like you can't even play the set like together.
Right.
We'll get to that once I get to the Galactus. That's the biggest problem for me.
It's a choice, right? It's like one or the other, right? Basically.
Yeah, but it just sucks because you can't play Galactus and all the Heralds on your sideline.
Yeah.
Which sucks.
All right, Nova is Cosmic Energy, Defenders, Fantastic Four, Cosmic, and Herald. Heralds of Galactus traits. Another trait, you shouldn't get too close. When Nova takes damage from a close attack, after resolutions, deal the attacker 1 penetrating damage. Opposing characters within 6 squares can't use stealth or improve targeting abilities. And then a special attack power, which is Gravitational Control, Poison, Pulse Wave. When Nova uses either, after resolutions, choose 1. Place each damaged character adjacent to Nova, knock back all damaged characters. So she is in 8 running shot, 11 with that special attack power, 18 ESD, and 3 perplex, and then 4 range, 2 bolts.
So her with Seth is hilarious because Seth would give her mystics, so that would trigger both of those instances. So you just 2-penned every time she gets hit.
What does it trigger?
Her trait. So like you'd get her trait and you get mystics because Seth gives the like herald of him
Yes,
mystics.
they take 2 penetrating if they hit her
I
with a
got what you're
close.
saying. I gotcha. So what about her?
She's interesting.
I like her, but man, I just I really wanted Stardust, but yeah, no, this is a really good version of Nova. I mean, realistically,
I mean, this is probably the best Nova we've gotten. Like
Yeah.
as Frankie Ray, right?
That's true.
They haven't- the other ones haven't been great.
Targeting abilities, that's huge. Yeah,
And not for nothing, every one of these pieces affects something your opponent wants to do.
Mhm.
So they take damage, you bring something in to limit what your opponent's going to do. Now you don't get Pulse Wave, now you don't get TK, now you can't use Super Strength. Like there's some utility here. It's not for nothing. I just think there should have been different point costs.
What if it was still this dial but 75 points instead of 90?
I think
Amazing.
that you could argue that all these dials could have been 75 points, so that your team could have been, instead of playing 3, you could have played 4
Yeah.
heralds for 300, and I think it still would have been fine.
Yeah. All right. The last herald we have is Morg the Executioner.
Ooh, Morg. So he is. He's got the Herald of Galactus. He's got keywords of Brute, Cosmic, Herald, and then he's got improved movement characters. So he's got a trait, Safeguard, Mind Control. When an opposing character within 6 squares stops turning the dial due to stop, after resolutions deal them 1 unavoidable damage. So no stop click for you. And then his attack power, which he has on clicks 1 through 5, is Cosmic Axe, Blades Claws, Giant Reach 2, and Morg the Executioner hits with a close attack. After resolutions, he may use Pulse Wave as free, as if he occupied the square of a hit target. That's amazing. He's charge, no defense power, oddly enough. I mean, I know they have Invuln traded, but he's like the only one that doesn't have that. But that special attack power, and then Empower, and then the last 3 clicks are Flurry, 1 click of the attack power, and then Blades. And then his last 2 clicks do have Regen, and then the last 3 clicks also have Exploit. I really like this guy because I mean, starting off, like, again, he's Brute, so you can just get the +1 longsword, so he's a 13 for 5, which is amazing. And then Pulse Wave, like, that's just really good. Like, you can cripple something with that. And then his anti-stop stuff is good. So, I mean, I think, I know he's expensive, but like, he can do a lot of different stuff and deal with a lot of different things too.
Another thing I think I would have liked to see on this is that at the beginning of the game you can switch which one you want to start with. I think that would help it too.
That would have been really good, yeah.
Do you want to talk about the actual Galactus that we're getting a legacy card for, Miles?
Yeah, it's a lot of writing. I'm trying to figure out the order that you read it. Okay.
Probably the
So
beginning.
yes. Well, no, technically yes, but I want to, yeah. So he is 450, 300, or 250. This is the Ultimate's Cosmic Deity and Herald. His name is Galen, which is an amazing character from the Planet of the Apes TV show.
Oh, I thought it was Galan. Okay, maybe I had that wrong.
It's Galen, yeah. I mean, it might have been pronounced by Galan, but yeah, no, I just have seen that name spelled as Galen from Planet of the Apes TV show. But yeah, he has the multi-dial when the G001A dial would be KO'd. Instead, Galactus continues on click 1 of the G001B dial. Excess damage does not carry over. When Galactus is healed, he can't be healed above click 1 of the B dial or back onto the A dial. Placement when starting the game when Galactus is placed during game setup or starts the game when generated by the Herald dial. He can be placed in blocking terrain and immediately destroys that terrain when doing so. And he has another trait, which is Power. Galactus' arrival. Place Galactus anywhere on the map. Galactus may be placed on blocking terrain this way and immediately destroys that terrain when doing so. After resolutions, knock back all adjacent opposing characters. So the 450 line is just, he has 0 speed throughout his entire dial. 450 starts with 15, 21, 8 with Psychic Blast, Invincible, and Prob. You're never really gonna, I guess maybe you can play that. 11 range, triple target, obviously. And then he's 300 points. He's at a 0, 12, 19, 6 with Psychic Blast, Prob, and Impervious. And that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 clicks. And then 250, he has the He's 012, 19-5 with energy explosion, outwit, and impervious. It's really weird because didn't the original have a 100-point dial?
He has a 150 or 80 point dial, lower like the next thing down.
Oh, okay, yeah, the next one. Okay, yeah. That's what I'm like. Okay, yeah. So he has stop, impervious, which is on his last click. He's 150 or 80. Yeah, and Galactus can reduce penetrating damage. When this click is revealed after resolutions, you deal 1 penetrating damage to all other characters. And then he has the elemental dial, which is you may only add the elemental converter to your force if Galactus is on your starting force or sideline. If adding it when Galactus is on your sideline, he must be the only game element on your sideline, and you can't assign equipment to your characters.
That hurts.
Which is very disappointing because that defeats the purpose of playing all the heralds together. So you can't even have this on your sideline with the other heralds, which is unfortunate.
Like, would
And
it
at
have,
the beginning
would it
of your
have
turn-
like broken it to even just say unless they have the Heralds of Galactus trait or something like that?
Not at all, because you can't even equip your characters, even free equipment.
Yeah.
They almost
Wait,
make it to where you don't want to. I think that
Oh,
they're.
yeah. So I
that
feel
you-
like there should be a lot more that this does then if you're getting that
That's
much.
what I mean. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's they. I don't know like the design process was of this. It looks like they're putting way too much emphasis on like how good the elemental converter is, which it's exactly the same
I mean,
essentially as the
It is
original.
really good because it does kind of put you not necessarily like on a stop clock, but like I mean, the elemental converter was never bad. Like that was just such a good thing for
No, and I'm
25
looking
points.
at is how many points it is because it doesn't really say the points here for the Herald dial.
I don't yeah, it doesn't say it on here. Yeah.
No, and that's what I'm looking for. Like, yeah, I think it's a huge missed opportunity to make it like he's the only thing on your sideline. So they want you to play a main force. But yeah, it totally defeats the purpose of like this, like the Herald dial and everything now, because like you can't equip people if it's on your sideline, which is insane.
The point values just don't make sense with the 90 points and his point values when you can't add stuff.
No. Yeah, you're talking what 150 with 90 is 240, so that leaves you 60 points. So yeah, it's I'm trying to understand like the design like philosophy but it just like it's counterproductive compared to the other iconic sets that we've got. It's
So-
very unfortunate.
What were you gonna say?
Interesting. So I think it's free but you have to meet those conditions. So at least like I'm not seeing anything where I
No,
don't
so
know.
it's free, so that's why they said it's the only thing on your sideline.
I mean you're getting a lot. Well, I guess you're kind of getting a lot for that. I don't know. Like I
But you can't get your free equipment. So the whole entire thing you're talking about giving them free gods, you don't get the free gods.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I just don't know because it's a new iteration.
Yeah,
of this.
it's
I don't know. What
yeah.
And
I guess they thought removing the points. Like I said, I don't understand it exactly. This is I think that this is a big whiff that could have been so much better. So yeah, which is sad because like you said, the sculpts are great. I think the figures will play great, but like it just sucks. Like you can't even play Galactus on your sideline with the other heralds and just having one herald. You know, like you want to have Surfer. Surfer's going to have the herald dial, but now what makes Surfer 90 points, because you know that's thrown into his point cost, is bringing in those figures he can't do.
yeah.
So you're not even
Yeah,
getting
so-
your.
Yeah, so
You're
basically,
leaving
if you
points.
add Galactus to your sideline, you get the Herald Dial and the Converter for free. Basically, you just have to put him on your sideline, but then he can only be he's the only thing.
I think I'd
Yeah,
rather
but
pay
yeah, and
points.
so now the heralds that come when the same Iconics actually don't work with him because
No,
you
no.
can't bring the heralds out, which is just sad.
And let's say
Yeah, no, I get that.
you totally build into that then, right? So you don't get any sideline or equipment, and this is the only thing on your sideline, and then you play against the Chair Panther, and now he just says you also don't get Galactus. That's rough.
Yeah, I feel like he
Yeah,
could have definitely had a clause where like he can't be shut off. That's like there's no way that Cherry Panther's shutting like off
does he
Galactus.
have sideline active? I'm looking through it.
No, he doesn't.
Is
Like
that going
none
to
of,
be the loophole that it's not sideline active, so it's going to happen anyway?
I don't know, yeah.
I think it's nice to get him back. It's one of the great figures that we've ever had that you could purchase. I just I agree with everything you guys have said. I think if you play them, you kind of like want the fun game of like, well, here's Galactus, here's the Heralds, like So I think it's more fun than meta, but somebody will probably prove that statement wrong.
All right, let's go to our last little bit here, and that is the Caps Cookie Quartet.
Captain America, he's got Avengers TA. He's got Avengers, Invaders, Past, and Soldier. His real name is Steve Rogers. He's got the trait. You're going to hear it a bunch. Caps Cookie Quartet. When Captain America hits after resolutions, choose one. Remove an action token from a friendly character of the Avengers, or heal a friendly character of the Avengers one click. That's the team ability, not the name. He's got a special attack power on two of his 3 dials. Shield, bank, shot, range. Choose a square within range and line of fire that is adjacent to a blocking terrain or elevated terrain. Make a ranged attack as if Captain America occupies a chosen square. 2 slashes. When Captain America hits 2 or more characters with a range attack instead of normal damage, he may deal each hit character damage equal to his printed damage value. He also does have leadership, leading a new team of Avengers, leadership perplex. He's got 3-point values. He moves through elevated and he can shoot out of adjacency. He's got 3 range triple bolts. For 100 points, you get 8 running shot, 12 with that special shield bank shot. You get a 19 invuln and the special damage power. At 75, you do not get the special damage power, but you still do get leadership. You get the 8 range, 11 shield bank shot with a 19 toughness. And then at his 25-point line, you get charge, 10 super strength, 18 toughness, and the special damage power. I think his team up card, do you want me to go into that?
Yeah.
That's what's going to see. So it's Captain America again. You get team up first Avenger. When establishing theme teams, characters of the past keyword gain the Avengers keyword. So now everybody's an Avenger. Then if Captain America is on an Avengers theme team, friendly characters of the past keyword have the Avengers TA this game. And then I believe everything else is the same.
I mean, even off theme.
Great piece.
Yeah, 25 points for leadership perplex. That's good enough. Avengers TA.
Yeah.
He's already making a lot of teams. What was it at H for H that whole weekend?
Yeah, the 3v3.
Right.
For sure, I believe he was on it quite a bit. Oh no, and silver too, right? Wasn't he? He was legal for your silver, right?
He's legal for both.
Did he
yeah.
did he hit the monthly game or no?
I don't know. He did not.
Okay.
But yeah, he's already making him and Scarlet Witch, which we'll go over shortly. Hawkeye he's Avengers and Shield. TA is Avengers Marksman Pass, so he's getting those trick arrows for free. He's got the Caps Cookie Quartet trait. When Hawkeye hits, after resolutions, choose one. Remove an action token from a friendly character with the Avengers TA, or heal a friendly character with the Avengers TA one click. Another trait, just try to make me look good. Okay. Other friendly characters that have the Avengers team ability have the Shield team ability. And then he has a special damage power, whatever you say, Glamour Pants, which is Pete's nickname. Range combat expert. Free if Hawkeye is adjacent to a friendly character that can use leadership with a range attack.
Glamour Pants Pete, they call me.
See, I thought it was a little more explicit, but I like Glamour Pants.
And then improved targeting, hindering, and through characters. And a 6 range, 2 bolts. And then he's got the same 100, 75, or 25 point lines. The lowest one, he doesn't get the special damage power, but he does get a sidestep, 10 energy explosion, 17 willpower, and 2 range combat expert. For 2 more clicks, he's 50 more points. and it's a running shot, 6 speed, 11 energy explosion, 17 toughness, and now he does get that special damage power, and then another 25 points puts him at 100, and now he is an 8 running shot, 11 pensai, 18 toughness, and 3 range combat expert. I think he's one of the weaker ones in the box set, right?
He is.
Yeah, but it's that free attack is. I mean,
Free attack and give
you'll
everyone
play him at
shields.
75 for that.
Yeah, it's giving everybody shield is huge. Like that's really good.
So yeah, that for 25 is not
think-
bad.
Because I mean, he turns into a 9. You could turn him into a 9 range then. So
Just leave it to Clint to leave his glamour pants at home on Lodo.
All right, what about Quicksilver?
Yep, we have Quicksilver with the Avengers TA, Avengers Pass and Speedster. He has the Caps Quartet. When he hits, after resolutions, you choose one. You remove an action token from the friendly character with Avengers. The same thing as Cap and Hawkeye. He has a really good trait, which is keeping the team moving. Unique modifier. Other friendly characters that have Avengers modify speed +2, which is unfortunate, so he doesn't actually benefit himself. And then he has a special defense power on his top and mid dial. Combat reflexes, super senses, willpower. Improved movement, characters, and elevated. 0 range, 1 target. At 100 points, he's 7 clicks, has 11, 11, 18, 3 with that defense power, close combat expert, precision, and hypersonic. At 75, he has a 9, 11, 18, 3 with hypersonic, precision, special defense power, and shape change. And at 25, he is 10, 11, 17, 3 with senses and charge and shape change. And his last 2 clicks have close combat expert. And he got +2 speed for 25 points is huge.
And he's still a good attacker for 25 points.
Yeah.
10 speed charge is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah.
I like this one better than the one from Smash and Destroy, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but that one was actually decent for when you think of the first appearance, Quicksilver from, because that's really what that was.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad. Yeah, this one's obviously way better.
If I'm reaching for one, they have the same sculpt, same paint job, so this is the one I'm reaching for sure.
Yeah.
All right, and then this is what I think is the best one. Cap's really good, but I think she's probably the best one in the set. Do you want to go over Scarlet Witch?
All right, switch. So she is Avengers Mystical Pass. She has Avengers and Mystics TAs. She's got the Caps Kooky Quartet trait. And then she's got another trait, which is Teamwork is Magic. Other friendly characters with the Avengers team ability have Mystics. Just handing out Mystics for 25 points is really good. And then her special damage power, which only appears on clicks 1 and clicks 5, is Hexed, Vexed, and Perplexed. Outwit, Perplexed, Prob. So literally the big 3. So for 100 points, she's Sidestep, TK, Senses, and that damage power. For 75, she's the same thing, but without wit only instead of the damage. And then for 25, you're getting Phasing, TK, ESD, and that damage power. I'm pretty sure most of the time you are just playing her at 25, because that's...
Nah, 75, because why get Perplex and Prob? I just want Outwit and waste an extra 50 points.
Yeah, that sounds accurate. Yeah, I mean, it's a thing you can do, but sure.
She's literally 100 points or 25 points.
Yeah,
That's it.
That's
And you're not really seriously looking at 100 if you can get all that for 25.
She's an amazing
I'll
25
play 4
points.
of her. Yeah, I'll play
Amazing.
4 of her at 25.
That's a better call.
Yeah.
That's
3 of her at 75.
like
Yeah.
three of her. You could run 4 of
I
her.
don't know,
at
but I like
25.
75 because I like not having Perplex or Prob. I like just having Outwit.
Just the outwit.
Something you can do.
Yeah, because like especially if I'm going against Wakanda Hulkbuster and I'm only limited to 1 free. Okay, Outwit or Perplex. I'm using Outwit. So
You don't have to
Sure,
choose then,
but
I
you
guess.
could-
At 75, you don't
Yeah.
have to choose anymore.
Exactly.
That's what I
But you
mean.
could
Yeah,
still- you could still have
it's
Prob.
going to make your decision that much easier because now you're like, well, obviously I know what I'm going to do.
So
I think
I mean, she doesn't have flight. She's just a boot, and she's got 4 range, 2 bolts. I mean, she's great. Like this is just really good support tech. So
Yeah, she'll be a staple for the next 2 years at least for sure.
yeah,
I think it's something you can do brings us to the next new segment pretty well.
All right, we do
I
have
think it sums up anything you can do.
We do have a new segment, which is Bike or No Bike, and we're basically just going to go through a list of figures our listeners sent in and seeing if it benefits from a motorcycle, hell cycle, glider, or destroyer armor, or just not worth putting anything on them at all.
Can I just say one thing before we start?
Yes.
I wanted this to be called Vroom Vroom, Zoom Zoom, or Boom Boom, because I wanted us to go through the bikes, the glider, and the armor. So, but I got voted down on that.
All right, so first we have Eric Adams starting with Prime and Colossus. So where are you guys sitting with this one? He's been played with the motorcycle pretty much exclusively up till now.
I think you're going to always use him with the motorcycle. I don't think the hell cycle benefits him anywhere near as much as the motorcycle. I mean, you can look at the pros and the cons. Motorcycle, you're going to be able to get +2 speed and senses. Or you're going to have the free move and combat reflexes to give him a 22 defense. So you want to give him energy shield deflection? Why? He's already a 20 defense. You want to give him that, +2 speed with senses over that, in my opinion.
The nice thing about the motorcycle is that you do get to choose at the beginning of the round if he's going to benefit more from that super senses or the combat reflexes. And this is one that we were talking about earlier, so let me just throw this out there. So instead of the motorcycle, we give him the Asgardian armor. So now he's a 22 defense.
Giant.
So now he's getting the willpower on a 3-6 as well. Thoughts?
I think that makes him easily targetable because now in an outdoor map, like you can't body block him.
22 defense.
True.
That's fine. He has rule and everything, so you're going to be able to. It can be easier to hit rivalry on him with figures. You can't hide him behind stuff because now he's a giant.
The rivalry would have mattered. Would have also not done anything with the motorcycle. You don't get senses. You're just you're getting.
No, that's understandable, but you're going to have to get up close because you're going to be able to body block him, whereas he's not going to be a giant.
My thought is just why not go indoor because he's got destroys blocking. So
well, sometimes you can't pick indoor maps because your opponent put you on outdoor.
Fair.
It was
I actually
aggressive.
I actually still like the improved willpower on him, honestly, just because him going every turn is a lot scarier.
All right.
Oh, absolutely, it is. Yeah.
So
I
final
just like
vote.
the option.
Something you.
If you're going to go the route of the destroyer, you're always going to be doing that. Whereas the motorcycle, you're going to be able to, depending on your matchups, you're going to be able to go with the free move 1 or the super senses. So you're going to be able to choose between the matchups. But the destroyer would be number 2. You'd pick destroyer armor over hell cycle every time.
I like what the armor gives it, actually. So I'm actually going to go with the destroyer armor. Where are you guys at?
Motorcycle.
Dan?
It's a coin flip, honestly. They both have their ups and downs. I don't really have a preferred.
Oh, let me go to the script because this is exactly what you said in my chat GPT script. Let me see what I said because that's literally what I had you say.
I said coin flip. Good God.
Chat GPT said flip of a coin.
Yeah. Oh, it's
The suspense is killing me here.
It is. I know. I'm gonna find it.
All right. Well, I'll vote while you find it. I'm gonna stick with the classics. The motorcycle gives you too much utility on that piece. I think it's it's something you can do. Willpower, giant size, 22 defense, but I think Miles hit it correctly on the head. Rivalry's too much of a problem.
Well, I can't find it. This is just way too much of stuff. There's just way too much of the script. We went off script, and now I'm thrown off. This was too tight, too, Billy.
So you have nothing now?
No, I told you, motorcycle.
Yeah, but what about Dan's chat GPT answer?
I know, I'm going through it. I gotta read through everything. I go all the way to the beginning. Right there. Boom, right here. Okay, at the beginning. Okay, Dan says, can I say both and form some kind of monster dual bike fusion ride? And I'm like, nope. You pick a side.
I did not say both. I said coin flip.
Yeah, that's both. That's a coin flip. You're not choosing. That's why I said no.
Yeah.
You got to take a side.
In most other countries, a coin flip means both, Dan. Sorry.
Oh, see,
Miles is right.
Oh, all right.
All right. Dan, do you want to make an official
I already
answer,
like this
or are we
segment.
just going with both?
If I'm gonna pick one, I will go with the motorcycle.
Okay. Going next to camo. Miles, do you want to start with camo? Actually, no, Dan, you've played camo the most. Why don't you start with camo? And don't you goddamn say a coin flip.
Well, you can take that and shove it.
Pick one, Dan.
Camo is definitely motorcycle. I've been like playing around with the charge ones because him with that on flurry, like when he actually gets hit to his stop clicks, is really really good. Because you don't get to like stop his movement. So yes, I like the reflexes, but the ability to go charge flurry is really good. Although I like even the free move one square is also really good. So, like either one of those options was amazing on him. So I motorcycle on him is best. I also played the Hell Cycle for hypersonic because you can yo-yo him very far with that, but I still like the motorcycle as the better option.
Miles.
So I think it depends on your play style. I'm going to go with Hell Cycle because you're going to be able to place multiple times for protection, so you can place and then hit and then place again and move again. I think it's going to be purely play style driven, and I don't think you can be wrong with either answer. Yeah, it's Hell Cycle. It's personally Hell Cycle for me, just for my preferred play style. But it's already been shown that motorcycle works really well with him.
And Pete, why are you putting him on a glider?
Damn, you know me so well. I was trying to make an argument for it, but I'm gonna have to go with Hell Cycle. I was really looking at it too.
Like the reflexes click works because you like that, and then you're giving him precision strike. But I still like the motorcycle is still better right now.
I will have to go with
Needs
the
flight, right?
Yeah, it's flight. He doesn't need that. The Hell Cycle I think is the best with the easy movement around when you place, since it gives you the two instances to move. So I'm gonna have to go with that one. All right, and then his last one is the Collector. I'm gonna assume he means Ultra Chase Collector. I'm gonna go with the Destroyer armor. And again, giving him the +2 defense all the time. He would become giant. Do you guys think that's an issue, though?
I think it's so. I mean, it could be for knockback purposes against other giants, but I mean, yeah, I think the giving him an extra rollout is motorcycle, or going the +2 because you can also give him more equipment. So I think that depending on what else you're going to give him is going to be your option. Collector always having a +2 defense and another reducer just in case they're able to shut off his cosmic energy.
Now, if they're
I gotta go for
motorcycle.
Yeah.
Dan.
I like motorcycle because then with the flute now, where you can get like either Skrull or Spider-Man TA pretty cheaply, him just having a very good improved rollout is good. So I like that better personally.
And Pete.
I'm gonna give a Dan answer. I'm gonna say both. I'm gonna say because you can on the Collector, you can put the giant Destroyer armor on him, and you can put a motorcycle on him for my 30 points. Vroom, vroom, baby,
Okay.
let's go.
You're doing it. And
That's what I was looking at too. And if you do come up against other giants that could knock him back, you could just go to the close combat expert click instead.
Yep.
And
or
then-
Psychic Blast because he doesn't do penetrating damage.
Yeah.
No.
So there is that.
That's also good.
So he's somebody that can definitely utilize, I think, the other ones if he has the options to use the motorcycle. So if we were doing 2 for Collector, what would you guys say?
Motorcycle and armor. Yeah.
Yeah, because the motorcycle works well because you can give him the charge and then the close combat expert. You can give him the giant. Yeah, there's a lot that you can do with that.
I think that we all agree on that one then. All right, we're going with some deeper cuts with Paul Cote, starting with The Undertaker. Miles, what do you got for The Undertaker?
I'm gonna have to just
There's
go.
only one correct answer here.
Yeah.
It's motorcycle.
Yes. It's literally motorcycle.
So yeah. The WE is like, isn't it free? Move half speed, or is it free? You just move them at full speed.
It's
The grand entrance.
It's the grand entrance, right? I think they move their full speed.
Full speed
Yeah,
on the
I
first
can't
turn.
remember. Yeah, yeah. But still, like that's especially like if you're going second. If they broke first turn immunity, you're playing him, 7, 8, 9 speed, and you can go boom there, and then you're able to sidestep, and then you gotta go with motorcycle.
Yep, I agree with
And
that.
Undertaker rides a motorcycle, so I mean,
I thought that was the original reasoning
All right,
anyway.
I'm gonna need the
no?
answer.
yeah,
Right. Yeah, no, that's my reasoning. Because
yeah.
the
It
single
just so
greatest
happens that
moment,
it works best. Yeah.
the single greatest moment in all of wrestling, and I'd argue most of Western humanity, is Undertaker rolling down to the ring, being sung in by Fred Durst. Put him on a bike. Let's go. Just keep rolling, baby.
That's
I remember that. That was great. I like that. Yes.
You're going motorcycle, Dan?
Oh yeah, all the way. There's no other way.
So what does that give him? So that gives him, if someone does break
Charging-
first turn immunity, you're getting the full 8 out there, sidestep for another 2.
no +2. No, you're getting the full 10 if you play him at 100 because
Yeah.
you get +2 speed.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so
And
you
their
already get
sidestepping.
that. So you're going 10,
12, and then you're able to charge for
6.
6.
And he's got
six.
giant reach
So-
2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're getting there, basically, is what we're saying.
All right, so 4 bikes for Undertaker.
He's the first clean sweep.
All right, next we have Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I wish we had an answer for quad, but unfortunately we don't.
Oh, we do not. So he does.
I guess so. Motorcycles are going to have to
There's
be the same thing.
2 of them, and they're honestly both pretty neat. So this one has scarred Pete less. This is the 002. So he already has
It's not
charge.
0, though.
It is not. Miles?
Oh, I was just thinking of the 75-point one, not the 002. Is that the one that he has up there?
Oh,
the
I was
002.
I don't think
was
he
also thinking of
put
that.
either of them. So I was just going to go over both of them. I like the other one better, but this one's not bad. The vehicular assault.
There you go. Boom. Yeah, vehicular man's assault. You're going to give him the motorcycle because like you don't even half your speed, so now you're just getting that +2 speed. So you're getting 2
Yes.
extra squares.
You guys are really missing this here.
Oh wait.
Put
this
Stone
is-
Cold
this is
Steve
the other-
Austin.
Oh, this is the other one. Okay.
We'll get both.
You put him on a hell cycle because he's always running around raising hell. What?
That's accurate.
All right. What about this is the first person that I'm going to seriously say the glider on click 2, precision strike, and combat reflexes
On Stone Cold?
on 002 Stone Cold.
Oh, 2. Okay. Yeah, I don't hate that at all. That's quite good on him, I would think. Yeah, because he's got movement attack basically his whole dial.
He's already going to
Listen, if anybody could handle the power of a glider and ass whooping, it'd be Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I mean, he's a little goblin himself.
did Dan, did you go?
Yeah, I actually like the glider call. Actually,
Glider.
that's probably my favorite choice. Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, I think I actually like that on
'Cause I
him
think- I think
because
he
it gets
gets-
over
he gets-
elevated too.
And then he also gets +1 speed, so he's going 9 by himself when he does the vehicular manslaughter. So
Not bad. All right, the other one. Now this one with the power gem has scarred Pete many, many times. This one, I think
Yes.
we're going straight for the motorcycle though.
Yep.
is this the 103?
This
One?
is 103 that can just keep giving stunners.
Yeah, that's where I had motorcycle. Yeah.
Yeah, charge flurry with that's too good.
You going back to your health cycle, Pete?
No, I agree. We'll put this Austin on a bike, and he's still raising hell.
Dan, you said motorcycle also?
Yes.
All right, clean sweep on this one, motorcycle. All right, next is Panda Pool, who I have not looked at in a very long time.
This was an easy answer for me.
He already has charge
Destroyer.
flurry. Destroyer, make him a giant.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's an easy one, because then he's going to be
Yeah,
able to remove the tokens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then he can keep going because otherwise, as soon as he has a token, he's just dead weight. So
Yep, I think that's a great call, and that's what I'll go with also. Pete?
I'm trying to justify a glider, but I think the destroyer armor is the correct answer here.
you could
Does
technically
the glider
justify
give willpower?
It does. You could technically justify it with that, but
There you go.
That's way
But-
worse for the same amount of points.
exactly, yeah.
I
And
mean, is
think
just not playing Panda Pool an option too?
It has
that
been
was
ever
also
since his
okay.
release.
I was gonna say that was
He
also
did
a
win
thought,
an
too.
event with Panda Pool out in California.
Did he really?
Yeah,
That's
he
Clix
did.
League West event, he won with Panda Pool. Yes.
That's impressive. All right, and then Paul's last one is Kite Man. So he already has a crazy charge. I think the biggest thing is giving him more speed. So are we stuck with, what is this?
Well, so what if you do the destroyer so that way because people are gonna be able to mastermind to him, and so you're gonna be able to have
Invuln
him with a
for
reducer.
Mastermind.
Yeah.
Because he does not have one right now.
No, he's
Yeah,
just
all he has is your shield deflection
USD.
and regen.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes that a lot more durable than you can mastermind to him without being as worried of him just dying.
And it's less
I
likely to
just
get
like the
outwitted
idea of a
because
giant.
before.
A
But
giant
putting
kite.
him on a glider? Ah,
Yeah,
I
giant
mean-
kite man. Sounds great to me. Put the destroyer armor on him. That's 55 points of hell right there.
And not for nothing, you could technically give him. You could do the CCE clicks if you didn't want to make him giant, and then he has toughness at least. Because what he can then he'll be +2 attack damage.
Now the
No,
only
no,
thing,
he's getting
oh.
the full. He's getting a giant.
Yeah.
the only thing I'll say is that giving him that extra 2 speed does make a difference. I played him a few times, and it always seemed like you wanted it to go just a little further to get somebody else into the attack. But I do like the mastermind.
I'm thinking of him as the mastermind. I think that, but yeah, it's cycle for that +2 speed, or I was just thinking to keep him alive with the reducer.
Yeah, that's probably the better play because you're not using him for. You're gonna get more utility out of him using the reducer to mastermind too. I like that. All right, did everyone say destroyer armor then?
Yes.
I believe so. Yes.
All right, going to Luminati, who chose Lady Mastermind as his first pick, which already not a good start.
I mean, she did go 3-2 at Worlds.
Yeah.
All right, Miles, why don't you tell us
Right,
about Lady
there's no bad
Mastermind and
answer
what
here.
she wants to ride?
Ronald Reagan Wingard. Yeah, me and her are close. I call her Ronnie. Do I want to give my opponent 55 points? If I do, I'm going to make her a giant. But motorcycle for running shot, so I can running shot mind control.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's go motorcycle on Lady Mastermind.
I'm going to go Hell Cycle so that she can just get shot right over there and maybe make an attack, but either way, she's over there to die next turn.
Yeah, that's the entire point, as long as, yeah.
Dan?
Motorcycle.
On running shot, yeah.
Yes, I like that. She's got above average range, so I'll make use of that, and then maybe try to set up the enhancement so she can help somebody else.
And then she's got Passenger 1 so that some other poor soul that is on the same team as her can get brought to death as well.
Exactly. Just more peace for the famine.
Pete, what do you got?
And he can use Canada event at least.
Yeah.
I think you, I think you boys are missing the beauty of this. There's no wrong answer, but the most correct answer is the motorcycle with running shot. But there's nothing that Our Lady can't do. She's amazing. Thanks,
She
Lou.
is. Yeah.
All right, so we went 3 motorcycles and a hell cycle.
Yes.
All right. Next is the SVAC Mary Jane. So
My question is why? This one is the one that's going to confuse me because she's 3 clicks for 15 points.
Well, because you're going to waste points to give it to her for free because you can't equip her. She's autonomous.
Yeah, that's also what I'm
Oh.
confused about.
that's what I was thinking. So you have to waste time and effort to figure that out.
Yeah.
All right, so let's just say you're going to do that. What is your play on that?
It's definitely going to be the glider.
So wait, just to be sure though, this is like a bystander or a colossal where you can't assign them during force construction, but they can still be equipped later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The autonomous makes her a not standard character.
What? Yeah, you're right.
So this is who's picking up whatever you put on Lady Mastermind and died and equipping it to her.
Yeah.
That's my answer.
Yeah, which is that's why it's. I mean, I guess you can do motorcycle, but yeah,
Oh,
I'm going destroyer armor.
she already has destroyer to what? Make her a giant?
Yeah. Yep.
Then somebody's not targeting the rest of your team because they're like, well, there's 15 points I can get easy. I can shoot him from here.
And then I can equip
Yeah,
that
and then you're
armor
able to
myself.
replace her with another
Well, and that's-
character.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that you can swap her in then because you can either swap her into Lady Venom or She Venom or the Iron Man armor, which is they're both pretty good actually.
So She Venom, like that's the problem too. She Venom's damage isn't there, but all of a sudden, when she equips a destroyer armor, she gets close combat expert. So
This is something you can do.
She would also have to now take a power action to equip it. That sounds terrible.
it does, but Lou's the one that wants to see it, so Lou's gonna get it.
All right, what about the motorcycle? So she has a 4 through 6 super senses and a little bit more speed.
That's not
Yeah.
bad either.
All right, so our
But that's what I put on Lady Mastermind, so that's what she would get when Lady Mastermind dies, and she can pick it up.
use cannon event on her, and then she can generate the paparazzi the next turn. All right, what about? Or wait, so what was the final on this one? Motorcycle,
Motorcycle.
Destroyer.
destroyer, Mary Jane, and Pete.
I haven't voted for a glider yet, so I'm just going to throw it in there now.
Just throw on a glider.
I mean, it's thematic. It's at least she stole it from Goblin. It's kind of.
All right, next one is Morgan Le Fay.
So which one? Because there's a few. So like, which one are we specifying here?
Are they spelt the same? They are.
No, they're not.
Is this the DC version?
Oh
This is the
yeah, it
DC
is.
one.
Yeah, okay, so they're not spelt the same.
It's
So,
the DC one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Masters of Time. Interesting.
So all
I
she
gotta
has is
give her
sidestep.
something. Yeah, that's
You can't outwit her.
let's go with motorcycle because you can choose based off of your matchups between charge and running shot, depending on your matchup.
Yep, I would say that's probably a good call. Are we going 50 points though, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna play her at full. Like if I'm playing her, I'm going all the way, I guess. So
I mean, at full again, the destroyer armor is not bad to get the 21, but I don't
or
think
you get
that.
or you get Psychic Blast top dial, which isn't bad.
Well, that's why 50 because you depending on your matchup, you can either use exploit or psychic blast with the motorcycle because you're choosing running shot or charge.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
also
going
fair, yeah.
motorcycle.
I just like her speed power, so that's why that was the other reason I was thinking about it.
I forgot she was 125 up top, so I'm gonna go.
she
Yeah.
is expensive.
So what did you went with? What was that, Dan?
I like the armor.
The armor. And Pete?
I think motorcycle's probably the right answer, but man, I love a lady on a hell cycle. So Morgan Le Fay's coming straight from hell, hypersonicking around, sidestepping away, doing all kinds of shenanigans.
That's not bad either.
All right. So that is. So sorry, you said Hell Cycle?
Hell cycle, final
So
answer.
2 motorcycles, a Hell Cycle, and a Destroyer armor. All right, going to Mark Bird, who is going with Masters of Time Beast Boy, the 024. I think, was he the one that was pretty good with the Hell Cycle?
He's already got hypersonic though.
So maybe
Yeah, he
that's
already
what
has
I was thinking
hypersonic
of.
and energy shield
Was it-
deflection.
Okay,
So
So he already has
wasn't-
yeah.
So motorcycle
It's-
for the +2 speed.
Motorcycle for the double rollouts because you're trying to get him to be able to get those tokens.
Yeah.
And he already has Precision Strike. That is probably the way.
Motorcycle.
Yep. Is this another unanimous motorcycle?
I believe so.
All
As
right.
much as I do love a giant dinosaur.
But he turns into a giant dinosaur.
Yeah, motorcycle.
All right. Then we have the Watcher from, what is this, Disney Plus, the 101B. Why are we choosing this one?
I'm gonna go with none of those options.
Really? So the one thing that sucks is that he just dies when he's on click 12. So you can give him destroyer armor. So now he's handing out 20 defense defend, but he's also protected with a reducer and a 22 defense.
And now he's
Hey,
55 points.
I still like him with Khonshu better for free with the 8 range.
Well, I know, but
That gives you
Khonshu's not an
everything
option.
problem.
That's why we got to pick these.
Oh,
Not
well,
the bit, but Dan.
I'm okay with not the bit for this one because it just doesn't like.
Go to chat GTP,
So-
GPT, whatever.
So, Dan,
Yeah,
if you
that's-
feel like
got our
something
personal
else would be
strike.
better, then the answer is none of the above.
Cool, none of the above.
And I think I might be leaning towards that as well. Because he's
I
already
don't hate the
not
destroyer armor.
he's not doing anything anyway besides the outwits.
Yeah, but you're flipping him to the dial for the high point defend, and then he gets a little extra defensive.
And there's
boost,
ways
so
to
he's-
boost his attack.
But now he's a
Either from
giant,
replacing
and now
it.
you can actually shoot him instead of hide him behind people.
Well, but what if you're indoors? You know, I'm just going to always put him on an indoor map.
The invulnerability is probably nice.
But no, that's why. That's what I'm saying. Is because you just put him on that click and yeah, that's what feels bad. But now with a reducer, it's like okay, that's why. But yeah, you always give him the free god. That's obvious. But out of these 4, I got to go with the glider. I mean
I think
destroyer
what-
armor.
I think while this bit is a great insight into our psyche, some of what the listeners are sending in, we're getting some good insights into them too. Because I would never look twice at this piece.
He was, I think he was a pulp piece because you could play the starter set. He was not bad at all.
I also saw him in
No,
Silver
he was
because
part of that disgusting mission point team.
Oh
this-
yeah, with the high defense. Yep.
This isn't
yeah.
the one that's banned though, right? That's the other one. The
Yeah, it's the other
044.
one. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so what's the final? I'll go destroyer armor.
I'm waiting.
If I have to make a choice, yeah, the armor's probably the best call because the reducer is good and the +2 defense just consistently is the thing.
Yeah, his lowest is an 18, so he's either going to be anywhere between a 20 and a 22, so that's not terrible.
I mean, heck, even toughness is still good on him, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, and giving him psychic blast with an 8 range where his lines of fire are never blocked.
with his 1 damage.
Mhm.
That's fine.
It's 3 if you spin it to the back line.
With his 8
but
attack.
I know.
You can
Don't get me
replace
wrong. I'm just,
We're not going
I mean, I don't-
Pensai.
Close combat expert.
Armor. That's the answer.
All right, so
Yeah.
that's, I think, 4 destroyer armors.
Yes.
All right, this one, I think this is the motorcycle Black Widow from the movie, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
100?
yeah. Yeah, the movie Widow, yes.
She was actually pretty fun. This whole set is actually
great.
really, really cool. It just never got a chance. This is like early COVID, right? This got pushed back a few
definitely-
months.
Except for Red Guardian, he's just bad.
No way.
The rare?
One of them was really good. Red
The
Guardian?
rare was fun, but he was so overcosted. Like it was
He
like,
might-
the 17.
He made a bunch
Huh?
of... Didn't he just damage like everyone around him?
He could make a close attack targeting up to 3 characters within 5 squares in line of fire. Yes, like it was interesting, but man, he just felt so overcosted for what he did.
Still cool.
Even back then, I don't think he really felt overcosted when he first came out.
He did.
I mean,
it was mainly that 17 defense. I'm like, really? He's 75 points and a 17 defense, and I have to maybe get a +1 to that if I hit my leadership.
All right, let's go to Black Widow here. So she has traded hypersonic and she has sidestep on her speed value.
Oh, is this the bike one?
This is the bike one.
Yeah.
Oh, so sorry. I thought this was the chase. Whoops, or the other one I meant.
Nope, it's the bike one.
Okay.
And is this the one where she can place, right? So you have to use the hypersonic on it.
No, it's a move. It's a free once per game half speed then move. When Black Widow leaves the map, generate a heavy object in one of her squares, protected pulse wave.
No,
Is that what you're talking about?
No, this is her trait where when Black Widow uses hypersonic speed and hits with a close attack, if she's on a theme team or your starting force has 2 other characters from the movie set, after resolutions, you may place the hit character in any square she moved through after the attack. If you do, deal them 1 penetrating damage.
Ooh.
You have to use hypersonic to use that.
So, but she's already got hypersonic. So I think motorcycle to give her
Combat reflexes, yes, and free move up to 1 square, right? And ignore characters.
Yeah.
Does she already have that though? She does.
She does.
yeah, but see, there's a few things that this is actually where the glider's going to be the one.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
Give
Glider.
lightning combat reflexes.
Yep.
Yep.
I agree with that.
Actually,
Now that I'm
glider,
going through there.
I was just gonna go glider because it's a flying motorcycle, so that's already better.
Yeah.
But the glider's the right choice.
And yeah, precision strike and then combat reflexes. The probably not worth it, but placing them next to you so that you can poison later, maybe with the health cycle.
Yeah, you just have to figure out like other figures from that set to put her with. So, but yeah, because you need at least 2 other figures.
Or a theme team. Sure, keywords aren't bad. Avengers and Spy.
Avengers Spy. And you with all the passion.
Oh, is that a theme team? Okay, I totally misread that, and I thought you needed at least 2.
It's either or. Yeah.
Oh, or.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, yeah.
But I still think, yeah.
For 15 points, I'd rather have the glider.
Yeah, precision strike and the combat reflexes I think is good. So is this actually going to be our first unanimous glider?
I think so.
Yeah.
Ugh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Oddly enough,
I did not think that was going to happen.
it worked.
All right. Then we have the 102 Mankind as his last one. So he already has a charge. And he still has the close, so you're probably still using the charge. What is slam? You can move him onto the...
It's a capital close.
Okay. All right, what are you guys doing with this one?
It's tough.
I still like the motorcycle
Yeah.
because he gets flurry on the mid clicks, right? So I still want charge to be able to get there if they move away from him when he gets hit. So
That might be... He's got toughness.
I even like the free move one and the combat reflexes. Because this is it's always a close combat piece, so.
that's true.
The problem with these guys
Motorcycle.
is their damage level is so weak always.
Low.
So
Yeah.
I'm actually... Man, am I going back-to-back gliders with this guy? Precision strike and combat reflexes?
It's not a bad choice.
Giving him the plus
Or
2.
do you do destroyer armor, the +1 defense, and the close combat expert?
So he's either a 12 for 4 or precision strike. Oh, you know what though? These guys are not bad with the destroyer armor because you would be able to pace the signature moves a little bit better.
Oh,
Yeah.
because of taking the tokens off. Yeah,
Yeah.
if you make him giant, is what you mean?
Yeah, so make them giant and then always try to keep one token on there. So like don't roll your so take an action, don't roll your willpower, and then when you go
Take a second.
you can do it, and then keep trying to hopefully take it off then. So a little bit
I can
of
see
the
that.
dice, but I like that actually. Anything you're able to continue to do is signature move. And then you're just giving people
So we got destroyer and motorcycle twice, and glider from Pete. Or motorcycle, no combat reflexes, right? Free move.
No,
time.
I think after looking at all of them, I think the Destroyer is probably the right call on all these guys, honestly.
all the WWE
Except
guys.
Undertaker.
Except for Undertaker.
Except for Undertaker.
All right, and then next we have Wes Robertson, who chose violence today with a plethora of Deadpool characters. So his first one is Wolverine Pool.
This one's obvious. You only play him at low, and then you put the motorcycle on him.
Yep, I think. This
Oh, I
is
thought you were going to say that this is even more obvious. You just play any Wolverine besides this one.
That's not the game, Miles.
I know it isn't. It's 50 with the motorcycle. I know he thinks 75 points is going to work, and I'm telling you, Wes, it's not.
No.
Why? You have precision strike, the same values, and you have flurry. Like I don't.
No. So it's 50 points with the motorcycle. You can save 10 points to play a better piece to go with it before this one dies.
There you go. See, there you go.
I've looked at this guy so many times, and I put him on teams, and he's usually the first one that's kicked off for something better.
Well,
Lady Mastermind has more wins for me than Wolverine Pool does for Wes.
There's probably a long list of people on that list.
We have a drop. Hold on. We have a drop for this, and I have to find it. I can't find it. Somebody hit the CM Punk drop for me.
Tell me when I'm telling lies!
there we go.
No lies detected.
Like a fire rocket.
All right, going next is that was a easy all four motorcycle, right?
Yeah.
All four motorcycle low dial, so you can build something else on the team. Yes.
Well, he's just also better for his points at 50. Like it's just.
Yeah, he's actually really good at 50 points. I mean, realistically, he's probably one of the better figures from this list.
Well, the next one sucks, but let's just get it out of the way.
Yeah.
All right, so this is Chase Deadpool from Collector's Trove. Oh man.
How about I'm gonna just go with none of the above. There, I will be the point that no one wants to say. I'll say it.
We're only going to play him on an outdoor map, and we're giving him destroyer armor.
So he's a big target.
I was gonna say the same exact thing.
So you want him to get shot. Got it. Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want cannon event to proc.
I want cannon event.
I mean, he gives you 3 Infinity Gem one-shots over there. And he can see farther for his prob before he dies.
Mhm.
So,
I mean, that's fair.
I'm a big fan of just sending people over to die, so I'm thinking maybe Hell Cycle again, and we just fly him out there.
Hypersonic, let's go.
Hypersonic. He's got the 2 bolts with precision strike. If he misses, he can prob it. So I'm gonna go Hell Cycle, send him out, and see you later, Deadpool.
And he did. That's when no one's going to be able to hit him. And you're like, whoa, did I just win with Deadpool?
I'm telling you, I have this Chase, and I'm going to play him one of these Monday nights with the Destroyer Armor, and he'll probably super perform, and I'll be like, damn it. I hate this so much.
All right, next is the Valentine's Deadpool. I think this is easily none of the above because you're only playing him with trick arrows.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're not playing him.
Yeah, like that's the entire point. It's like that's the entire point. But I guess what you want to do is you want to give a motorcycle at 75 so that you get the +2 speed and senses.
I guess.
I'm gonna.
But yeah,
I don't think it's worth it, so we're gonna go with
I don't-
nothing.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
going
gonna do
with
none on him. That's
If he
No
if he came with, another piece named Cable, maybe the passenger one on a motorcycle.
but what about the other cable? You can give him 2 motorcycles.
Big gun Cable.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the only other. So yeah, if it's not,
warrior armor and motorcycle.
so if it's not, oh yeah, so yeah, give him the trick arrows, and then Big Gun Cable gets the motorcycle with the hold on tight passenger one.
Yes, and the destroyer armor.
That's the combo right there. Wes,
Yeah.
that's your team I want you to take to your Origins. Build around that. All right, then Trophy Deadpool. Does he get the trophy for free?
No.
Ugh.
He does something with it, doesn't he? I thought. I could have swore he did something with it.
You can generate it or something?
Let me look. Hold on. I just hadn't popped him up yet. Where is he?
No, he doesn't do
He doesn't
anything with the trophy.
it, yeah.
Oh, I could. Oh, I thought he did. Whoa, all right.
I made the mistake of sorting Deadpool. There's just so many of them, and I just can't find one that's good. Okay, Trophy Deadpool, 65 points. Hell Cycle, final answer for me.
Another
Yeah, I
case
like
to
that.
send him over. See you later.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He's got prob, so there's that. You might be able to hit something first. And hey, he's got blades, so I can Ares. Sure, we'll go for it.
Yes.
Yep, Hell Cycle.
Yeah. Hell Cycle and get out of here. And if he hits, what's the thing? Wait, what gives him Precision Strike? It would have to be the glider.
Yes.
Does he
Yeah,
have to
we're just
he
bl-
KOs?
we're
Yeah,
just-
he has to KO to take the equipment.
No, stop it.
She
We're
want
Ares
blades.
bombing with him. That's
Yeah.
all we're doing.
Hypersonic Ares bomb.
Hypersonic Ares bomb. See you later, Deadpool.
I will also then spend the 5 points to pin particle him just to be like, sure, we're going out. We're going out in a blaze of glory. 'cause
And
you
just
are
remember,
gold.
if you roll a 5 or a 6, you score 10 points.
I mean, hey, that's my kind of gambling.
All right, then we have Deadpool and Hitmonkey.
None of
This
the
is
above.
actually a reasonable question.
You don't. This is none. You don't bike.
Nope.
Trick
You,
arrows.
you arrows. Yeah, you arrows.
Because he got the running shot. He's not really getting anything. You just want to keep hitting with him. So none of the above because he's getting trick arrows just like the Cupid one.
We're not doing that. It's not the bit. You're
That
gonna
is
put
the
the
bit.
destroyer
It's
armor,
called
so he
bike
gets.
or no bike.
It's
He's getting toughness.
the rules.
Toughness.
The rules get toughness.
Well, okay, I'll give you credit. The armor would work because they don't have psychic blast, right? And they are a range attacker, so giving them that is good.
I will say that is not bad. Giving him I think the willpower is the best thing about the destroy armor.
Fair.
'Cause-
I just don't. I don't dislike the. Do they have traded stealth?
They
I just
do.
don't know what
They do have traded
So
stealth.
So that's not bad because they can still park and hindering, and because they're a single base, it's gonna still be hard to shoot at them. So that's not bad either.
And it's a really big
I mean-
deal to have this guy continuously attacking first. So again, with the willpower, removing the token so he can attack first, not bad.
Okay, I'll give you that. All right, I will change my answer to armor purely for like
Willpower.
pacing reasons.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, yeah, that's unanimous. Okay,
Armor?
yeah.
All right. Next is one of my personal favorites is actually King Deadpool and Elsa Bloodstone. So I always find their speed to be just one off from what I want to do. So
So why don't you just put Chthon on them and you get that 1 speed?
that's
Attack.
something you can do in addition to Chthon because you can still do one of these also. I'm thinking the extra one because she benefits from like jumping around a corner.
And I'm gonna go with glider, honestly.
It's just tough because I like her with trick arrows, but if I gotta pick one of these 4, it's going to have to be motorcycle for that free place, that free move, and the combat. Well, she already has combat reflex, so really not.
Oh, see, I'm gonna go with glider, honestly.
Sidestep poison?
No,
She
I like
doesn't
that.
have combat reflexes till the stop click, Miles. So that does
Yeah.
help too.
I'm leaning towards. She gets sidestep later. You want it in front. You always want that. Yeah. Since she gets sidestep later, I'd probably have to say the free move. So motorcycle. You're missing out on the super senses though. Or no,
Well, she
wait.
already
No,
has super
sorry. So free. Yeah, I mean you're doubling down on it. But that's not the case because I'm looking at the wrong thing. So she would get the combat reflexes and free move one. So yeah, I'm gonna go with the motorcycle on click 3. Combat reflexes, free move.
Yep.
I like the glider. Flight +1 speed, precision strike, and reflexes. That solves their movement issue because then they're going over wherever they need to go.
And the precision strike's
Not
not
to
bad.
not to completely derail this, because it's starting to get we're that time where it's going to get derailed. But the health cycle giving mystics the pieces you're just throwing across the board to die is not a terrible choice either.
Hey, well, this piece I don't want to die. They're great.
Yeah, this is actually
Yeah.
a good piece.
No, we're talking about
Motorcycle.
Deadpool. Yeah. Talking about Deadpool.
All right, so 3
not
motorcycles
Elsa.
and a glider. Just send break the sculpt, send Deadpool out of there, and keep Elsa.
Yeah, there we go. As she says on her trait, you can take your mouth knife with you.
All right, and then Wes's last one is Deadpool and Death, which I have not looked at this one that much. What are we doing on this one?
Destroy your armor.
You know, I thought
I have
we were friends with Wes, but this is worse than what my wife puts me through.
Sometimes Wes makes it really hard.
Destroy armor.
Yeah.
And then at least I can have pen side the whole dial. And I can have reducers when I need it.
So again, with the willpower, if you are able to get her across the map, you can consistently remove something from the sideline.
Uh-huh.
Is that good enough? Or attack? Is that good? Not good?
Yeah, no, it's good. I think that's great. I think that we are building, like Wes needs to prove that Deadpool and Death are good.
With the armor?
He needs to do it.
If Wes
Yeah.
shows up at Origins and he doesn't have a bunch of these ideas on his team, I'm going to be so pissed about it.
I know.
We spent 90 minutes on this crap, Wes, just for it to be a joke.
All right, going to David Newmark, who is starting with Rainbow Bridge Odin. Oh, that 250 is really high. So we can probably assume, well, I guess, so 250, he's getting the free destroyer armor for a 22 defense.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Odin armor.
A 13 for 5 range, that, again, with the willpower 3 for 5.
Mm-hmm.
And otherwise,
And he's
he
also
could be...
he's also perplexed. He's got enhancement and empower, and he's leadership too. Like he's got a ton of stuff going on.
So what are we doing at 250? Free Asgardian armor?
I think at both point values.
At
he's-
both, yeah.
The armor.
I don't think...
Yes.
He gets it for free. That's amazing. So.
He's not going to benefit any more from paying 15, even if he's on an Asgardian theme team, because you can only play one destroyer armor, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
No matter what, you only get the one.
All right.
He's not terrible at 75 with the free destroyer armor.
No.
Like, honestly, playing him.
Mm-mm. All right. Dark Side from Masters of Time. Which
Well, we can't
he's-
equip him with anything currently.
Yeah, because he's at 300. So let's say that he was not banned in silver.
Even you can't equip him
Man.
anyway because it's still modern points.
All right,
you have to rotate first.
we're gonna
but
bend the
yes.
rules a little bit. We're gonna say that he is now silver and he is not banned anymore. We're saying Masters of Time is rotated.
Destroyer armor.
Yeah.
Okay.
22
Really?
defense, giant, willpower. He's just killing things every opportunity he can.
Yeah, he's already a pain in the dick to kill, so giving him the destroyer
Interesting.
armor is pretty good.
I actually like the motorcycle. Charge +2 speed and senses. I actually like that. But the destroyer armor is not a bad call either.
Even hypersonic isn't bad.
No.
There's some
I'm just
options,
thinking because I'm also just thinking because of the way he does his thing. If he destroys blocking, like giving him a move and attack where he can actually like hypersonic's probably the best because you get the most reach with his speed. But
Yeah, we've seen him played with hypersonic speed because of the surfboard.
yeah, they use the surfboard. Yeah, for
Right,
10
and
points.
that was really good. Or Mystics. So even if you do hit him, now you're punished.
Yeah.
All right, so what's the final call?
I got Destroyer.
I still like the motorcycle.
Pete?
I'm going to Destroyer.
Yeah, I think the willpower is such a deciding factor on a lot of this stuff for me. But 22 defense and that 3 through 5 or 3 through 6 willpower, I think we're going to go there.
He's never below a 20 defense.
Yeah, which is solid.
So how are you feeling about shooting at a 20 defense the whole game? Probably not great.
All right.
I mean, with his keywords, I don't know. There's still rivalries of things. That's always what makes me like hesitant sometimes with that. It's like, well, he's still probably
Yeah, but you're only going to be able to hit him once with that, and he's still going to be at 20 the entire game.
And he comes back, so you're going to have to deal with that defense again.
Yeah, that's true. That is the one benefit to him. Yeah.
All right, then Deceased Dark Side. So he only has Sidestep on his first clicks.
Oh,
Get this
yeah,
man a
well,
motorcycle.
we're playing him at low, right? Or is even high? He's only got sidestep, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's wild. Yeah, I for some reason thought he had running shot.
You never play him at 150 because it's not worth it. You
you
play him, give him a motorcycle for a rollout, so that way in case they're doing penetrating, you're able to get that senses.
Would you not go none of the above because you want to use the ring because of that damage power?
I don't know. It's tough because do you really want to bank on using that damage power? Like,
You're
I
not
don't
doing
want
anything until
I don't
he's
wanna
on those clicks.
Well, it's
I
also
don't
just
want to
'cause
see those clicks.
I
But
know.
yeah,
I'm
so
also
I
assuming
would
because
do
it's free. That's also
yeah, I would do the
because it's
motorcycle
free.
just so I can actually get him into battle, and just
Roll out
Yeah.
more speed,
Yeah.
I'm going
Yeah,
same.
motorcycle and running shot, right?
You can choose
Charge.
running shot as well. Yeah,
But he's
Charge.
psychic blast.
I would do the running shot one because in low dial he's running shot, Pensai, or running shot, energy explosion.
yeah, but you also get the close combat expert, and you're giving him senses, so you're going to give him that rollout to get around the reducers, the
Plus he-
penetrating damage.
Yeah.
But that's the cool thing about the motorcycle is that you have the option depending on your matchup.
Mm-hmm. All right,
And then none of the above, Dan? No bike.
What was the final vote on this one?
Motorcycle?
Motorcycle.
Oh, you went with motorcycle. Okay, I thought Dan said because he's going to go with the thing. So we got 4 motorcycles.
No, because motorcycle I can put him on running shot. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and next is Redman's face.
Like his actual face or just a drawing? Because just imagine Redman's face on the front of the glider, just like painted on there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Exactly
that-
what I was thinking.
Resting,
And then look what's gonna
intense
list
look
the-
as it comes flying towards you.
And we're going to get a glider with Redman's face on it. So,
Glider.
yeah.
Yes, absolutely glider.
Okay. Redman's 6th finger on his right hand.
I don't think I've seen your 6th finger.
I didn't know this was a thing.
I
Yeah.
didn't either. It's news to me.
Did you take? Oh no, you sent him a picture where it looked like you had a 6th finger on your hand, didn't you?
That was a couple years ago though, so he must have left an impression on him then.
Yeah.
We're putting it on a motorcycle. We're giving it charge and super senses. Redman's 6 fingers destructive.
All right, and then his last one is the Magneto Chase.
The new one.
So he's already got ESD Mastermind. I'm leaning towards, again, the Destroyer armor so he can see more for his TK.
Yeah. Sure, I got that. Yeah.
Or actually, no, that does not work, right? It's the squares have to see each other, not the people.
I still like the destroyer armor to just give him psychic blast because
Yeah, but he also still is able to see that square. So he's able to see that square and in another character. So like, yeah, it still works fine.
So Pensai or yeah.
It's just the character square and the square he's being TK'd to needs to see it. And so Magneto will be able to see them.
Okay.
I agree. Destroy armor.
Yeah, energy explosion's not probably good enough, right? Because he's already got ESD, so he's not really gaining that much, just more speed. So
Yeah.
let's go with Destroyer armor.
Yep, that's all of it's got Destroyer.
All right, and then next one. This is a good piece. Weapon X, the chase from Deadpool Weapon X.
This is gonna be the motorcycle because you want to be able to roll that 5 or a 6 more consistently. So you want to get that extra roll.
Does he lose blades ever?
He doesn't start with it. At 45.
And
He has precision.
Yeah, you said the Super Sense one?
Yeah, because his super sense is on a stop click, but I'd like to have that throughout if you're paying him at 45, 75, or whatever, because it's just going to give you that extra D6 roll.
And he also gets because he's, what is it? Oh, no, it's the D6 roll that you move. So that would not matter how fast he
has to take damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. Super senses for the extra D6 roll.
Yep. Motorcycle.
Yeah, I agree with that. I thought he had the brute keyword, so I was going to go none of the above to get him to just constantly have blades. But yeah, super senses is better.
Unanimous motorcycle. All right, then it's the Spider-Man Thor from, is that Collector's Trove?
No.
Beyond Amazing. Not Beyond Amazing, but Spider-Verse.
Spider-Verse.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. All right.
Motorcycle. Needs charge.
Yes, that is an easy one.
Or Hell Cycle.
Yeah, Hell Cycle would be good too for
It
hypersonic.
has super senses, blades.
Yeah, he already has 4 through 6 senses.
Yeah.
Armor.
And now you can give him
Armor.
energy shield deflection. Yeah.
I'll go with Hell Cycle
Yeah, I think Hell Cycle's better. I like that better.
because he's starting with a 10 speed.
Mm-hmm. And gets an 11.
Yeah. So Hell Cycle for Pete and I. Dan, what'd you say?
Armor.
Armor.
Yep.
Okay.
Miles, what are you going with?
Hell Cycle.
Hell Cycle.
And the reason why is I'm looking at it in a vacuum, so I'm not going to compare it to like you can get charge or whatever from other figures. So I'm just like, just the figure itself, it's going to be a Hell Cycle, not depending on builds. Just Hell Cycle, and then if the build doesn't need it, I don't need it.
Mm-hmm. All right, then we got Rob Peterson, who's got some good pulls here. Pete, what is your opinion on Alopex?
Oh, I love to kill that piece, but that piece causes me a lot of problems.
All right, so what are we looking at here? She has hypersonic to start and then charge flurry later. She has the precision
Destroyer
and
armor.
because then she would have the giant reach for the hypersonic. She gets invulnerability and she gets the giant willpower. So that's probably what I'm leaning towards as
Or
well.
Close Combat Expert. You can swap it to the Close Combat Expert.
Because doesn't she only have like a 10 attack top dial? Yeah.
Yeah, 10 for 3. Yeah.
She can modify her attack when it's the chosen opposing character. She's weird because she has like a split dial almost where it's depending on what you pick, you're almost wasting half the powers on half the dial.
Yeah.
Willpower blades on the glider. Probably still not worth it though. Yeah, let's go destroyer armor for me too.
I like the destroyer armor.
Dan, did you say what you were talking about? Or what you thought?
Definitely armor. I like the armor the best.
Armor? Okay. That was easy then. And then we have, this is another one that I thought was really cool when they previewed him and just never worked out. Did I ever play him against you, Pete? Armis?
Yeah, he got destroyed.
Yeah, I think I just played him at a weekly, and he got just hammered. Just nothing worked. But no moving attack, so I'm thinking he's got the sidestep. Would it be worth giving him combat reflexes or hypersonic?
Well, I mean, motorcycle to give him super senses with invincible.
Oh, that's right. He's got the motorcycle, so he's got super senses. Does he have shape change? He doesn't have shape change either, though. So just super
No.
senses. And then what is it? If Armis can use Battle Fury, it modifies defense, and this power has protected outwit, so it only helps that power.
Yes, they have to outwit Battle Fury to outwit that defense.
I
But you're
think I
getting
like the super sensitive option because his values defensively are just not great.
You're just gonna hit him.
Even
Yeah.
with the plus. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Even with the destroyer armor, he'll be at 15 defense in the back end.
All right, so yeah, I'll go motorcycle, most likely on charge super senses.
I like that too.
Miles, was that yours?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Another unanimous motorcycle. All right, then who is the Zuvembi?
He's the common,
He's
the common
probably
commander.
someone that will win the monthly if someone plays him in Monster.
Zuvembi?
It's just, yeah.
So this is from Amazing Spider-Man. If an opposing character is taken damage this turn, modify his attack speed and damage values by 1. When he KOs an opposing character with an attack, you can place another one in its square and add to your force.
Yes.
Okay.
Motorcycle. I want that charge. I want those senses.
Yeah.
I feel like
play
this is a hypersonic speed piece to me.
You're gonna go with Hell Cycle?
Yeah,
That's
Hell
also not
Cycle.
bad. You just want him
Yeah.
to die, don't you?
I just want to get out there and hit. I feel like at a 5 speed, giving him charge
yeah.
is
Even with that, you're only
enough.
going what? Well, you're going 5, which is pretty standard, right? Because it's half to 3 plus 2.
I guess.
Yes, the motorcycle, you're getting a rollout and you're just going one less square.
Yeah, that's probably better. You can give him poison sidestep though. No, I like that. We're going Hell Cycle, 'cause then he gets sidestep poison.
Okay.
Hell Cycle. Pete.
Okay.
There's also a consistent way to do damage.
Yeah.
Every turn with his.
And now
so,
I
yeah,
don't have to worry about the
I
roll.
like that. Yeah, I like that. Senses or the health cycle is better.
Pete, are you there?
Man. Yeah, I'm just trying to get over these attack values. Probably the Hell Cycle though.
Sticking to my guns, motorcycle.
Okay. Dan.
He said Hell Cycle.
Health
he did.
cycle.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, 3 Hell Cycles and a motorcycle. All right, then it's the 3 Arnim Zolas. So the new one.
I gave them all motorcycles. All.
All right. So what about if you're playing the new Arnim Zola on 125?
Motorcycle.
Yeah, I like that because then when you hit the stop click, you have some way to like avoid damage because he doesn't have any reducer on that stop click.
Yes, you get super senses, and then you're also getting +2 speed. So you can actually still do your running shot. It's fine because you're going to be running shot for 6. Give him +2. Yeah.
125, I think I'm going as Guardian, Destroyer Armor. Again, with that willpower, and he's able to do a little bit more because he'll be an attacker then. At 75, yeah, the motorcycle. So we're probably not playing him at 125, so I'll go motorcycle.
I still like motorcycle, but I mean I don't disagree for the armor, but I like the motorcycle better. because it also
I'd
gives him a good way to move and attack when he's on the. Because you can still charge punch, or you can just shoot out of adjacency when you hit that stop click and you're a giant, or sorry, when you're colossal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pete, what did you say?
I would just keep into the rain attacker thing and probably go. I do like the rollout on the motorcycle a lot on him. This is kind of a hard one for me to decide, but I think the Hell Cycle, giving him hypersonic and making him mobile and giving him ESD, and just trying to keep him spaced from people, that feels better to me.
Mm-hmm. All right, what's the final tally on this one
Motorcycle
for everyone?
for everyone at 75. Yeah.
All right. Now, the other two Arnim Zolas I'm way less familiar with. I don't even know if I have this one from the first Deadpool set. He already starts with a running shot pulse wave.
Mm-hmm.
I still think I like the motorcycle on running shot for this guy. Just when you get off that first click, because the rest of his stuff is all, like range based powers for the most part. Like he has Psy Blast, and then he has 6 range, 3 bolts. That's good. So.
Yeah, and then he loses that. Because I almost want to say motorcycle so that he gets the super senses, and then a +2 speed for that running shot. Because then it would be, a 7 speed running shot, but then he's losing his moving attack with any damage, and he's probably getting hit immediately after that pulse wave.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
And then what does he get with the running shot is...
Passenger 1.
Passenger 1. Oh, and then he can mastermind later. So yeah, that's actually good. Because then he can mastermind later, right? When he gets hit, what is it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or wait, no, does he not have it? Oh, it's mind control. Does he have mastermind or no?
Yeah,
he
he
gets
gets
it later.
45. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'd probably go with that then, yeah. Running shot and that. Man, his values are rough.
Dude, that's wild. That guy's 125 points.
What is
Motorcycle.
motorcycle?
Just for the rollout. And then, I mean, if he gets hit off top dial, at least he can still charge till he's dead.
He's dead, which will be very soon after. Oh man, this next one is hard to look at. It's almost scary.
Fun fact. I actually won a shit ton of tournaments with him when he was modern.
Really?
Oh, absolutely.
This is going to be the third time that I put someone on a health cycle just to send him over. I can't look at this guy. Dude,
I
that
do
face
health
is
cycle with mystics
creepy.
just so something happens.
Yeah.
I would actually give him mystics and perplex down his own defense and then send him across.
I like that too.
Well, I mean, he's got the psychic keyword, and that used to.
Psychic keyword.
Yeah. That used to be a thing.
All right. Well, you have 2 health cycles.
Yeah, the health cycle's perfect. Yeah, I like it perplexing down his defense.
Yeah, I wish there was something better, but yeah, the health cycle is probably the best option. Like at least he's kind of long dial, but the damage output is the rough part.
All right. And then what'd you say, Miles?
Health cycle.
So 4 health cycles.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
The only MODOK that came up with no... I think I got to put the periods in there. So this is the one from... What set is this? Captain America. So he's got a running shot, Pensai, impervious, and leadership.
Well, he's a giant, so there's that problem. Are you talking about the
No.
CAV one?
No, this is the
The
one
Legacy.
from just regular Captain America.
There's
Oh,
an
I
Avengers
think-
Forever Legacy.
I think
Oh,
I have
yeah.
to put
Okay.
the periods between the letters. So this one does not
Yeah.
have the periods. So this is the one that came up first.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so you guys probably did it with the periods, so you can't see him. He's probably always Modox 11 though, right? So it's probably easier just to search that way under the keyword. Yes.
Yeah, because you don't want to give him the motorcycle running shot because he can't use the carry ability, so giving him passenger 1 is useless.
He is actually always MODOK 11.
Mhm.
That's true. So which one did you start with?
Captain America all the way down. The
The
oldest
one they
one.
made in one they made into a legacy.
Yeah.
Let's go with
Well, the next
Yeah,
one
that's
is
hypersonic
EAV.
ESD.
yeah,
That's not bad.
yeah. Let's go with that. Yeah.
That'll at least protect him when he's running shots. Then he'll get +1 speed for that. So that's not bad.
And a 7 range for hypersonic's not bad. So
No.
then you can get him away, use the ESD. So yeah, I'm gonna go Hell Cycle.
Yeah.
Hell Cycle for you.
I don't have
Miles?
anything better than Hell Cycle.
Yeah, I did. I went Health Cycle. Yeah, we all four did.
Okay. All right, and then
All right, so CAAV one.
yes, I think we're doing the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. The same dial. I don't see why we wouldn't.
The not the legacy. This is just the CAAV one from.
You can't actually equip him because he's a giant.
Well, if you were going to, we're gonna have to think outside the box a little bit.
Okay, fair. All right.
Man, I didn't realize we've only gotten this many.
Modocs? Yeah.
We've only gotten 2 in a legacy for 1.
Yeah. Oh, no. You need to go further down. We got one for Mutant Mayhem. Yeah.
He must not have gotten the keyword then, because I'm on the Modoc 11 keyword.
He has the aim, psychic, and robot keyword. Like I said, dude, psychic is there.
All right,
I'll go Hell Cycle.
on the other one too. Yeah, I think Hell Cycle's still good. Same dial.
Yeah.
So
8 range. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I went motorcycle because he's got sidestep mind control. So that way he's able to use mind control because after resolutions, you deal penetrating damage equal to his printed damage value. So you just triple target and then you're going to deal someone 3 penetrating damage.
That's not bad.
do you
No, not at all.
mastermind? Okay, that's fine. Where's the? Am I missing it? Where is
Avengers
it?
Forever has the legacy.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. Oh, you were still on the Captain America and the Avengers one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The let's go with what? What'd you say, Miles?
For this one, I'm going with the motorcycle. So that way you can get use out of his, the one that's giant. You can get use out of his things.
Okay. I'm gonna go glider and give him precision strike.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. That's not a bad option. Plus, he's got traded ESD, so you're like, oh, I want to punch him. Now he's got reflexes. So
Yeah.
he's a 20 either way.
I like that glider.
Okay, that's fair. I like it.
And then, what did you guys pick?
Oh, I think we're backwards. I was looking at the wrong one then. So you're looking at the CAAV one, right? And you said
Yes.
glider for that?
Yeah, he said glider. I
Yeah.
went with cycle.
Yeah, I still don't hate the Hell Cycle on him either. I'll stick with the Hell Cycle.
All right, and then what about the? Wait, did you say what you said, Dan?
I actually like the glider. The glider's a good call.
So 2 gliders.
Yep.
All right, and then Legacy Modoc. Man, this guy's got.
That's
every die
times
again.
4. I think that's gonna be Hell Cycle again.
Yeah, Hell Cycle.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got good like values then with that to get to the reach that you want.
Yeah, I like the speed and the range.
Hell Cycle. And then you go into the Mutant and Mayhem one.
Yep, the good one.
I saw that one. I was like, oh my.
So, why does it not come up?
You gotta just type in the m.o.d.
I put it into our chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
The answer is a Hell Cycle again.
It gives him the
Motorcycle.
This guy looks like a fetus. This is Terrible.
That's what he's
I thought
always
that-
looked like.
This
I was
is
gonna say, I thought it was
worse.
Modoc's. I thought it was Modoc's whole thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know what I'm going to say, right? Hell Cycle, send them over. See you later.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have an 8 range, so even with hypersonic, that's
He's
full.
not
With
gonna,
an 11
he's not
attack.
going to need it because he's going to be adjacent to whoever I throw him across to.
All right.
So you're gonna put him on Mystics?
Yes, there you go.
And then Dan, do you want to give him a glider?
No, because I want movement attack.
Okay, it's a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Versus hell cycle.
Motorcycle
Okay.
or health cycle, yeah, one or the other.
Okay. I put you on motorcycle.
Okay. I mean, running shot, mind control, or side blast with 8 range is pretty solid. Yeah, so yeah, for what 6 speed, that's not bad.
Was that everyone then?
Yes.
All right. Going to Austin Murray. This is 60-point World's Finest Legacy. So he is already a charge piece, and I think he's got combat reflexes
bite.
too, right? Super senses,
Yeah,
Asgardian armor.
I mean that's
Yes.
definitely not a bad thing. Nope.
Pensai.
Well, no, you're gonna lose a lot at him at 60 points because you're only gonna be able to benefit from 1 because he's already getting combat reflexes.
Yeah, I put him
So I
on
guess-
side blast because then
Yeah.
he can just waltz up to somebody that outwitted or made an attack and be like, "Here, hold this."
Give him a destroyer.
Yeah, one of his biggest things was always when he had 2 action tokens. He's just too good to not keep attacking.
Mhm.
And now he's a giant, so he can make the range attacks while adjacent.
I'm
Destroy
doing hell
armor.
cycle.
Why? We like him.
ESD and combat reflexes, and he's also gonna have hypersonic speed plus charge, and so that way you're able to get to wherever you need to go to.
He
But
already
that way
has
he'll
combat
always be the-
reflexes, though. That's protected out
That's why, I was
with.
That's why-
thinking, that's why I like the side blast because then that free attack could you can either shoot from range or be close. So you're
Yeah, no, I know, but yeah, that's because the ESD is gonna give him to where if they can't shoot him from range.
I mean, but he has traded stealth because he's Batman ally. So why would I not just park him in hindering?
Because there's plenty of things that ignore stealth. I don't trust it.
Oh, I
trust-
still think stealth.
I don't trust stealth.
I still
No.
think stealth is good.
All right, what's the final tally? I'm going destroyer armor.
Yep, destroy armor.
Waiting on Pete. Glider?
No, destroy armor. I thought he said
Okay.
it.
All right, Prime Gamora from War of the Realms.
Obviously, the armor.
She gets it for free.
hmm
Is that-
She's already got reflexes. You could, I guess, give her rollout with senses. But she's already got charge. I like the psychic blast for her range attacks to make her more dangerous because she has this big 7 range that she really never uses.
I'm going hell cycle.
yeah, Hell Cycle on Hypersonic. What's her defenses, combat reflexes? So now she's also got combat reflexes ESD. I think this is one of the
Yeah.
rare instances where it would be worth paying the 15 points for Hell Cycle versus the free Asgardian armor. All right, so
She's
I
gonna
Hell
have that.
Cycle.
Yeah, she'll have 13 speed with 4, so she'll be able to get like 17. We can even drop the other, the Asgardian thing to give her 8, but you really don't need to. I mean, if you're playing her full, she'll have 13 speed hypersonic, and she's gonna be dealing 4 damage to everyone. And you can triple target up to 4-way.
And she'll already be at
So it actually
20
is-
defense with combat reflexes and ESD, and you can't negatively modify her combat values because she's got the Guardian's TA.
Yeah, and then you can also just, if you're just going to target a single character, it's fine. They can't use defense powers.
Yeah. All right, so that's Hell Cycle for me.
I like Hell Cycle. That's actually probably a better call. As much as I like the armor for free, which I think is dope, but
Yeah, this is one of the few instances where I think that it's worth paying the points for something else.
yeah, she's just tough.
She
to
just
back.
goes down so fast, and so you might as well try and get as much as you can. So you're just going to zoom in there.
No,
and
I
have
agree.
her-
No, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. That's why I was thinking about the armor because I was trying to extend her longevity because that's her big issue. Is like
Yeah,
she just without the outwit protection, she goes down real hard.
Mm-hmm.
very much so. Yeah.
P, what was your vote?
This is a good discussion, actually. But I think I'm going to go Hell Cycle. It's really hard to give up that armor for free, but
I know, that's why I
Yeah.
was like, the armor for free is great, because, like, yeah.
She's one of the harder choices, but yeah, I do think Hell Cycle's the better call. Was that everyone then? Did we all say Hell Cycle
Yep.
in the end?
Yep.
All right, then PS4 Spidey. So he's from CAAV. That seems like it was so long ago. All right.
So he's already got senses on a 3 through 6. So, and he's either on that super defensive dial or he's on the offensive dial because he's the switch click. So I don't really know what to give him, honestly.
He does so
Like, this
much.
is-
Yeah, I don't know what the best
Yeah.
thing would be.
Like, do we give him the armor for Psychic Blast so when you're on those defensive clicks, you can make a range attack with Psychic Blast? Or do we just give him Close Combat Expert so that way he always has it? So
Either
when you go
way,
offensive,
he'll be able to do with Psychic Blast. He'll be a 12 for 3 or an 11 for 3. So, like, he benefits from Psychic Blast on both.
yeah. No, I know. Or I'm also thinking toughness on. So when you go to the offensive clicks, you have a reducer
Yeah.
because he only has reflexes on
Yeah.
those offensive clicks. So
Yeah. I think we're going to go with the armor.
yeah.
Yeah.
Give him the extra 2.
And then
That's probably the call.
Well, then if you're on CCE, you don't have to pick it with the damage power, so you can pick something else. 'Cause I think that was one of the options. It's like Outwit, CCE, or Exploit or something like that. I think.
Yeah, I thought one of the options were poison, but I guess not.
No, it was all damage powers, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So the only other one that Destroyer Armor's probably the way to go. Only other one that I was looking at was the sidestep poison from the Hell Cycle, because this guy's kind of a nightmare to hit. So if you put him, you don't really need the sidestep since he's got it on the other dial, but now you got a shape change, 3 through 6 super senses, and poison. But I guess you wouldn't be able to outwit any defense powers because that's on the other side. Well, no, you'd have poison then all the time.
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
It would just change. So probably the Destroyer Armor, because that's going to give him the giant reach too with his Quake also. So I'll go Destroyer Armor.
Destroyer armor.
What was yours, Miles? Did you go Destroyer Armor too, or Hell Cycle?
Destroyer armor.
Is that all 4?
Yep. All 4 for Destroyer.
All right, then we're going to Diamond Patch from Rise and Fall.
What do you give him? He's got traded invuln, right? And he can reduce penetrating damage.
Yeah.
And does he have a rollout too? I thought, or something, or is he reflexes?
He's got super senses.
So I don't
And
know
he's
what
got
to give him.
charge.
Yeah.
Hell cycle.
Yeah, you go Mystics or Sidestep Poison, maybe?
Yep. Sidestep poison or mystics, you can choose it. And sometimes maybe you just want a hypersonic up for 11.
Yeah, I'm going Hell Cycle. And then that also lets you reposition at the end so that characters can't use shape change or stealth. So you can attack and then continue moving.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You know, and that I was just reading that keywords that are not printed on their cards. That could be interesting.
Yeah, going Hell Cycle. Locked in.
Yep. Give them the ESD.
Is that all 4 for Hell Cycle then?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Murder Machine. I made another push at, what was that, our Monster Monthly game, and he did not perform.
You've really tried to make Murder Machine work, and it's just never done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But I think, honestly, because what does he have top dial? Precision Strike?
Energy explosion.
And I would go with Destroyer Armor for the Psychic Blast. That would be my call. If you really want to like max out his offensive potential, I think the Destroyer Armor is the best one. Then with that,
Does he have willpower? He does
not.
Destroyer armor gives them it.
It's what I'm looking at again. So 20 defense now and willpower, so he can try to keep going. He does have the shape change.
But he's already getting defensive buffs from his trait, right? If he's like not occupying, hindering terrain or something like that, and the person shooting at him doesn't have stealth or something like he already gets like certain
Yeah,
buffs.
but this way, if it's only one, it's going to be +3.
Yeah,
So you don't have
that's
to do all
fair.
three. So that way,
That's fair.
he'll always be a 21 defense.
I guess my thought is just offensive versus defensive is just like you can really make him a big offensive threat with like that, like penetrating energy explosion to like hopefully, because what he kills something he gets to go again.
Yeah, you have to KO something, and then he can keep going. Yeah.
That's what I thought was, well, with that you can spread the damage and hopefully kill one or two things to keep going.
I think it's going to be Destroyer Armor on the upped defense and then the willpower, so you get maybe another chance to try to kill a bunch of stuff. Right?
Sure.
That's about all I
Yeah.
got.
Yeah. Or the glider. The glider also gives willpower, so there's that, and blades.
Which he's got. But then his dial's just so weird for that, though, because he's got the
No, I know.
sidestep
I think
blades later.
I like the armor because you either get to choose the pen side or you get to choose the higher defense.
Yeah,
And either one's a bad option on this piece.
Yeah, sometimes the pen side definitely is better. So, Destroyer Armor for me. Locked in on this one.
Yep, same.
Murder Machine, we said, I think Pete and I both said Destroyer Armor.
All four of us.
All four of us did?
All four of
Okay.
us. Yeah,
Alright.
because me and Dan are on the Psychic Blast toughness.
And then Jakeem Thunder. So he was unerrated, right? And legal in Silver Age, and no one's playing him.
Yes.
Oh, I always forget how high his point cost was.
He is very expensive. And his pick of power, I don't even think is honestly that good.
It's standard, one of those. Maybe a defense power.
Yeah, it was like I think you could pick invincible or shape change, but like only one or the other or something like
Gotcha.
that.
So you're probably
Well,
trying to
wasn't
keep
that
him
the
alive.
errata?
They
Yeah, wasn't that
unerrated.
the errata? So, I thought it was the errata that made it to where you can only choose
Oh,
one
was
defense.
that what it was? Hold on. Because he's what? Is he Joker's Wild?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember this guy. I just remember him being. I was glad I wasn't playing when he was around. So I'm showing it as at the beginning of your turn, choose two standard powers, but only one of those powers may be a defense power, hypersonic speed, outwit, perplex, or pulse wave. Jakeem Thunder can use the chosen powers until your next turn.
Yeah, I thought the errata was making it to where, like, limited that.
Oh.
Because people were choosing, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I figured units would have it updated because I don't see an errata post on his like
No.
digital card.
This was before our time, so yeah, I'm not sure what the
I think
errata
it was
was.
he couldn't also pick shape change. So I think he could now pick like so he
Shape
could pick
change.
invincible and shape change. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he can pick a bunch of the powers,
Motorcycle.
so-
Motorcycle. Give him a rollout. You can pick something else. You can give him charge, so you don't got to worry about that. It's just on him.
with
That's
that,
true. Or you do a running shot because you have that big 8 range to use too.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
the
no,
running
that's
shot
exactly what it
is not
is,
a
yeah.
bad idea either.
Yeah, we're going motorcycle for Jakeem.
for the super senses also, and then you can choose shape
Yeah.
change. Yeah, that's probably better. I was gonna say Hell Cycle because that 8 range 2 bolts is good, but yeah, motorcycle's probably the way to go.
Yeah.
Hell Cycle's not bad. Hypersonic on him's great. Then you don't have to pick it because it's one of the things that people did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, that's 4 for motorcycle. All right, going to Peter Marshfield, Venom Hulk. Is he a giant?
No. Just very big boy.
Yeah, he was heavy. This was what
I'm
if,
just gonna
right?
go-
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go motorcycle, honestly. Especially low dial because you start with flurry and you're a 12, I think 5 or something like that.
Well, he doesn't have a moving attack, does he?
No.
No, I
Not
don't
at
think
all. So motorcycle's the right choice, or
Yeah.
Hell Cycle if you really want to.
Motorcycle gives him a 7 charge, a 12 for 5 flurry, and then
Yeah.
super senses on those first 3 clicks as well. So yeah, motorcycle for sure. That's an easy one.
Yep.
All right, Venom Pool.
I also like Charge, or the motorcycle for Charge on this one.
He already has the super senses, though. I'm going to go with Hypersonic on this one.
Oh yeah, that might be better. ESD, yeah. I mean, but he doesn't. Does he have range? I don't know if he. I don't remember if he had range.
He's
or
Yeah,
not.
he does. He
He's
has
got a
5 range.
but
Oh,
I'd still.
five's
Health cycle for Van Pool for sure. Yeah.
Five's actually not bad. Fair.
Unless
I
you
like
remember
Hell Cycle better.
Yeah.
I just remember I played this guy.
Probably not for very long because he gets KO'd pretty easy.
Oh yeah, he has super senses but no shape change. I was like, well, you got one of the two, so that's good. It was mainly for the prob power, where if you used it, you only got it the one time per character.
Right. Yeah. This set, this was, I think, one of the older sets when we started playing that was modern. So this was still, no one was using too many of the Deadpool X-Force pieces. This was a set that we went back and collected later. All right, then reverse. All right, what do we say for this one?
Hell Cycle? Yeah, Hell Cycle.
For everyone?
Cycle.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I said Hell Cycle.
Prime Reverse Flash.
Glider.
Glider.
What click is it going on? Blades and
Precision
willpower?
strike. Yeah, precision strike and reflexes.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Because you make him a threat up top and down dial then, because then he's hard to hit top dial, and then he's also like still you can do damage on your low dial.
Yep, that makes sense to me. I will.
That's also just, I mean, what Michael DiGilio was like, yeah, let me put him on a glider, and I was like, I like that idea.
Yeah, we'll do that. Glider.
I like the glider. I think there's a couple options there.
On the glider.
Yeah, because you're not going to feel bad about close combat expert on this dude either.
No. All right, then the Black Lantern Zoom with the hypersonic speed.
Destroyer armor has toughness and CCE because he's always closest attacking.
Yeah. Let's go with armor. Yeah.
Yep.
I agree.
He's not getting much from anything else, so yeah, Destroyer Armor, all 4. Now this, John Stewart Black Lantern, this is the one that Harris played, right?
Yes, sir.
What did Harris put it on?
I think it was
bike?
a motorcycle, yeah.
Whatever Harris
did.
Harris put it on was the correct answer.
Actually, the first time he played it, he didn't have any equipment. It was just Prime Wonder Woman carrying him around and watching him snipe us the whole game.
Yep. So yeah, let's go with the bike on running shot. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Bike on running shot.
4 for motorcycle. And then Azrael.
Hell cycle.
Oh, for all the move things? Because doesn't he do something that when he moves? Or am I not remembering that?
Well, he doesn't have
that guy
move and
correctly?
attack. He has sidestep and he's got leap climb. And what is the big thing with him was I like this guy a lot when he first came out. I haven't played him in a while though. What's he power?
Do you give him the destroyer armor? So that way, willpower, when he uses it, you can just say damage he deals can't be reduced below 1. So
Oh,
you can use it for
absolutely.
smoke cloud 3.
Yep, no, that's
Oh, is he
exactly what you do.
That's a good call. I forgot he did that. That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going destroyer.
Yeah, I like that.
Because then you can still get the 20 defense, and opposing characters with the highest point value on their force can't draw lines of fire to him anyway.
And he's got Batman ally, so you can
The
still stealth him.
yeah. So odds are they got to come get you. So yeah, that's a good one. And then here's one that this was Christine's piece for, I don't know, at least the first year that we were playing. The CAAV Thor with the lightning marker.
as much as I want to go none of the above, I still like the armor the best. Again, he gets it for free, and you can any of the 3 options on him are amazing.
Well, so the good thing is that if you play him at 75, you're able to get Psychic Blast. And so you're able to save that 50 points by giving him free Psychic Blast. So yeah.
I don't know why you'd want to say none of the above. He gets the armor for free. That's absolutely what I would do.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just thinking because I like Mjolnir for free, but you can also just make him a giant, and then he can close attack from range, and then pop the lightning marker. That's his biggest thing because he's charging. So but that way you have distance between you and the opponent, so you can then pop the lightning marker after you make a close attack.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm going 75 with it,
Destroyer.
so that way it gets penetrating with the explosion.
Yeah, destroyer armor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, then he has Simon Garth.
We know this answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hell cycle.
Well, you know, I'm gonna vote that way. Just put him on the health cycle and send him off.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's the
he's
entire
got-
point. Because you know
But he's
why?
also got. Doesn't
he
he have
makes
super
the
strength
grave
top dial,
marker.
Miles? Or am I wrong?
Does he have what?
Super strength top dial?
No.
No. Okay.
His exploit.
Okay. I thought he had super strength, so I could be like, Redman, he's got hypersonic super strength. That's all of your kind of shenanigans. Let me rearrange my 3 blocking markers because I can.
Nope, he's not even good enough for super strength.
But you know what? He did get in the top half of Pulp
He sure
with
did.
Lady Mastermind.
He
He
sure
definitely did
did.
that.
World.
Low bar there.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? He's done better than any Gambit has in modern years. So you know what?
Hmm.
Man.
All right, then we got
Hit the
Lady.
drop. Tell him when he's telling lies.
And I'm not gonna do it on that one. All right, we got Lady
Tell
Mastermind.
me when I'm telling
God
lies.
damn it. Lady Mastermind, we
already did
answered.
Lady Mastermind.
So yeah, this is Lockjaw
Yeah.
the Legacy. This one's kind of interesting.
Destroyer armor.
Yeah, just to give him the extra reducing.
We're definitely doing the
Reduce
armor,
it,
right?
yeah.
So then he can have giant doggo willpower too.
Yeah, because if he's a giant, he can now carry figures that are like, Wendigos.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah. Yep. Destroyer armor for Lockjaw.
yep.
And then
Man, there's no bad answer for the job, but the destroyer armor is the best one. Let's go, baby.
I'm
right.
surprised you haven't tried to put the or does the theory or does the Wonder Woman armor not work for him where he only takes like the 1 click? Is that because he's not actually Wonder Woman?
Yeah, because he doesn't have the Wonder Woman TA.
Okay, yeah.
You gotta have the Wonder Woman TA.
Then we got
The
Ben.
Jaw's almost gotten the Stones of Merlin a couple of times, but that's another podcast.
Ben Groenhide. So I've played a very casual 400-point team I've dubbed the Motorcycle Mummy Gang, consisting of 7 Wheels of Vengeance mummies and 1 Encantu, all equipped with the motorcycle. How many motorcycles would you swap to Hell Cycle, Glider, Destroyer armor to take the team to the next level? This was very creative, and I like this a lot.
Can you play multiple? You can, can't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they're technically say unique or not. They're not unique, so you can, yeah. But
Yeah,
you
you
only get 1 armor. But
That's going to take you to the next level because now they're going to move all 4 speed or 5 speed at once.
I need to know what Nakantu does. Hold on.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at now.
Requiring a lot of brain power
He's
at
like
this
the-
point.
he's like the big boss, so I don't really know
Yeah.
what he does in comparison. I think he has invincible traded or like his whole dial or something like that.
The invincible willpower. Yeah, and he can't
Yeah.
be healed for Mastermind.
There you go. Yep.
So that's super strength and then sidestep.
Make him a giant.
Why are we
None of
making
them
you a giant?
have. None of them have range, right? The mummies don't either.
No, they're all just.
I guess you actually want the motorcycle. You want senses. I don't think that you should change anything because you need them to survive and get those senses.
Yeah,
As in, that's exactly
okay.
what you do. Just
that's
So
accurate.
Nakantu needs senses for sure.
Yeah, he
Because
does.
that dude's getting smoked.
Very much getting the smoke. He's gonna be catching all of it.
you can give one of them I guess you'd probably want to give 2 of the mummies the running shot just so they have passenger, or the gliders. I guess you're gonna swap 2 of them to gliders. That way they have flight, and then you're probably gonna do like give combat reflexes because you're gonna throw them out there.
I like
And
the mummy. I like the regular mummies with the glider. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an awesome team.
Yeah. I think it's.
So,
I'd like to see this at the monthly.
and they get close combat expert later. So, what are you doing? The precision strike combat reflexes with the glider?
Yeah.
I think I would. Yeah.
You have to. Yeah.
All right. So he said he's doing. What is it? 7 Wheels of Vengeance mummies.
And Kantu all with motorcycles. So he has 200 and a lot of points.
Like a lot of points.
All right. So how many?
240 points of motorcycle.
We're not doing the destroyer armor, right? Not worth
No,
it.
No.
The motorcycle is just the better option.
No, they need to roll out.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
2 gliders. Or
I think
3?
2 gliders because you want to be able to carry up mummies.
So 2 or 3.
Let's go with 3. Yeah, because we need to carry Kantu and 2 of them. Yeah.
And no hell cycles. Oh wait, do they? I don't know. Giving them mystics or poison wouldn't be bad.
No. That's also true. You talking for Encanto because he has invincible his whole dial.
No, for
Let's go with the mummies.
just the regular mummies.
Yeah, the mummies have invincible their whole dial.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
I thought they did not. Whoops.
I don't mind that either, though.
Wait, the regular mummies don't have invincible. They have invul or toughness.
No.
No, Dan, you're on the
Oh.
wrong mummy.
I'm thinking of the Bago mummy. Sorry. Whoops.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so you got 7 of these guys, right? So I think you take 2 of them and give them gliders, 1 of them you give a hell cycle.
Yeah.
And then the other 4 the motorcycle. Or even 3 gliders, 1 hell cycle, and 3 motorcycles is a good answer too.
And Kantu needs the mystics because you don't want them to attack him. You want them to try and keep through. But you also want the rollouts.
This is awesome.
Invincible and willpower. Yeah, the rollout, it's really hard. You kind of almost
Can you
want
imagine the Sun
Encanto to get
King's
hit.
tomb?
You almost want Encanto to get hit, though, to those close combat expert things. So I'm fine giving him mystics with the Hell Cycle. So we're going to go Hell Cycle with Encanto, 2 gliders, 2... Does Encanto have one also? So it's 7 mummies. So we're going...
So that's 210.
So 3 gliders, 2 motorcycles. No, so two gliders, 2 motorcycles, and 3 hell cycles.
Sure.
And we're either doing mystics or the poisons, depending on the team for the hell cycle ones. That's me.
Yeah.
I don't hate that idea.
We need a few hell cycles to give them mystics.
Or no reducers, you get 3 poisons. I like that.
I think that takes that team to the next level. I need to report back on the Motorcycle Mummy Club next time you place it.
We need to see footage.
All right, then going to William Day Roker. This is SOG 008. God damn it. Is there an actual...
Yes.
Someone named...
Yes.
Oh, it's Fire Demon, though? No, what's SOG?
No, it's just fire.
Yeah. Oh, what set is SOG? What is
who is
SOG?
That I do not know.
It's just fire, though. But yeah, she's in DC.
Oh yeah. It's Streets of Gotham. Yes, I think right.
Yeah.
Or am I wrong? Yes, Streets of
That sounds
Gotham.
right.
008 Fire.
Where in the
Still
hell
good.
is this piece?
It's
Yeah.
old. It's very old. Very, very, very old.
Here it is. It's right below WizKids Marvel 2013. All right, so 008 Fire. This one is not great.
Hell Cycle. You know what we do to trash pieces.
Yep. So
Well,
Hell Cycle.
also, it's you want that damage power to go off. So yeah, get her up there.
Yeah. So we're putting her on a Hell Cycle and basing someone and saying goodbye.
I mean, in the monthly, she's only like 40 points. So yeah, sure, I'm cool with that.
And then after Fire is Collector's Trove Rocket. So if they were on a team,
I
that would
didn't
be
get a vote.
Fire and Rocket. Did you have an opinion on Fire beyond sending her across the map?
No, but I just wanted to say a Hell Cycle.
So 4 Hell Cycles for Fire
So Rocket.
is next.
Wow. Okay.
You're still not playing him at top dial even
No,
with
it's
the
just
motorcycle.
35. But I think I'll give him the motorcycle for a roll up plus 2 speed. I like that at least.
Yeah, that's probably better. Motorcycle for
Yeah.
Rocket.
Because I don't want to just sacrifice Rocket. Rocket's too good for that.
So
Kind of like Glider for the precision strike.
unfortunately, he's still just doing what the in cap, right? Yeah. And there's no other thing that
Yeah.
we can give him. But that
I
he
mean, you can
benefit
give him the
from.
armor. You can give him the armor for Psyblast.
Does he have multiple
but-
targets? Ooh, I don't
Yeah,
mind
he's
the
got
energy
energy, too.
explosion. Energy explosion ESD.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good too. Yeah.
Running
And he
shot,
gets
2 volts, 5 range.
And you can get IT characters if you have like more guardians.
So you're
Yeah,
looking
no,
at
sorry,
you're looking at
only
the
in
Glider
the
again.
yeah, glider.
I like the glider. Yep,
Yeah,
glider's
I like the Glider for the ESD too.
All
Yep.
right, so
Yeah, Glider's the right answer.
Bill gave us Fire and Rocket, and we're gonna go with Hell Cycle and Glider.
Yep.
So you would say that Bill came in like a fire rocket?
Oh, absolutely.
Hmm.
We're gonna give him one of these.
Like a fire rocket.
Whereas Ricochet says,
Oh, I hate that one.
That's also not great.
that's Ricochet's new laugh.
It's
He's
terrible.
trying to, find his character.
It is
Oh, he
straight
can
up awful.
find it somewhere else.
Yeah.
All right, last one is McConnell Lamar, and it's the first ones are the high 5 Deadpools. What is this? This isn't
Marvel
Iconix,
2024.
right? This is just Marvel. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the high five like kit or whatever, or the 4-pack, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So he already has super senses and running shot, and that's about it.
Hell Cycle. Whenever I see a Deadpool, it's called get across the map as fast as I can because I'm ready to end this game. I'm tired of losing bets. That's why I'd be playing Deadpool.
Yeah. Hell Cycle on Mystics.
Yeah.
I actually played this Deadpool yesterday.
Did he do okay?
He was fine. I just had him for the leadership. It wasn't a great team. It was just a fun assassin team. It was
Did you lose it?
No,
Did you
it
lose
was he's what made it into a fun assassin team. You decided to just put him on your team, and he ruined it. You don't got to be nice to Wes just because he likes Deadpool.
Did you lose a bet?
it was fine. It was Chase Patch, this guy, Maverick, and Constrictor. It was fun.
Well, I like most of it.
All right, Hell Cycle Mystics. What are you guys going with?
That's where I'm at. I see Deadpool. It's Hell Cycle.
Yeah, I mean, Hell Cycles, it helps him out too because it gets him over there faster. So it's like, hey, I'm gonna come shoot you.
He doesn't mind taking the Mystics and healing, so. All right.
No.
I don't have anything else to offer. I think that's actually a reasonable answer on this piece.
All right, going to Death. which I'm unfamiliar with the rest of this set for the most part. So
I like.
you want her to get hit?
No.
Oh, when a character is KO'd, then you deal with
Yeah.
penetrating. So Destroyer. She
I
have
like.
range?
I feel like the charge super senses, honestly. Just for
Yeah,
increasing
I'm thinking motorcycle, honestly.
+2 speed. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's sexier than death on a motorcycle.
She's got the exploit. I'm going with Destroyer Armor because that's going to give me the option on the teams to either go Pensai, Close Combat Expert, or just the up 2 defense.
You're
Fair.
not doing any
Going
pen size.
motorcycle,
She's got
I'm
no
here to win.
range.
Yeah, she's got no range though.
Oh, God. Yeah.
You'd think Death would have some kind of range, right? But she's like, nah. Mm-mm.
That's why she needs a bike. Put it on a bike.
I don't want her on a bike.
Well, she's mystical, so he's gonna put Chthon on her, so she has a 1 range.
There we go. Yeah. So
Uh-huh.
you can still not
Yeah.
shoot anyone.
Yeah. Still
No
can't
one
do it.
will ever. Yeah, you can.
She's got
You
Perplex.
put them on elevated.
She's got
Oh,
Perplex.
yeah, you
Come
can
on.
get it for 2.
All right, I'm
Yeah,
sticking with
you
Destroyer
put them
Armor.
under.
Don't care what you say. Destroyer Armor.
Okay.
It's wrong.
I like the
but
big
sure.
brain. 1 range, put them under elevated. Smart.
It's something you can
No
do.
one will see that coming.
It is
Yeah.
definitely something you can do.
All right, Hit Monkey. Wait, did everyone answer that one?
Yeah, motorcycle.
Yeah, motorcycle.
All right.
But I mean, I'm almost sold on Destroyer Armor. I love the Chthon Psychic Blast idea.
Yeah, here's what happens during that game. Somebody has to read that card 10 times. Because
Me.
they're trying to figure out what the trick is, and you're like, no, I just put the Destroyer Arm in it, man.
I just had to do
There's
it.
no trick.
There's no trick. Yeah.
So, I'm so ready to do that in a game. Just like, yeah, we're gonna put it to Psychic Blast, and they're just gonna be mind blown.
Hit Monkey. We're going with Hell Cycle. Oh no, actually, I want to go with Running Shot, Sidestep, Stealth. He's getting a glider.
Like I like the
Yeah,
I
give
like
him
the
flight.
armor. Side blast,
Ooh.
toughness.
I love
Glider,
Precision
Running Shot,
Strike,
Sidestep,
Energy Explosion.
Stealth.
Running
That's
Shot,
Energy
Sidestep,
Explosion,
Black. Yeah.
ESD. Yeah.
That's not bad. I still like the armor for psychic blast and toughness though, because
And I want him to carry the tiny Hit Monkey.
I would do that. I had a Hit
Does he
Monkey
have
on my
team
team.
player?
He does.
wait, which
Okay,
Hit
so you have
Monkey-
him carry Detective Chimp and Tiny Hit Monkey.
Tiny Hit Monkey. All right, but what are
Yeah.
you putting on him?
Glider.
Glider, okay. So that's 3 gliders and
Yeah.
Destroyer Armor for Dan?
Yeah.
All right. And then the last of the Deadpool set is Hell Cow.
Hell cows always get Hell Cycle.
Yeah, that's probably right.
I don't hate that idea either. Well, but what about the whole she can get passenger 3 and like flight passenger 3 modifies her speed +2 and attack -2, like then the hypersonic's kind of pointless.
Well, I know, yeah, but that's just to you get into the attacks, just to attack.
Oh,
And
okay.
you can play her as a defensive, yeah. Because you're
Okay.
gonna give ESD to help protect her, so then I'm gonna just shoot her, you know. Like, okay, I'm gonna get that +2 defense. But yeah,
Yeah, she's the least impressive, I think, out of all of them, but Hell Cycle sounds good.
Destroyer Armor, make her giant, because the only thing scarier than a Hell Cow is a giant Hell Cow.
That's a fair
that's right.
answer.
That's very true.
All right, and then we have the last one of this is the Sherlock set, which is, I think, just WizKids Iconix, right? Yeah. All right, the first Sherlock, I have not played any of these guys, and I'm not sure how much they're going to benefit from this stuff, to be honest. What are you guys looking at for the first Sherlock?
Motorcycle for a running shot because he has 6 range, which is above average.
That's probably right. He already has 2 rollouts with shape change and senses.
Yeah.
He's only doing 2 damage, though.
Is the glider better then for precision strike and reflexes?
Actually,
I almost
think
like the
so.
yeah. I like
Yeah.
the glider better because of precision strike alone.
Or energy explosion and ESD. Mm,
hmm I think either one of those are better options than the motorcycle.
fair.
Yeah, glider. All right, Miles will catch up. We have then the other Sherlock Holmes, which is a charge, precision strike, combat reflexes, Hell Cycle. Now it gets ESD.
So he's charged. Oh, no, he doesn't even get flurry till later.
Yeah.
Hell Cycle's is a good option. The motorcycle, you could give him super senses. The glider, I don't think offers a ton of utility. I don't think the destroyer armor really helps much here either.
So I like the motorcycle on charge
I
and
like the
senses because now you have senses on the first 3 clicks and then charge for the flurry that he has later.
Yeah.
also like the destroyer armor for toughness and CCE because now you're a.
Oh, he doesn't have charge on his flurry clicks?
No.
Oh,
No,
then
it's
it's definitely
flurry.
motorcycle.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair.
it just
I
gives
agree.
you consistency throughout the dial then.
Yeah. What were you saying, Dan, though?
I like the armor just for the CCE and toughness. So he has a reducer and he's got like he's. I mean, you're either a 12 for 4 top dial or you could potentially be a 13 for 4 mid dial.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I got to go with
I don't-
motorcycle too. I mean, yeah, it's
What would you say for the first Sherlock? I think all three
that's
of
the
us
one
went
that's
glider.
just yeah. Yeah, no, glider giving him flight would be pretty nice. Also the destroyer armor is not too bad, but motorcycle, so that way when you swap, you just can equip the other one with the same thing. If you're going to do that,
All right. What about Watson?
Boom, running shot, motorcycle.
Yeah, because he's got the range combat expert, so he's getting the motorcycle on running shot.
Then sidestepping back.
Yep. Dan?
Yeah, I like that option. That's
The problem is
probably one
with
of the best.
a lot of these guys aren't doing a whole lot, so it's hard to pick a lot of these offensive these when these aren't
Well,
offensive pieces.
So he's got 5
but
range.
see, they're only you make them offensive pieces. You give him running shot, so now he has passenger. So now you can carry someone with enhancement, and so you're going to be making Watson into a threat that your opponent wasn't prepared for. Because they see motorcycle, they're going to assume charge.
Yep.
And then after you smoke that piece off the board, you say it was elementary, my dear Watson.
Yep.
See, I actually like Mr. Watson.
No,
or
see, your
Doc-
opponent's going to say that, and then you just say, no shit, Sherlock.
It's not
Or smoke
Mr.
off
Watson. It's Dr. Watson, Daniel.
Sorry, yeah,
Yes.
I corrected myself. So Dr. Watson, I actually like with the glider on EE and ESD, so that way you can shoot people because he also has RCE, so he's a 12-4, or you can just EE people. You have options.
Yeah, and that would be fitting with him as a soldier controlling a drone.
All right, what about Professor Moriarty? I don't know if he gets
The dr-
anything.
The drones are big in Victorian England.
They are. Moriarty is actually going to get the armor.
What are you putting on it?
Just
Oh,
make
no.
him a giant.
So
'cause
he
you
gets
want
the
you want
willpower?
him to
Yeah.
willpower.
Yeah, you want to get
Yeah.
you want to take that power action every
Every
turn.
time, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Moriarty gets the armor for sure.
Harris.
Well,
better
yeah,
not
because you
into
can
the
still
part.
park him in stealth.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you're just going to
I
have to
agree.
team him up with Harley, so they're just taking that damage every turn.
What about
He's got
Irene
the
Adler?
mustache.
It's a very evil mustache.
It is an evil mustache. What is
She goes on her card, doesn't she?
Yeah, so she's not going to really be able to benefit from anything. So the only thing that you're going to be doing is you're going to drop it for a non-standard character to pick it up.
Yeah. So she's not doing too much. She'll just depend on what your plan is.
So that's a no bike.
No bike. All right. The final one is the Hound of the Baskervilles
Hill cycle.
for what would you think?
Hypersonic speed, energy shield deflection, because you're just gonna send him out there because they gotta KO him twice.
So I like the motorcycle on charge and senses. So he's got a 6 charge,
Yeah.
2 rollouts, and then when he gets hit to click 5, and I think that's what he's probably going to after he gets KO'd. Now he's got the steel energy with the flurry clicks.
I like that a lot too. Yeah, that would be my thought. Yep, keep him
That's
consistent.
not bad.
Keep
No,
him...
I just like dogs on hell cycles.
With the Mystics, that's still good, yeah. 2 motorcycles and a hell cycle.
Man, I am going with Miles. If you're going to have a Hound from Hell or the Hound from the Baskervilles, you give him the Hell Cycle from the Baskervilles. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, the Baskerville cycle.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, that's going to wrap up our first edition of Bike or No Bike. Hopefully that was enjoyable. Please let us know. Otherwise, we're probably doing it again.
Even if you didn't like it, we're doing it again.
That's probably true.
It
All right.
will be back.
Let's go to the listener questions.
Your ass better call somebody.
Hold on, man. There's no way.
First, we have Jeremy Telleronic. Is it true that if you play all 4 of the figures from one of the 400 sets on their 100-point value, they only cost 300 points? Asking for a friend. So I debated on letting this one slide, but now that Jeremy asked, I'm going to have to tell the story here. So on Monday, it was 300 Modern, and I'm playing Bookwood in the last round, and he's playing the whole Cookie Quartet, and I asked him what the point values were, and he says everybody's at full, and I thought he was joking, and then I told him it's 300, and he said, yeah, you get a 100-point discount if you play them all at 100 points, and then he read the ad for 400 points. So this is what it says. HeroClix 400 is a product where players will get a full theme team of characters to play right out of the box. They'll recognize these teams from some of their favorite comic book stories. The 400 describes the build total. These characters can be used for 400-point games instead of just the usual 300-point games, but they'll be playable as 300-point teams too. So I genuinely need to know if anyone else read it like that.
No, but good on you, Bookwood. You. I don't know
Now,
what happened there.
as a serial HeroClix abuser of things that are played the way I think they are, and not the way they should be, that's a really huge fuck up, Bookwood, if I'm honest.
I just asked ChatGPT, and they agree with Bookwood. What it says right here, each of these 4 figures has a 100-point dial, but when you play them all 4 together, they cost a combined total of only 300 points instead of 400. But then it goes into it that says that if all 4 listed characters on your starting force at 100 points, reduce their total cost by 25 points each. So then they each become 75 points, and that's how you get 300. So it looks like it's just, helping Bookwood with the math.
So, once again, this is another advocating for build your teams and units, Bookwood, because it prevents you from doing stupid things like that.
That's a very good point.
Mathing.
Well, that's it. The math thing.
All right, going to Wes
Getting up?
Robertson. No, we're done with that.
I just have
we're
one.
not done.
No, I have one question.
Yep.
He actually got to round 3 with people letting him do that?
Yeah.
So he lost. He actually lost the game playing.
Round
he was
1.
100 points up. That's fantastic. Wait,
And
who got
then-
him in round 1?
The newer player that started playing, Brian.
Oh, okay.
So the new guy let him play down 100 points and still beat him?
Well, you would think
Like
that the
it.
guy that comes and plays and tries so hard would know how to count to 300.
I mean, if Bookwood's going to Bookwood, you try hard because you lose. So
Yes.
try a little bit harder, Bookwood.
I will say we
That's
played in the
amazing.
last round and he did beat me because I could not roll above a 4. It was one of the ugliest games I've had in months, I would say.
Well, he was also playing 400 points.
No, I made him edit his team so it was 300 points.
Oh.
I didn't just say, oh, well,
That
just play
loss.
him at 4.
That loss hurt a little bit then.
It did, but I mean, honestly, I was more mad at my dice. It was pretty bad.
Which dice?
The new Smash and Destroy dice, actually.
Oh, you should keep playing those then, because if it's those stupid gray dice, those things are never below a 4.
That's why I played them. You weren't there, so Gray Dice are coming back next week.
Great.
All right, now we're going to Wes Robertson. Who had better interview on Talking Clicks, Ryan, Miles, or Pete? So I feel like I opened the door so the other two could walk through. You know, I did win a meme contest on mine, but I would have to say it's Miles because he has the origin of like a fire rocket. So, and I just don't know how you top that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Wes, like, what do you think itself? Like, who do you think had the best one?
Like a fire rocket.
I mean, I gotta agree with you there, Wes.
I would absolutely say that both Ryan and Miles were much better interviews than mine. I did enjoy doing it though, and he is hot to get a young, handsome Daniel on that show. So that's what I'll leave you with.
I did never watch my interviews unless it's Aqua Miles because I love Aqua Miles. But yeah, I did enjoy both of your guys's. I don't really think that there's a best of. I just think that, you know, when greatness sees greatness, it's just greatness, you know?
It's true. You got something to live up to, Dan, when you finally get on there.
Yep, step behind that green door and, you know.
I only stepped through it, not really behind it.
And then step out and then back in and then back out.
Oh, well, then if you're not behind the green door, what's behind the green door?
You'll have to find out.
All right.
All right, his second question. What figures are you surprised aren't seeing more play just because they aren't new and shiny anymore? I think the biggest surprise is Hidari Yao. Is there anyone that beats that?
I still feel like she's
Bardley Quinn.
Yeah, Bardley Quinn. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the obvious
points.
answer. I still feel like Hidari should see way more play than she does, but yeah, Bardley Quinn is seeing just like absolutely zero. She didn't make the top 100 at Huntsville.
I don't know what else you want a 30-point piece to do.
Yao has to be the most surprising just because, like, her price was so high that she looked like she was going to be the next, Carnage Silver Surfer. And it's all just been on paper and nothing really has really stuck out. Like, I don't know. And it's crazy to think that, like, one of the most broken, effective range pieces just has become obsolete for some reason.
Yeah, the potential of 3 damage pulse wave, and it just is not seeing play that you thought it would.
I will also say King Deadpool and Elsa, I feel like, have just completely fallen off the radar for the most part. Like, there's a few, like, it's very few and far between that they're getting played.
That's actually a really good point. I would not bring up any Deadpool pieces to Wes, though.
That's fair, but this one is Deadpool and Elsa, so that's the only reason it's the Elsa portion.
But maybe we should help Wes out and like give him a good Deadpool piece like that one.
At least we pilot that one. I'll be like, cool, that's a good choice.
Yeah, but everyone else plays that. He doesn't want to play it.
I've learned that if the piece is good, you just play it sometimes, even if it's...
Well, Wes learned if the piece is good, you don't play it.
Well...
It explains a lot.
All right, going to question number 3. You're on a 10-hour road trip. You can only listen to one artist the whole trip. You can listen to any of their albums, but they have to all be the same teller, artist, band. Who are you listening to? For me, that's easy. Blink-182.
No, I know that I'm going to steal Pete's answer here. But so I'm just going to go ahead. So the number one reason why I'm picking this band is they captured the chaos of an era. All right, you had a polarizing genius in Fred Durst. You had Wes Borland's guitar work, criminally underrated. They brought the weird to the mainstream. All right, and they didn't care what anyone thought and still don't. All right, give me 10 hours of Limp Bizkit.
Does not sound enjoyable.
Yeah, we're going to keep rolling, baby. You know what time it is.
I'm not mad at Miles, and I'm glad that he acknowledged he was going to take my answer because that was 100% my answer. You just put in Limp Bizkit. All of them, you just listen to them all. You get everything you want. You get the power ballads from Behind Blue Eyes. You get Rollin'. I mean, that's just an energy that you can't replicate driving down the road.
No, the fusion of rap, metal, and raw aggression gave a generation an outlet for its disillusionment. 100%. simple, cathartic, and loud.
Get your red hat out, you put it on backwards, and you just keep rolling, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wasn't expecting.
Don't forget about what was it? Him and Gwen Stefani.
I wasn't expecting for
Power
50% of our answers to be Limp Bizkit, unless Dan wants to make that 75.
No, sir, but that's okay though. I think mine's a coin flip, but it's
No coin flips.
You gotta
Decisive.
pick one.
Decisive.
Probably, yeah. Let me get there. Man, you just like to cut me off every time. Probably Kendrick Lamar.
That's a good one too.
I mean, you've got like the classic, like To Pimp a Butterfly, and then like all the new stuff has been great. But I mean, I love I love his Section .8 too is awesome.
And what would be the other side of your coin flip? Just out of curiosity.
T.I.
Okay.
Is the other one.
Yeah, that's a one-sided coin.
All right, Wes's fourth question. What will bike, no bike become after the bike rotates? Probably a silver segment. We'll see how it's received first.
Oh, it's going to be a great reception.
I don't feel like bike or no bike's ever going away. It just may become Zoom Zoom or Boom Boom, though.
Yeah, I mean, you just pick. It's now going to probably be what fly or armor. You know, we need to find something else for armor, for glider or armor.
It might have to adapt with the times, but it can always come back in Silver Age.
Oh, always, yeah. It's going to be. Yep, it'll be relegated to silver, and we won't ever put this on the restricted list or temporary bench list.
I will say most of the pieces that we went over, I think, were silver.
Yeah, we are, I would just say, a silver-friendly podcast, so bike or no bike's not going anywhere. We just need more pieces to talk about.
Now, each of you has to pick another podcast YouTube show to be a regular host of. What show do you choose? It does not say another HeroClix one, because I feel like that would be weird to answer anyway. I wouldn't mind talking a lot more about Transformers, but I don't know any podcasts or YouTube shows.
You know, I got it's a tie. It's a tie, but you
Would
know,
you
if
say
I'm gonna
it's
have
a
to
coin
pick an
flip?
answer. No, it wouldn't be. No, because I love both of these, but I'm definitely gonna be. I have to probably be put in with Forrest Galante. If you're not aware of who he is, he's a zoologist that has a few TV shows right before the pandemic where he was able to find extinct species.
The tiger guy?
And he. No, he's not. No, he's not a tiger guy. It's. Yeah, he's just like a wildlife expert that just, he has a pretty sweet podcast. And then my number 2 would be the Joe Rogan Experience, because he always has fun and like has people like Shane Gillis on. You got like just so many different people on there that it'd be so cool to actually like pick the minds of everybody. And it's not the political ones. I think are actually the worst ones of his episodes. I like when he just brings on this like random people. Like there was a guy that had like he owned like a property where they had like, what was it, like 50,000 like fossils that were in like a riverbed that the government came and seized, and like the crazy stories that he was telling. Like, that would just be really fun. Because I like learning about random stuff.
Very surprised that we went from Limp Bizkit to a zoologist podcaster, Joe Rogan. Wasn't expecting that either.
And you know what?
Full of surprises.
Yeah, it's called Wild Times, and I 100% recommend it. I'm a man of many faces.
Probably I think it's called Amateur Traveler. Yeah, I really like that one.
Is it about a traveler that's an amateur?
No, I'm just not going to answer that whatsoever.
Do you want to give us a backstory of it? I literally don't listen to any podcasts besides HeroClix podcast, so I don't have anything. I'm literally just making one up. There's got to be a Transformers one out there, and I would be happy to talk about them. But if you guys have actual ones that you listen to, what else do they do? I'm just going by the name.
I don't.
I mean, I think you would be a great host for Transformers Slag. You know, it's a great podcast for Transformers.
Did you just chat GPT Transformers podcast?
No, I just YouTubed it. Yeah, there's quite a bit. Back kibble. It looks like Transformers Slag. Let's look at ChatGPT.
Miles,
See what
do you know what back kibble is?
Yes.
Do you?
Back kibble?
Yeah, back kibble. Do you know what it is? Don't
no.
Google it. No? So it's when they transform and they have all that stupid stuff on their back because they're kind of more of they just have a bunch of extra parts so they can be whatever vehicle or animal they want to be. It's all the ridiculousness on the back.
See? There you go. That your co-host. You're now back kibble.
Wow. Okay. We really went off the rails there. Holy! And usually it's Miles, and now it's Redmond was encouraging it.
Usually Miles comes up with all these. This is like the first time that I've probably been able to stump Miles with a "Do you know what this is?" question.
Well, yeah, I'm not a Transformers super fan, so.
All right, Dan. What is the history between what was it? Would you say amateur traveler?
I'm actually changing my answer because I have one that I actually enjoy a lot more, which is Recipe Club, which is a cooking podcast where they talk about 3 recipes that they test each week. So that one is a lot of fun, and it gives me something to be I could try this if it's within reasonable amount of time during the week for me to try something new to make.
Okay, that's cool.
The lead lag report. It's a macroeconomist named Michael Gayed that breaks down macroeconomics and market movements and stuff overall. He doesn't really ever give financial advice, but he gives you a good lesson about how to kind of make sure that you're investing correctly.
Sounds boring.
It would either be that, since everybody had 2 answers, or it'd be something I don't think Hot Ones is really a YouTube show, right? It's like an actual TV show.
Oh no, it's a YouTube show.
Yeah, it's YouTube.
Oh, then I would Hot Ones for sure. Then.
See, if it was an actual TV show, I'd definitely want to be on the Daily Show. That would be hilarious.
As the host or a segment person?
They have. I just do a bit segment. That's not the host. I don't think I have the chops for that.
All right, going to his last question. Is there a professional wrestler Redmond could defeat? And which wrestler would you pay to watch whoop Redmond's butt? All right, I'll let you guys answer this one.
There's several professional wrestlers that Redmond can beat. And I'm going to, there's Randy Hogan. There's Avalanche, who's a great jobber. But then you have Dwayne Gill, a.k.a. Gilbert. You have that one idiot that he catches these hands. What was his name? James Ellsworth. 100%. Redmond beats him.
That would be the person
Adam
I
Cole?
want to the most.
Yeah, Adam Cole. Have you seen that? He's like a malnourished Shawn Michaels. Redmond got him beat.
You have to give him a malnourished guy. I'm pretty sure you could take someone with at least a D-lister.
Is not a D-lister. Adam Cole is actually a top-level wrestler. He just looks like a malnourished Shawn Michaels.
Oh, okay. It was just the way you said it. I was like, well.
He's a tiny little guy now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of wrestlers Redmond could take, honestly. Redmond's not a small dude, so he'd probably be okay in the ring with a lot of people. Now, which person would I pay to watch Redmond's butt? Oh, Big Van Vader. Classic Vader from Japan, Miles.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's not going well for Redmond.
There, but it's similar. My answer is similar, but it's got to be either Brody or Hanson.
The band?
Yeah, that's not going well for him.
Yeah.
The Hanson, the band. I think you could take the band.
Or you know what? That's what Steve Williams, Dr. Death. Just
So basically, any real life badass.
Bart
is what we're
Gunn,
asking for.
the winner of what was that called? The Brawl for All. Yeah.
He's a crappy wrestler, though.
JBL.
Oh, I hate that guy so much.
That'd be a stiff match.
I have no idea who I'd pay to like whoop Redmond because I feel like if I did that, I'll just be getting it returned to me twofold after it's done.
Viscera, when he was the ladies' man, that's who Dan wants to see. Treats you like Matt Hardy in the Royal Rumble.
All right, going to Eric Adams. What are your thoughts on Butterfly in the current meta, sideline space versus Black Panther? So, we've talked a lot about Butterfly and different like combination. There's not really room for him on your sideline to have him be like the Swiss Army knife he was originally. But I think if you're leaning into like who you're using as the like to make the Butterfly swarms, maybe have like one or two options. I think it's still really viable. Like I really liked the trick of stealing the equipment with the what was it, Scientist Supreme or Gambit, right?
Yeah, like that's a solid trick for 50 or 60 points.
And then maybe the other one being Mern.
Butterfly has become more of a utility piece that's going to be on less teams, but makes teams so much better. And so you're going to be building with 2 to 3 sidelines, most likely 2, because you're going to have other things on your sideline than just shut off your Butterfly swaps. But I do like them still in Modern. I think that they work on several teams with 2.
I think it's mainly what you're trying to do with Butterfly, honestly. I think that's the biggest thing. If you have like 1 or 2 good swaps where you're like, all right, along with the rest of the sideline being so impactful, like if you're playing a Chair Panther, they're going to have a tough time picking things.
I think Butterfly's still incredibly viable. And I think versus Black Panther, you're just going to potentially lose, some of your choices. But honestly, if I have Panther on the team and there's no juice, I'm taking away one-shots most of the time.
Yeah.
And don't forget with this.
Oh, you didn't know?
So if you are the, first player, the second player can take your Butterfly off of the swap, right?
Yep, because you swap.
If you're first player, you can take second players. You can choose a figure for them to not come out onto the map.
No, but if you're second player and first player has done their Butterfly swaps, then you can choose their Butterfly so that you KO whoever the Butterfly. So then they don't come in.
Yes,
exactly.
Yeah, they still can use the mass leeching because it's not sideline active, but you stop it from coming onto the map. So that means that you don't. It's not point denial at that point.
Right. So that's worth knowing. All right, going to Mark Bird. Redmond's potentially 22-inch pythons are certainly on many HeroClix players' lips and minds. What 3 weight routines would you suggest for the HeroClix community to have those biceps go from small to swole? I would just focus on the different grips there, like easy curl bar and standard freer weights. You got the hammer curls, if I had to pick 3 probably.
So I actually have a curious question for you. Do you do high weight, low rep, or low weight, high rep?
I kind of stick to lower weights and higher reps at this point, just because I'm a little older and no one to impress. So I just get in
Well, you're
there.
already swole.
I am.
Yeah, you want to get the low rep, high weight to really build your muscles. So it makes sense that
Well, I think, as Mark pointed out, there's many of the HeroClix community that you are impressing still.
That might be a little bit of a stretch. My goal is pretty much like 4 sets of 12 for all the exercises, and once that's easy, then I'll go up in the weight. But I'm not pushing the heavy weight I used to. It just leads to injuries down the road at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a good middle ground, right? Where you're still pushing a mild amount of weight, but you can up the reps to compensate.
Yeah, exactly. Then his second question, if you could play a sealed event with the current pack for a set from current Silver Age sets, excluding any sets that were modern in the last rotation, what set would you play? And to get a spread of answers and maybe some complaints, you may not choose the same as whoever has answered before you. So I'll go first quickly. Secret Wars Battle Worlds.
Oh, that was like my favorite thing.
Mark said you got to pick a different one then.
Yeah.
I'll let you think
SVAC.
about it. SVSC. So the main ones though is like just super strength was very different back then, and this like the Spider-Man TA would change, and then that was a set that had a lot of pulse wave heavy figures, or at least a handful of them.
Was that Battle
Secret
World you're talking
Wars.
about?
Yeah, Battle World.
Yeah.
So I feel like that would be a fun one to play with the new pack. You said SVAC though, Dan?
Mm-hmm. I think with everything, the way things have changed a lot, which is the set itself, I think it would just play very differently than it did then.
Miles?
Yeah, mine would be Wonder Woman 80. I'm trying to think because SVAC, it was out, but it was almost rotating when I came in. So I was trying to, like Wonder Woman 80 was like the biggest change for me because, I stopped playing in '08. So, like seeing all those, because I played before Pink Powers, and I'm like, what? Yes, Wonder Woman 80.
Okay.
So the weird thing about Wonder Woman 80 though, that was one of the bench sets. So you didn't even have the full powers on there.
No, but we're just using the pack.
Oh, I got
You're not using, we're just using the pack from the set.
I'd go back to one of my favorite sets of all time in AVPI. I don't necessarily know that it would play entirely different most of the time, but I just think it was a great set and I'd like to play it again.
I have good memories of that set, but I honestly can't even name a bunch of pieces from it still.
So the sets that you guys named, that was still full damage pulse wave, right?
Yes, I think. Yeah, it still
Wasn't
was. It still
Wonder
was.
Woman
And it would
80 was the
change,
one that changed it, right?
Yeah,
it would
right.
change a lot of things, which is good.
Yeah.
So like the big ones were there was a Captain Marvel that had a pretty mean full damage pulse wave, and then was it Queen LeFay was her name?
Oh yeah, and she had all the speed powers. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that was two examples of the crazy pulse wave. So that would be a little bit different now too. And I don't know what the ranges were.
Which Captain Marvel had the crazy pulse wave?
Wasn't it?
Yeah, but if
what's that, Miles?
Because you had the vampire.
I was gonna say the universal weapon now, like gets that pulse wave just dumb.
Well, yeah, but again, it would be changed, so right, so it wouldn't be the same as it was then.
Yeah, the rules would still be changed. Your sets, it was full damage pulse wave for single target.
So we're talking.
Yeah.
So we're saying now that we would play though that this person would damage just the one damage. You don't do full damage anymore. That's what we're saying.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're using the old packs, then the universal weapon would just be insane on a lot of the figures.
Yes, just being able to full damage pulse wave people.
Yeah.
Do you mean Spider Queen with 11 for 4 with pulse wave? Is that what you're talking about? Because she's the only one that I see.
No, I'm saying now, like if you're playing modern figures with that pack, with the universal weapon, you can just.
Yeah, but that's not what we're getting at.
Yes, if you could play a sealed event. So if you're playing a current sealed, like let's say Collector's Trove, for instance, where you get that universal weapon, so you can just choose pulse wave in a sealed event. This says a sealed event.
Yeah, I was talking about Witch Queen LeFay that had the pulse wave actually for both. I had Captain Marvel, and I lost to a Witch Queen LeFay from the full damage pulse wave.
Yeah, I don't think I ever faced that figure.
Really?
Oh, she's great. I loved her. She was so much fun.
Yeah,
I
she
played
was
her a lot.
pretty popular for a while.
It just sucked when she missed because you're like, there go all the speed powers.
I totally forgot that she even got a legacy in Wheels of Vengeance.
I don't think anyone really played her. She was kind of close, but not as good.
She's
okay,
cool.
the Scroll Diggers. Yeah, the Scroll Diggers. Yeah.
People started pairing her too with the WWE powers too, because then she would get all the WWE ones.
Yep. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yep. You play one thing from WWE, and then you're like, all right, cool. I have all of these too. It'd be interesting because I pulled Destroyer Prime and Sealed. Not like he doesn't actually play that much different now. Honestly, he just is a much easier target.
Well, he'd have the giant willpower though. That would be big.
Oh yeah. Oh, that would be big.
Way
Yeah,
better.
that's yeah. Just go every turn. Yep. Just here, penetrating damage every turn.
All right, his third question. The world is still trying to identify El Grande Americano. Could he, in fact, be an active member of D-Generation cliques? Unless, is it maybe Dan? Maybe he's been hiding that from us? Maybe?
I mean, you never know.
Oh, I'd say Dan is fluent in Spanish, so.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Yeah, más o menos.
We've never seen them in the same place at the same time, so that's a definite possibility.
Also very true. All right, more legitimate wrestling question, though. Other than WrestleMania, what major PLE would you like to attend in the year for WWE, AEW, TNA, Ring of Honor, or New Japan Pro Wrestling, or any other brand? I used to love King of the Ring and Survivor Series, but they're just not what they used to be. SummerSlam, I think, would be pretty cool and a more obvious answer, but I really have not gotten to see many gimmick matches live, so I'd have to go with probably Elimination Chamber or maybe Money in the Bank. Either one of those would be really cool to see.
I got to go New Japan, Wrestle Kingdom. Yeah, Wrestle Kingdom easily. That's pretty much the Japanese WrestleMania, and it's every show's just kills it.
Is that a full
So I'd have
weekend?
to go to Japan.
Is that a full weekend or just a night?
Yeah,
It's 2
I believe
nights.
it's 2 nights. Yeah.
Okay.
It's also usually the end of their G1 tournament. So you get a bunch of tournament matches. It's really fun. I would go with AEW's Forbidden Door, though. Being able to see a lot of those guys in the crossover would just be super cool in person.
I did really enjoy Ring of Honor, honestly, from AEW when we went to see it. So that's like the easy answer. But I really liked Miles' answer for that. Sounds really dope. So I'll just have to defer to Miles on this one because that sounds cool.
We need to introduce you to New Japan Wrestling. For sure. You've seen a little bit of it through AEW, but like you've seen the rest of that from New Japan, but New Japan's style is just, it's bonkers.
Yeah, it's more of a sports style, Dan. Tournament heavy, more striking based. It's pretty fun.
So a lot more chopping. Got it.
Yeah, they don't do a lot of
Gross.
promos. Like, I guess they do promos, but it's more like press conferences than just promos because like they treat it as a real sport. So like it's like you have all of the news, Japanese news are there to keep track. Yeah, they treat it like a serious sport.
All right, we're going to go to Manny Kinks, who has now successfully gone 2 weeks without quitting HeroClix. Why does Dan still owe me $15?
Let's see. Because I didn't realize when someone says, "Hey, let me get you food," that meant I had to pay them. So
Okay.
I was assuming that you made a bet that he would quit HeroClix in 2 weeks, and that's why you owed him $15 because he didn't quit.
Nope, but you know,
I thought it was a bet.
it was definitely not a bet because I don't typically try to lose bets, especially not like that. I would not lose a bet to Kenny.
I feel like there's a story here, Dan. So how did the meal go down?
It was just on break. He offered to give me food, and I said sure. That was literally it. And then he gets back and says, "Oh hey, here, can you pay me for this?" And I'm like, "Well, had I known that up front, I probably would have even like said yes, pick me up something."
Yeah, usually there is a difference in like you're like, hey, do you want me to get you food, or you say, hey, is there something you want me to grab, and then you can just pay me back when I get back. Like that's usually how you go about stuff like that. So I completely understand where you're coming from because, yeah, I've ordered it both ways several times where I tell people, hey, you want me to get you? And I'm like, oh, dude, I said I was gonna get you. I didn't ask you to pay me back. And there's other times, hey, I'm running a store. You want me to grab you something? You can just pay me back when I get back. So
Communications
I
is
understand.
key here, and there was a complete breakdown. So
yeah, it's probably because he's from Texas.
But
And
congratulations on Kenny for staying with HeroClix for 2 weeks. Proud of him.
Yeah, that's great.
good job, Kenny. Why is Miles Kane the highest ranked member of D-Generation cliques? In the ELO he's talking about. Does that make him Triple H? Miles, do you want to give us an explanation for this one?
I'm not Triple H. It's just that I play games and I win more games, and I win more than I lose games. I know you're gonna say it's pathetic Northwest, but like we've already shown, it's the mid at best and the pathetic Northwest. I did just fine when I was at the Midwest. So there's just that. Yeah, it's just sometimes you have good months and sometimes you don't. I did crappy last year, so it is what it is. But that doesn't make me Triple H.
You at Worlds last year had a rough time.
I did, yeah.
I
So
mean,
my team was
if we
good.
want to, if we really want to break Kenny's question down, is who in the degeneration? And I would have given Redmond Triple H. I'd have put Dan as the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels because he's the handsomest man in HeroClix, and I would have chose the Road Dogg Jesse Jamin. I just hope that Miles would have chose the badass Billy Gunn.
Yeah,
Right?
badass Billy Gunn. Like that was my boy. So not only is he a great wrestler, but every one of his theme songs doubles as a '90s sitcom theme. You can put it in any '90s sitcom, and it goes with it.
He does have some good intros.
So
And we clearly have China, and obviously Ali is X-Pac.
All right, going to Rob Peterson. Well, since other people seem to think their pay is equal to their word count, I'll join in. Will Bookwood get the Bookwood Lifetime Achievement Award every year of the Bookwood Awards?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll get it every year, but he'll have to hand it off to someone else. Like it'll be named after him. The Bookwood Lifetime Achievement Award will be an award.
He can actually,
Would he be the winner though?
World.
He wouldn't be the winner every
No,
year.
no, no.
Well, he'll win.
No.
He'll be a winner and then presenter. He has to
Yeah,
pass it
exactly.
on, but then he just
Exactly.
wins it again the next year and has to pass it on.
Pass on the Lifetime Achievement Award. Someone who exemplifies a Bookwood lifestyle. So
Yeah.
All right,
What were we calling this again?
The Bookwoods.
the Bookwood Awards.
Oh, this is
Yeah,
okay.
Golden Bookwoods. It's the
I, for some
Bookwood
reason, thought
Lifetime
we were
Achievement
call-
Award.
I for some reason thought we were calling it the bookies, and I'm like, I don't think we were
The
calling it
Boogies?
that. The bookies.
No, Bookwoods.
Got it.
Now,
You know, the bookies are Kenny asking you for $15 back.
what will the other awards be?
This is in process. We're discussing this every day. Well, not every day. But this is going to be a thing. We're doing the Golden Bookwoods.
Yeah, it is going to be a thing. We have to really there's a committee that has to be talked with. There's a lot of things that are being talked around the table.
There's a Bookwood
the
committee.
Bookwood Award Committee. Yeah, the Bookwood Committee is they're working diligently because they want to make it unique, but they also want to show that this is something that could equal the Clixies.
Yeah.
Because the one thing that Clixies don't have is they don't have a Bookwood. That's the same. That was the problem with Loki against the Avengers. He didn't realize that the Avengers had a Bookwood. So Loki's like the Clixies and we're like the Avengers because we got a Bookwood.
That's a lot of connections there.
Listen.
Yeah.
This is like the Oscars. Being nominated for an Oscar is an honor. Winning an Oscar is incredible. This is the Golden Bookwood. So if you get nominated and you win whatever category, you have done something that year in HeroClix. You have reached a mountaintop that few will ever breathe that air in.
Or a very, very
Yeah, it will
deep
be a great
pit.
Yeah.
Yeah, super
Next
deep
up,
pit.
Yeah, just know that we're gonna have the Bookwood Awards will be presented at the pool. So
Lower than Dante's Inferno's 7th region of hell.
Yes.
That's where the Bookwoods originate.
Obligatory wrestling question. If Will Ospreay says the AEW is superior to WWE in every way, why has he said in a recent interview that AEW is hot on the tail of WWE, since those two concepts are contradictory? I'm not into this tribalist BS when it comes to wrestling. Just curious on your thoughts. What are they just trying to be more neutral at the moment versus trying to directly say they're better?
So when he's saying superior to WWE, what he's really meaning, I'm not saying that I agree with all this, but the in-ring work, the storylines, all that. And then when he's talking about hot on the tail of WWE, that's more in line of getting the ratings and everything there.
That makes
Because
sense.
you can be superior to something, but a lot of people won't know. And so when you're hot on the tail, then, it's not as contradictory as it is, unless I'm taking the hot on the tail of WB out of context, where he did say that he's hot on the tail of WB to be superior. So, but
I just think wrestlers say a lot of things. That's basically like this podcast. You know,
Yeah.
we love hyperbole. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We just said hyperbole at the same time, didn't we?
Hey,
we did.
Other than your monthly games, what are some of the venue's favorite scenarios to play? Anything unique you've come up with that is wholly unique to your venue that others might find fun? This may have been stated previously, but who is your venue's judge? Shout out to the hardworking judges out there keeping the fires alive. Jeremy Talaronic is our weekly judge. He's the one that makes all the weekly events too. I really like that duos format that we ran a couple months ago. I think didn't Rob say too they've tried something similar before, but there's been issues? I thought it actually ran really smooth and well. I was expecting more things to be an issue, and it didn't really come up. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to play more duos. It's just that's probably my favorite like local format that we do now that we've started it.
Otherwise, I just like 500 silver theme, something that's it's maybe not super exciting, but you can build just bigger theme teams like X-Men or Brotherhood or whatever.
And then out here, I
go ahead.
I unfortunately can't make it, but they play what's called the final boss, where they have David Clay, who judges the cliX West. Since he normally judges out there, he'll play like the Necron Colossal like at full, and then he'll have like 3 or 4 people each build a team that equals that points, and so it'll be 1 versus 3 or 4 for the final boss format. That always sounds like fun, but yeah, I haven't been able to make one of those.
How do those play out? I've never done one.
They seem to say that it plays out really well. That's why he's been doing it, because everyone has so much fun doing it. So I have no personal experience, but I just know that they were talking it up, and it seemed to have lots of fun. I mean, especially if they're doing it more than once and they're looking forward to it. So it's got to be pretty good.
That is cool. I want to say Jeremy does a great job. The only thing with our version of the silver format is it's caused a lot of confusion sometimes. So there's been people that have built straight silver and not like as the version, like the local version of silver, which is a little different because it doesn't have the requirements quite as rigid.
Or if you're Pete, you just show up only Silver Age pieces, no modern.
Mm-hmm. Or you don't read the build at all, and you have to buy a brick to build that night.
That's pretty good
That
too.
that was the best one. I fully agree with duos. I really enjoyed that. I've even asked to be like, hey, can you set up another duos event day? But it hasn't happened yet.
I think we're gonna do another one after Origins.
Fair.
All right, way back when WizKids made Iron Maiden Hero Clicks, what band would you make an Iconix for, and why is it Guar? Guar would probably work, right? I'm not sure how many bands would honestly make a good Iconix set. Is this another Limp Bizkit answer?
That is Limp Bizkit, but another good one is that it's actually comic book related, because they actually have a superhero movie as well as several comic books, and that's Kiss, if you really want to as well. But yeah, because you could have the face painted versions and the non face painted. But yeah, Limp Bizkit, because there's actually a cool Smitty set back in the early 2000s they're almost like Lego figures, but like they had that for major bands, Power Man 3000, all that stuff. But yeah, it's gotta be Limp Bizkit. I mean, because you can even throw in a Ben Stiller, because Ben Stiller loves limping with the biscuit.
Just throw Ben Stiller in the Iconix set.
Yeah, it's a nod to the chocolate starfish and hot dog flavored water. He's in the intro and the outro, and that's what he talks about. He's like, yeah, I'm limping with the biscuit.
Dude, I would play Ben Stiller as a piece so often if that happened.
Yeah, and he's also a superhero, so it'd be cool to see him as Mr. Furious as well. So there's.
Oh, I'd rather see him as Zoolander.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
funny
no,
steal as a trait.
Yeah.
Miles took my answer. It was Limp Bizkit. Kiss is a good one, though. Honestly.
Oh, that's easy. Outcast.
Oh, that's a good one.
Hey,
shaking Polaroid pictures.
Yes.
Yeah. Like golden calculator to divide.
Well, and they had such weird things too because they had the other like um different albums, and they've kind of gone on to other single things. Can you imagine having an Andre 3000 just a straight flute album, just
Yeah.
like an Ultra Chased? Yeah.
Second obligatory wrestling question: who is past due to be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame? I think Owen Hart's up there, but I don't see that ever happening.
They actually tried, and his wife said no.
Yeah, so I don't think it will. He would not let them ever do it.
Yeah.
Or she won't ever let
No,
them do
which
it.
is sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I'll be honest, because like they held the longest reign for the tag team championship for years until they had New Day, and I know people love New Day, but New Day will never be as dominant as Demolition was when they first debuted in '87 until about '89, right before Crush showed up. Like Demolition was what made WWE's tag team division so good because you teamed them up against the Brainbusters, who are already in there because of the Four Horsemen. I just think that the '80s, like when you look at like the great wrestlers of the '80s and like what defined it, Demolition is there.
I'm frantically reading the Hall of Fame list right now to see if people are included or not.
Say a name and I'll tell you yes or no.
Rick Rude definitely deserves to be in if he's not. The Ravishing one?
Yeah.
What about Vince McMahon?
Yes. He's not in it.
No, he didn't induct himself into his own Hall of Fame.
That kind of surprises me on some levels. But yeah, Vince absolutely deserves to be in there. Are you kidding me? That's a no doubt. Keeping Vince out of the WWE Hall of Fame is like keeping Pete Rose out of the Baseball Hall of Fame. It makes no sense.
Yeah, but with everything going on and how it's not even really a physical Hall of Fame, I mean, his theme song actually tells you exactly it, and that's called "No Chance in Hell." You know. But now there's talks of him rebuying it, so we'll see. We'll see if that's accurate.
Yeah, there's talks that he wants to, not that it would ever happen, though.
No, yeah. But, he does deserve it. There is no WWE, obviously, without him, so.
Questions.
There's probably, honestly, no modern American wrestling without him.
No. Well, I mean, you can look at... Yeah, there is still Japan and, Crockett.
Yeah. They're never been the success that WWE is. Yeah, Vince deserves to be in the Hall of
Fame.
Yeah. Okay. Question specifically for Ryan. In my 23 years of playing HeroClix, I've taught dozens of players how to play the game, but I've never taught a small child how to play. Given your experience with Oliver, what is your advice for a dad wanting to pass on the legacy? So he always had an interest in it because he watched us play for so long, and so he always wanted to play. And we just started by just putting a figure on the board, and we were just rolling dice and pretty much just doing simple math, and not even like what was on the dial, just whoever won the dice roll. And then we eventually moved to you can move or attack, and we would use the numbers on the dial. And then probably a year after doing both of those things, then that's when we started adding all of the powers. But the last thing that we ever added was the team abilities, just because it's another step beyond everything else. So we really just kind of went in phases. But he started playing just the simple stuff at home. I think he was like 5.5 maybe when he started. And then when did Wheels of Vengeance come out? Because that's when he started playing every week at Coliseum.
2023 end of 20 or right?
Yeah.
End of 2024.
So he was playing. So he would have been 6.5 when he started in Wheels of Vengeance. So he's been playing for a year and a half just at the store, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that doesn't even count. I don't know if that counts the monthly. If he started playing at the monthly right around the same time or not, I don't remember.
Yeah, it was right around that time. Maybe it was like a month or two before. So
I mean, either way, like he's still very impressive for his age. Like he knows so many things where I'm like someone will ask and I'll come over and I'm like, yeah, he's right.
And then I would say too, like I take my time explaining a lot of things to him, even if it's not the exact instance. So if something is true or not true, I'll give him a close example of something else that's similar, so he can kind of try to compare the two. The only time that he really gets confused is when it's a figure that just it breaks the normal rules and he hasn't come across it yet. Otherwise, like Dan was saying, he knows the rules, better than a lot of other players. Number 8.
This is also how Redmond taught me to play. Was exactly how he taught Ollie too.
I still break stuff down similar to how I break stuff down for Ollie when we play.
Starting at the math mostly. You're like, Pete, you got a 12 on the dial. You rolled a 5. What did that hit?
Nothing.
I'm pretty good at 17 now.
I think you need to work on math with Bookwood. So I think he needs to go to
There has been a couple
Counting all
times
300.
where you're like, I missed, and I'm like, no.
Watch this because I assume I miss.
Question specifically for Dan. Is there an unmade Asgardian that you'd love to see made? If not, is one critically overdue for a remake?
So if there's something that I want made, it's probably Jormungandr, honestly. I don't think we've actually had just him. So that would be really neat to actually get this, like, the World Serpent made. If we're talking remade, honestly, if it was my choice, it'd probably be Fenris Wolf. I think he's only been made the 2 times, and one was a movie-specific version. So
That would be cool. How many lines
You
and
said-
dots would be over the letters of the first guy that you said?
I think it's 1 line and 1 dot, if I remember that correctly.
Okay.
I just assumed he was shopping at IKEA.
A question specifically for Pete. How about them Cubs? Saw Wrigley in your profile and assumed you to be a fan. They actually won the World Series on my birthday in 2016. Now, Pete, is it true that your favorite thing about Wrigley is the urinals?
They've redone those. They used to be terrible. So like old Wrigley was like, it was literally like a porcelain wall. And then there was like a trough in some of the bathrooms too. So that's a fun Wrigley fact. Yeah, I love the Cubs. I grew up in Chicago. We lived 6 blocks from Wrigley for 2 years, and every day you would come home, and then we ended up moving to the South Side. Some people ask me where I'm from. I can give you we spent most of our time on the South Side, but I would come home from school every day and turn on the TV, and the Cubs would be on because they played day games. So I'm what I describe as a long-suffering Cubs fan, as most Cubs fans are. But 2016 was incredible. They're good this year. Their offense is good. I don't think they have the pitching or defense they had in 2016, but we'll see. So I'm excited to see where this team goes.
And question specifically for Miles. Will you ever be able to find love again once the motorcycle retires?
Yep, Smash and Destroy gives me a motorbike, which is not an effect terrain, so it should never retire. So I think I will always have a motorcycle in Modern.
I mean, but you'll also, the bikes aren't really, they're just going to silver, and silver is eternal. So
Yeah, but we're talking about Modern. Like, there will always be a motorbike in Modern now because of Smash and Destroy.
That's
That is
going to
true.
fill your void.
It's not going to be the same as the old one, but you know what? Yeah, it's... Whenever you move on from something, like whenever you compare it to what was before, you're always going to be disappointed. And so you just have to think of like what you have now and just be grateful for that instead of comparing it to gold. Just settle and be okay with it.
It's very
Because you
humble.
know that you're never going to reach that happiness again.
Very humble of you.
If you love something, set it free, and if it loves you, it'll come back.
Yep.
The motorcycles will be back.
Legacy, baby.
Legacy motorcycle. All right.
I'm in favor of that.
Peter Marshfield. All right, I missed the last one. I think you missed the last 2 because I didn't have any questions to ask, but I've got something for you guys this time. First and most controversial, are you willing to eat peanut butter and pickles because real men eat things that don't make sense? I'm kidding, but would you do it for $100? I honestly hate pickles. I cannot stomach them.
How could you ruin peanut butter with pickles? Like,
Yeah.
why?
I'll eat a whole jar of peanut butter for $100 in 5 minutes.
You know,
How did
for $100, like you're not asking me to eat ghost peppers dipped in battery acid. You're asking me to eat a sandwich that tastes like a pregnant woman's midnight craving. I do it, record it, and pocket that cash with pride.
Peppers
Miles,
and
you
battery
never-
acid?
And you know what? And if you try it, pro tip, use crunchy peanut butter and cold dill pickles on toasted sourdough. Weirdly satisfying. So would you do it for free, Peter? Or are you holding out for the $100 too? That was ChatGPT.
I do it for $20. It's $20 is $20.
That is the motto, right?
But if you wanted to give me 100, I'd be fine with that too.
Dan, where do you stand?
I'll beat the pickles and peanut butter. Nah, nope. I can't do that. I'm sorry. No, not even for the $100.
Second, and also controversial, you're determined that to be a stronger player, you have to learn how to deal with Beetlejuice without playing Chair Panther. What is your strategy for dealing with him? Will your plan also work for Wakanda Hulkbuster? Do you think the Nats and Worlds winners this year will have Chair Panther in their build, or will they just have a plan for how to combat Juice and Wakanda Hulkbuster? I'm gonna say they will absolutely have the Chair Panther. Do you guys think that there's any chance that the winning build for Worlds does not have Chair Panther?
Maybe like a 2% chance, but in all honesty, Chair Panther's not just there because of Juice now. We have ridiculous one-shots. Rivalry is insane. And an event is even worse. So if you know that Juice is going to be part of the meta, so you should have a team that can deal with Juice in case they bring him out on the sideline, from the sideline. And you're most likely going to be shutting off Rivalry and Cannon Event. Cannon Event will just completely decimate your team on the right build if you don't answer it. And without Chair Panther, like that Cannon Event just is insane. The camo with the shark, like Cannon Event is a lot more disruptive in competitive play than Juice, because you know that, there's a chance that they're going to bring him out. So obviously there's going to be certain pieces that you can't play because, you're like, crap, Juice just stops that figure from even functioning. There's figures like Prime Blue Beetle, the Space Ghost. But there's ways to build around that. You're going to be limited a little bit, but you're going to need to answer Cannon Event and Rivalry.
I find it highly unlikely that either team winners of Nats or Worlds does not include Legacy Panther. Just because, and I'll echo as Miles said, like, Juice is a pain in the butt. What kind of Hulkbuster, at least on the board at 125, you can't play him off the sideline and call him in and cause those problems. So you should be prepared for both of them. But I think the one-shots are a huge strategy changer.
Oh yeah, they're definitely big. That's for sure. Like, it's
Well, in our game, for instance, Dan, what was more of a problem? Juice or Rivalry?
Rivalry for the auto hit. It was just like,
Exactly.
If you didn't have that, our game would have went completely differently.
That's my entire point, is that like Rivalry, it just completely changes games.
And the main point is, like, yeah, there will be builds without Chair Panther, but we are talking the one that actually wins these events, Nats and Worlds. I don't see how you can go through every single opponent without him and win. Don't say it, Dan.
My current team has neither, and I've got a solid winning record with it. So
Okay. What happens when somebody calls Beetlejuice out on your team?
I just kill Beetlejuice.
That's just it. That's okay.
I have the range to do it. By the time he's out, I'm well within my shooting distance.
Okay. Third, and slightly judgmental, what defines a sandwich? By the traditional definition, is a hot dog also a sandwich? What about a soft shell taco? Is there
No.
an
No.
official answer to this?
No, it's always be an
asking
argument,
ChatGPT.
but the look. Exactly. So let's go to the expert.
ChatGPT.
Yes.
Okay, here officially hot off
here
the
we go.
presses.
The eternal
sandwich
question
is a
is hot
food.
dog a sandwich? Yes, it is technically a sandwich. A sandwich is meat between bread, and a hot dog bun fits that definition. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, classifies a sandwich as a meat or poultry filling between two slices of bread, a bun, or a biscuit.
So not a
So
taco.
that's the USDA. But
See-
culturally, it's its own thing. Most people don't say, I'm craving a sandwich, and then order a hot dog. Like how a taco is technically a meat vessel, but isn't called a sandwich. It's in its own category. Hot dogs are part of a ballpark street food culture, not deli sandwich culture. Verdict: hot dog is a sandwich by definition, but not by identity. It's like how Pluto is a planet until scientists said, kind of not.
Those
So
are
the real
actually
answer, yes.
good.
But also, don't be that guy at the barbecue.
Those are good comparisons.
There you go.
See,
ChatGPT.
the Oxford Dictionary consists as an item of food consisting of two pieces of bread with meat, cheese, or other filling in between them. So it differentiates a little bit more, as you can have other filling that's not necessarily a meat or poultry item.
No, that's why it's going by the USDA, which is between two slices of bread, a bun, or a biscuit.
Like,
Yeah. ChatGPT says a tortilla is not a sandwich, though.
Yep. It's its own category.
Not a
I still
sandwich.
consider a
it
hot
said-
dog a sandwich, but
The real
it's a
answer is
wrap.
yes, but also don't be that guy at the barbecue. So, you know.
Last one before the build for review. Since Wisconsin is known for its beer stores per square mile, you're having a game day and your guests are encouraged to bring beer to share. Some of you like me might try to bring something enjoyable to share. Three Floyd's craft brews are my favorite. Which of the following is the most disappointing to see show up? Busch Beer, Coors Light, PBR, or Natty Light? Personally, all of these are disappointing. Bill, oh, that's the build one. Okay.
Oh, ChatGPT just ranked them. Nice.
So let me guess. Oh man, I don't even know if I can guess. I'm gonna put
It's going to be good.
the
Yeah.
worst one.
So they also have nicknames for it.
All right, so I'm gonna go. Natty Light is the bottom, then PBR, then Busch, and then Coors at the top.
Close. So fourth is Natty Ice, Natty Light.
Okay.
But it's called Why Did You Even Show Up? Number 3, Busch Beer. Smells like summer at a truck pull.
Okay.
Number 2, Coors Light, the silver bullet of sadness. And number 1 is PBR, the hipster nostalgia in a can.
Okay.
but PBR is awful though.
The silver bullet of sadness. I love it.
Well, how would you guys rate them?
See, I thought we were going to talk about like a beer we'd like to bring, and I was like, oh, okay, I actually have a thought for this, and no, it went completely the opposite direction.
This is way better. Let's
I'm gonna
judge
have
people.
To go. It's been forever since I've had the silver bullet of sadness, but I used to drink it all the time with Busch, and the more you drink, eventually they just taste like water anyway. So it's just getting through those last few. Pabst I stay away from. I'll actually pick, and I won't ever touch Natty Light. I'll drink Rollin' Rock before I drink PBR and Natty Light.
So that was a lot of words. Rank them. Just numbers.
Coors Light 1,
Okay.
and then we're gonna go with Busch at 2, and then PBR at 3 and Natty at 4.
Which I think that's what
If
I
have
said
to rank
too, right?
those four specific. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
except I have Natty at Natty's 4. Yeah, that's exactly what you ranked them. Yeah, because why did you even show up? It says right here, it's the bottom shelf of bottom shelves. It's what's left in a frat house keg 2 hours after the party. And then it says right here, I spent $11 on this 30-pack, and I still feel ripped off.
We used to drink Keystone Light at college. Man, that was a hangover right there.
Oh,
It was so cheap though.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's the point, right?
Oh, it says if you're bringing 3 Floyds, you're the MVP. Someone bringing zombie dust to a party is like showing up with truffles to a gas station potluck. So,
I mean, they're all bad I don't really have like it's like picking from the dumpster at this point as far as like these four options.
Well, you can't flip a four-sided coin on this. You got to rank them.
I just turned the coin into a cube. Darn it, that's the rough. Oh well.
Cube? That's not four.
Have to be
I know it's not
one of
four.
those pyramid things.
A tetrahedron, yes.
Pyramid thing. Rank the beers, Dan.
But jeez, I don't even have like a good option. Honestly, it's just
No, I don't like either of them either. I just had to rank them worst from worst to the
I
worst.
haven't even. I don't think I've ever drank Natty Light, so that's. I don't eat.
Oh, you're not missing out.
That's kind of what I thought. I was like, so I'm assuming that goes on the very bottom. Like Bush beer. I'm assuming like Core is probably number 1, Bush number 2, PBR is 3, Natty at 4 at the worst. That's they're all bad.
Pete, would you change any of that? Because I think all three of us are at the same now.
I'll give you my 4, but I want to be very clear. Like, maybe people aren't familiar with Wisconsin drinking culture, so any beer is beer, right? So you have your morning beer, your afternoon beer, and your evening beer. So they all fall in different categories, okay? So if you've ever been in Wisconsin, that's a true thing. Of those 4, I would go Coors Light number 1. I would go Bush number 2. I would go Natty Light number 3, and I would go PBR 4. PBR is a headache guaranteed. No matter how much of it you drink, 1 sip or 6 of them, you're going to feel like you got hit by a truck the next day.
Well, and the only way that you're actually going to be drinking those 4 is if you're wearing flannel and pretending to like vinyl. Like, let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't. PBR is not. The only other one that gets PBR, and this is going to be a problem as a Cubs fan, is Old Style. Dude,
I'll take
headache
Hams and
immediately.
Olympia over any of those 4.
Like I'd rather drink.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Coors. It just depends. Are you Coors Light or he said Coors Light, but Coors Heavy's not bad either. I avoid Budweiser because we're near Milwaukee, so we're all Miller people here. So like Miller Lite, MGD, you know, the High Life, like that's the stuff you'll see at most parties, right?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
All right, now he has some build feedback. I'm still testing my detective team, but I'm debating on just how much clicks I want to pack for Origins. So I've got one build that takes advantage of a past modern team, and then I've got an old friend. What you dudes think? All right, so his first one is, this is the past one, so it is...
Do the links work?
They do work. So this is the Captain...
Yeah, they work as
Nice.
ChatGPT. ChatGPT just gave me the strengths and considerations for both teams. So, working overtime.
So you have a summary up from ChatGPT that you want to go over after I read them? Okay. All right, so it's Captain Carter from the Disney Plus with the Enchanted Ball and Chain, Sicarian Iron Man with the Cloak of Levitation, Sky Tyrant with the +1 Longsword, Zala Jor-El with the Crimson Gem, Reverse Flash with the Power Gem, the Captain America team-up card from Kooky Quartet with Mjolnir, the Black Shirt Scott Porter with the Emotional Modifier, and a 5-point Timebreaker with Fortify, Pim Particles, Rivalry, Ares, and Mankind on the sideline for those extra WWE powers for what, Sicarian?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Miles, let's hear what ChatGPT has to think about this.
All right, well, both teams have their merits, and your choice might depend on your play style and the specific matchups you anticipate at Origins. But here's a breakdown. For the past keyword team, strengths, you have tempo control. It's incorporating characters like Spider-Man 1776 that can limit your opponent's actions, giving you a strategic advantage. It also has defensive synergy. Pieces like Captain Carter and Sheriff Steve Rogers can boost your team's defense, making it harder for opponents to land hits. And you also have Outwit and Perplex, and having multiple sources of these powers allows you to adapt to various threats and enhance your team's effectiveness. But the things you need to consider is the complexity. Managing multiple support powers and ensuring optimal positioning can be challenging. And mobility. You need to ensure you have enough mobility options to reposition your pieces as needed. And you're detective. The strength is you get the theme team bonus. So building around a shared keyword can grant you additional benefits like theme team probability control, which is not accurate. So we can just go ahead and throw that out the window. Versatility. Detective themed characters often have a mix of powers, allowing for flexible strategies. And has a surprise factor. This team might be less common in the meta, potentially catching opponents off guard. But the things you need to consider is synergy. You need to ensure that the characters with the detective keyword have abilities that complement each other to maximize effectiveness. And then you need to consider incorporating pieces that can boost your team's survivability through defense. And then the final thoughts is if you're leaning towards a more control-oriented playstyle and are comfortable managing multiple support abilities, the pass keyword team might be your best bet. On the other hand, if you prefer versatility and the potential to surprise your opponents, detective could be the way to go. Remember to consider the current meta and the types of teams you expect to face at Origins. Testing both builds in practice games can also provide valuable insights into their performance. And feel free to share more details about your team compositions or specific characters you're considering, and I can provide more tailored feedback.
There were some good things in there sprinkled in, I guess.
Yeah.
So I've looked at this Captain Carter quite a few times. He's got Enchanted Ball and Chain. Do you think it would be worth putting the Mjolnir on her so that she's got a Giant Reach 6 with the improved targeting characters for that Quake?
I mean, he has pin particles, so you could just do that at least once.
Once, yeah.
So I mean, I don't know.
It's tough
he
because
has
that's
it
not
on
20 points.
Yeah, it's
She
the
isn't
big
equipped for free.
Is it 20 points? Yeah.
But I guess it's doing the... Oh, you know what, though? This is pretty good because it's doing the 4 damage.
Yeah.
I was thinking this was the new... What's the new one called? Just Ball and Chain?
Ball and Chain, yeah.
Okay, never mind that.
Oh, yeah, Ball and Chain.
Yeah, so this is actually... And you'd be able to use it, right? Yeah, because it's just Quake. And the other thing is just the knockback part, so yeah. So she would get a Giant Reach 6 Quake that does 4 damage. That seems pretty good. And she still themes with Zala, so she'd have a 12 charge after that. Yeah, that's not bad. I think this is pretty good. What do you guys think? There's a ton of offense.
Yeah, I think that. This is the strongest one because it's offense. But it's if you're gonna play this one, Peter, don't be scared. And that's gonna be the one thing that I think is really gonna hamper this is if you're playing this scared and not being as aggressive, it's gonna hurt. Like this team is all about aggression. And don't be scared to roll your dice. It's a dice game. And you just go for it. Don't play defensive. This is a straight just in your face.
Now let me ask you this, guys, though. He has the black shirt porter. Do you think this team being so offensive would probably be better with the white shirt, though? And then just playing the yellow ring?
No, he definitely needs a TK because he doesn't have a TK anywhere else in this team. Again, if he's on the...
You can do it with Saki, and you have the Zala. You think it's worth...
You do, but how are you getting across a big map? That's my thing, right? Even with Zala and a TK, you're not getting there.
You got the time breakers.
I guess you're just only starting with one, so...
I'm just thinking for more offense, and then the chance to throw in, another Perplex, and now you get a free ring. It's a way more offense heavy team.
Yeah, but the only problem though is like you said but if you're going second, you're definitely going to want to be putting yourself on a more defensive map, and I think that's what you need to look at. But yeah, you also need that extra reach.
That's what
it is aggressive, but there's no full map on a big map.
Exactly.
That can definitely.
Yeah.
Because Zala, does she have range? So okay, realistically, Zala's going to have a 17 square reach. So she can go from square 1 to square 18. So that's still 6 squares from getting full map.
What do you
Captain Carter
about getting the so taking off Mjolnir and putting Universal Weapon on Captain America, and then going to white shirt and just transferring the 10 points from the emotional modifier on Scott Porter to the 10 points on Captain America.
Potentially, yeah.
I like Porter though because you're not gonna really have a prob in place if you're trying to go over with Zala and you're actually trying to hit. Because she has to hit. So at least with Porter, you have a reroll on it no matter what.
Going through it, honestly, I think that it might be better to take Sky Tyrant off as an attacker, because if you look at your attackers, you're going to have Zala, Saki, Carter, and Reverse Flash. So you're going to have 5 actions, so you got to figure out TK to get them in place. And so Sky Tyrant's going to be the one that you're going to have to either go balls to the wall, but it's going to be hard on a full map, or you use those 50 points to potentially get some extra support to be able to get that higher range
I feel like
TK.
you take off Reverse Flash, honestly, because you want Tyrant on there because he's got Ares, and you want the.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, that's when you do Reverse Flash and you just put an Ares. You just give him any sword. I think Reverse Flash getting that full speed flurry because he also has prop, so that's where I like him at.
The only other thing that I'm thinking too is cannon event instead of fortify, and then again I'm still thinking White Porter. If you have the ring on him, you can just walk away a spotlight, yeah, and then now you can make whoever. So like Zala goes out there, and then you get Sky Tyrant or whoever else. Now you can cannon event one of those guys and save them.
Yeah,
that's where my head's
probably
at.
honestly. Yeah, that's best is getting cannon event on there over fortify.
Well, you could consider keeping Blackshirt, just paying for a ring and doing the same thing. But he's not your TK then. I like Blackshirt over Whiteshirt. I mean, the Pulse Wave is amazing. But I like the reroll because I'm assuming I'm missing most of the time. And then I also like that the adjacency, or you can heal every turn, assuming there's not something to preventing you from healing. So that I tend to gravitate towards Blackshirt more than Whiteshirt.
And I do
And then
too.
friendly characters automatically get a +1 to defense adjacent. So that you've got some pretty big defensive numbers there. Peter likes defend, so he's got it on Carter.
Is keep Blackshirt, get rid of the modifier, you put the ring on it. That way you take the power action like in your turn 1 if you're going first. So that way you're able to KO something and then get Zala up there, and now it's cannon event if you remove fortify. You just give him a ring and take that power action to then walk out that thing. Because you can have Zala carry it, and then it'll be KO'd. And then now she is.
Yeah, except she can't carry it with hypersonic if you're going.
Yeah, you're going first though, so you're breaking first turn immunity, so you're just going to carry. You're not hypersonic. You're just carrying.
I guess why would you break first turn immunity? Oh, because you can cannon event.
Cannon event. She's going to trigger cannon event.
I guess. But
she's going to carry that spotlight.
I guess I don't know. I guess I don't like burning that on something like that when I could burn it to like have a full turn where she just can't be touched. Like she goes over. She does her alpha. She brings somebody else over, and then you either cannon event her. Or
yeah, but you're setting up your alpha with Zala getting there like that.
I guess I don't like burning something like that. That's that potent on just.
No, it's usually always worked. That's how the camo build's been burning it. You break that first turn immunity, and there's nothing they can do, and then you just destroy them.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're gonna be having Zala there, and that on a big map, she's gonna be able to get full map now. And then you're going to bring over Captain Carter, who's then going to quake for 4 damage on everyone. Giant reach 6.
Sounds pretty good.
I definitely think you need to include cannon event. And I think you need to fill out the rest of your sideline. You got some missing spots here.
Yeah, he's only at 5 of 8, so you could have other stuff there too. Yeah.
Yeah, Mimic.
No, he's already got.
And then just 2 more WWEs.
He has the
already had 3 of 3 for
the 4
modern.
Modern though is already going to be taken.
Okay.
So
See it.
obviously, then you just add the troublemakers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then his other one is called Slash Bash. This is Carnage Silver Surfer with the Red Symbiote, Sakarian Iron Man with the Cloak of Levitation, Sky Tyrant with the +1 Longsword, Zala with the Crimson Gem, Apocalypse and Genesis both with Soul Sword, Sword Bearer traits, the White Shirt Porter with Sinestro Core Ring, and then the Commissioner with Emotion Modifier, Prime Hulk on the Hell Cycle, and a Boxing Ring. And then Fortify, Pin Particles, Rivalry Ares, Mankind, and Scrappy Doo. So see, I like with this one the Black Shirt Porter because then you can re-roll that sword roll with from Apocalypse.
So my question is, why not Black Symbiote on Carnage Surfer? Because then
probably for Ares.
Yeah, but I guess okay, fair. But then you're at least if you're playing him, then they have to come punch you unless they can shoot through hindering, which still isn't very common. So, and then you're on the reroll versus this way he can just get shot at, and then you don't have the defensive roll from Apocalypse.
Yeah, I like
I
him.
guess yeah,
I like him better with
I guess
black also.
I get the red play. I do get that, but I just think that opens him up to still just being shot at. I guess he won't have it anyway, the reroll if he's on black, because that doesn't give you blades. It gives you stealth and steal energy, but I don't know.
Well, you have other
can
ways
keep
of
him so
using areas,
safe. Like
too.
you also have, you can pick Blades of Sarkarian. You're gonna have it with Sky Tyrant now, and then Apocalypse and Genesis hat. There's plenty of other options to get the Ares thing off. So I think he's a
But
lot
yeah, no,
more
he
safe.
also has the blades for the APOC rollout. That's why.
Right now, yeah, to give him the blades.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's better than being able to hide in stealth in silver.
No, yeah, I think the stealth is more important.
And what do you guys think about white shirt versus black shirt on this team?
Still like black shirt better on this one. Like Porter, I mean the white is the white variant's still very good, right? Like he does his own thing. He just gives you a blanket +1 attack.
But so you're depending on these rollouts. That's exactly why black shirt's needed.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're depending on these APOC rollouts.
Yep. Having the chance to re-roll it is good.
So where are you guys at? Switching this one to black shirt?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
And
I
black
love the
shirt.
Sinestro core ring and all the things that you can generate, but I would prefer black shirt Porter on this one.
Okay. All right. Well, there are your two builds, Peter. Then we have William Day Roker. I'm planning on doing a refinance. Have any of you used this company? And if so, how did it go? And it is Fire Rocket Mortgage. Is this an actual company?
I do know. I know that Wes actually used it, and Wes, how do you feel after using it?
Like a fire rocket.
I mean, that's a hell of an endorsement right there.
I would go.
I think
with
you
it.
go for it.
Yeah. Legally required wrestling question. Which wrestler would be best suited to use the finisher called Fire Rocket, and what would the move do? I think it's just you're throwing them up like a lawn dart, right?
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Okay, so yeah, who you picking?
Big Show, I think, has thrown people the most like that, right? Like is that Snake Eyes?
Yeah,
Kinda.
yeah, I guess so, yeah.
But instead of throwing them onto the ropes, you're just throwing them as far as you can. You know, you take them above you, and then you just throw them as far as you can.
Like a fire rocket.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's there. I cheated. I went with ChatGPT, and I'll be honest, their answers are pretty damn good.
I'm gonna ban ChatGPT real soon.
I say like.
Oh, this is the only episode I'm using it. I used it specifically for this one because I drew a blank, and then I'm like, of course, it's the only answer. They went with Ricochet, and the Fire Rocket is springboard corkscrew shooting star knee strike. Think flashy, fast, and devastating. And they break it down. Your opponent is standing and staggered in the center of the ring. Ricochet springboard off the ropes or launches from the top turnbuckle. He performs a corkscrew shooting star press, but instead of landing chest to chest, he tucks midair and drives both knees into the opponent's shoulders, upper chest, like a midair double knee strike with rotation. On impact, the opponent crashes to the mat, often with a dramatic recoil because he just got hit.
Like a fire rocket.
You know? And the alternate versions for bigger opponents, it's a running springboard corkscrew knee strike. It's like a faster version of a Kinshasa with aerial flare.
Now, is this WWE?
And a commentary call example.
Is this WWE Ricochet or is this AEW Ricochet?
This is WWE one, because the commentary call example is Ricochet with liftoff, Fire Rocket. That's it. It's got to be it.
Let's say, if it was AEW Ricochet, then he's probably not even hitting the move.
Yeah, you know, but AEW Ricochet, you know, he does the good stuff.
Terrible. Pete, who do you got for Fire Rocket?
Man, those are both good. Like just picking somebody up and launch them like a long dart, or what ChatGPT gave us through Miles. I don't think I'm going to offer a better thing than that, honestly. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, you could go to some of the other guys like Bandito or Desperado or El Viking Heel. And they could do something like that, but there's not many guys pulling off that ricochet move. So yeah, I'm gonna agree with ChatGPT, and I salute our AI overlords.
Dan, do you have an answer for this one?
My only thing, because obviously there's fire involved, and doesn't Kane usually have a lot of background things?
Yeah. Yes, that's it. Kane does the lawn dart.
Yeah, that was what I thought. I was like him just chucking somebody, like just like a football. Just, oh, there they go.
I think, but I have to be honest with you. I think I would like the move better if somebody was tossing someone. If it either was called Giants tossing Giants or the lawn dart than the fire rocket.
All right, going to Leo Sajasi. As a returning player, this upcoming rotation will be my first rotation back. Can you explain what you guys expect for a rotation and how to manage your collection knowing rotation is imminent? I'm just a modern player currently because I don't have any of the Silver Age cliques because I used to play about 10 years ago and just started again in Collector's Trove, but now own basically the entirety of meta modern pieces. At what point should I be trading away, selling, or keeping pieces likely to rotate or do values hold? As a collector, I hold on to everything, and if you want to start playing Silver, then I would just hold on to your pieces. But as far as main sets, we should see everything from, I think it's Deadpool Weapon X and earlier rotating out.
Yeah.
We still need to know what the schedule is going to be on Iconix, and then the LEs that we're going to lose. That's usually 3 years.
Unless you're Death Metal Wonder Woman, then she's just in Modern forever.
She's fine. Leave her alone.
I will say Rob Peterson did make a good point. We joke about her being in Modern for 7 years, but I think it's been a little bit closer to 3. Yeah, maybe 3.5.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it hasn't been that long.
But it still feels like she's been here forever, like the longest piece in Modern.
Yeah. As a curated collector, like I think honestly, with Silver picking up in popularity, I think it honestly helps like bolster the value of pieces long term, instead of as soon as they rotate out of Modern, the pieces just crash as far as like value. Like they'll just get cut in half. Sometimes it felt like you're like, oh, this was an $80 piece, and now it's selling for 40 or less. So it definitely feels like things with that format taking off as much as it does. The values hold a lot better, which is nice. Like if a piece is good, it shouldn't lose value over time if it's still just as good.
Yeah, this is Leo that in the top 4 I couldn't hit to save my life, and so we still have a rubber match to meet up with. But he's definitely more of your meta player. I don't really think that he's a collector. I might be wrong, but definitely with Silver being a thing and you being that meta player for sure, you keep a lot of those. The only thing to trade and sell, I honestly think, is like figures that are like aren't going to be good in Silver because they're only good now in Modern because they're an anti-meta pieces for like niche, not great for overall. So like they really won't see play in Silver, but like they'll see some play here. I'm trying to think of a few pieces like now that are in Modern that just won't be seeing a lot of play in Silver. For instance, I think Major Logan is a piece that's selling for a lot of money, right? It's a really high piece. I think it's probably better to get rid of that before it rotates while it's at a high, because I see him dropping a lot.
Yeah.
If you're not going to be a collector. Like those are the pieces I think, especially with Silver being Highlander, you want to look at pieces like that. Like
that's the
that
main
you want to play
thing
in
right
multiple.
there, yeah, is the Highlander
Exactly.
thing.
Yeah, that changes things a lot.
And Major Logan is by no means unplayable. Like he's still great in Silver, but he loses a lot of luster because you can't play multiples, and so so he's still going to be good in Silver, but his price is going to dip.
Don't forget
potentially not
the Scott Porter thing though too. Everyone usually has one of those pieces on their team, so he's not like a bad play.
No, but he's going to be one of those niche anti-meta pieces. You know, to where if you're playing the meta, you're not going to really be using, you know what I mean? Like outside of very niche. So he's one of those pieces that, like, if you're trying to get top dollar for those pieces, it's just pieces like him that if you're going to sell,
Right.
you want to sell high, and roughly like right before Worlds is going to be high. I'm not saying to sell him. I'm not saying that he's crap, because he's not. I do think that Major Logan still has a place in silver, but it's pieces like that, for example, that are just selling for a ridiculous amount currently that will drop after rotation. So you could sell him for a premium of like what, 120, 130 right now, and in a year, it's a good chance that now all of a sudden he's half that.
And before some of the things too, I mean, Highlander really is the big thing, because people were playing potentially 2 on the same team, or 1 and then switch in with like a butterfly swap. When you can't do that anymore, everyone's going to need a maximum of 1. So that'll change it a little bit. But his demand might change too, because at 45 points and him being part of your silver build points and everyone pretty much always having a Scott Porter on their build, that's pretty high likely that he's going to get off his stuff for his D6 rolls.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about from a financial standpoint, to where he's going for a lot now and you'll be able to recoup it. Like, look at Sky Tyrant. Sky Tyrant is still one of the most effective. In fact, he won Rock Cup. Yeah. And like he's selling for like $30, 30? And there was a time when he was over $100.
Oh yeah, he was. Yeah. I thought he was closer to like 50.
People selling him for.
He was someone had like 4 of them
for like $25 to $30.
That's insane.
So you get, I thought it was insane too. I just missed it, but yeah. So people are, obviously, like I said, it's going to still sell for about 50, which is what they were still selling for. What, 150 when it was modern. So, like, if you sold him for 150 and you bought it for 50, you got $100 back. And I think that Major Logan's going to be one of those pieces that you can sell for a really good price right now and then recoup it in like a year. And figures like him. He was just the one that just popped in my head as a full niche figure. And then you're also going to look at like what's being heavily played in the modern now. Like, you're like, okay, I'm playing modern. Like, figures like Kevin are just, heavily played. And he's about to rotate. So is it really smart to invest $200 to play a figure for a couple months just for it to get benched in silver, to where you're not even going to be able to play it for a year? I'm not saying it's getting benched, but like from how Aaron's been working, that you see figures that get overplayed go on the bench list.
It's a safe bet, yeah.
So
but again, it's only a year though. So I don't know if
I understand it is, but there's people that are just sitting on these figures and they just want to get rid of them. And so on the bench list, like, you could get the MOE swaps right now. There's a few people that are selling all of them for like $200. Because they're just collecting dust and not being played in many events.
I did see one for really low, and I was like, "That's nuts for those guys."
Yeah, there's one. Yeah, there's one that was even lower than that. Yeah, it's just people. It's one of those like, what have you done for me lately? Instead of looking forward to the year, it's just like, oh crap, I can't play them. I'm just gonna get rid of these figures. That's how most people think.
I'll just go to the 2 cardinal rules of Redmond: own one of everything and never sell anything.
Those are very good rules to have.
Redmond is 3. Redmond's 3 of everything.
Some of them.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to Wonder Woman 80, we have 4 Sky Tyrants, we have 4 Scarabs, 2 Commissioners, I think. Yeah, that was a multiple chase set.
4 Scarabs, you. If you're just like a high meta player, I mean, obviously, like, I would still just say hold on to the good stuff. Like, that's the easiest answer, right? Because if you want to play in more than just modern, those pieces are still going to be playable even after they rotate. That's my easiest answer to that. Because the way I collect and hold on to stuff is very skewed compared to normal people.
Does it have a rollout? Yes, I want it. That's about it.
All right, going to McConnell Lamar. Hey, gents, I hope you had a great holiday weekend. Why do you think we aren't seeing more pulp events? While we're not, like, I'm not a huge fan of pulp personally. I do think with an active ban list, though, we actually have a lot of really fun pieces in modern that maybe pulp could actually be fun now. I'm not really sure why we're not seeing any events go off though, at like anywhere, right? When was the last pulp event we had? Like a year ago at Worlds?
Worlds. Yeah.
It's a very limited format. I don't think most of us
One
are
of those.
interested in
It's
playing a
probably
limited
the
format.
easiest tier 0 format.
Well,
Like realistically, when you think about it.
the thing that makes it super unfun at a competitive level is that it's very easy to kind of crack. This is the team that will probably win. And if you can get rid of some of those problem pieces and it's not that, then I think you could have a little bit more fun with it.
Yeah, 300 point Thanos is an obvious answer.
Like that's stuff like that just isn't good.
Yeah, there's really not a lot to say about it because they're not pushing for pulp, and it's really hard because I know that like some people out here like that they like playing pulp, but then they play the Thanos, and they're also the ones that don't like the modern because they think that the meta's not fun, and they bring a Thanos to an event. So yeah, it's in a weird spot right now.
Yeah.
I think the thing I don't like about pulp is I like use the like availability to use like all parts of a build. So like not have a sideline and to not be able to like access like equipment besides like the subtle ones that they're doing with like the vibranium stuff you can do. 'Cause honestly, Wakanda looks really good for pulp. Like I would play that legitimately in pulp, and I would think it would be good. But I think that's the biggest thing for me. That's more of a turnoff. Is just I like to be able to use everything that we have access. Not necessarily everything we have access to, but like I like all the interactions and stuff you can get with clicks, and that like to then like parse it down really far just makes it a little less entertaining for me from like a play aspect of it.
I think if you have a limited format, you have to be very aggressive and list. I think that's it. And that sounds counterintuitive, but when you have a piece that's clearly better than everything else and has a probability of winning of like what would you say like realistically like 60 to 75% in any given tournament, like it's just not gonna
if you look at the
happen.
bigger tournaments and you're gonna look at the top players like a player piloting at like Lucas level, then it's close to 100% realistically in pulp.
Yeah, I think that's, and I just don't think it appeals to the mass of players that travel for events. I think we like more stuff to do in the game.
As far as like pulp goes though, look at silver and how much better it's gotten every time there's been some tweaks to what's benched or banned or a few rules here or there, and where silver is now versus like a year and a half ago. If they put that same energy into pulp, I think it could be fun. Even if it was silver pulp, it would need a little bit more attention obviously, but there's fun to be had there.
If they were, I mean, because they've made some really great CURs lately, so there's fun pieces to play.
Oh yeah.
You just have to remove the ones that cause it to not be fun.
Right.
Yeah, like I love
Thanos
I love
Ares
a lot
bomb,
of the
baby.
universe.
All right, what changes do you expect to see between what was played at H4H and Origins? Well, the modern event at H4H was a 3v3 Highlander event. There's a decent amount of types of teams that have a chance right now, but I think the biggest change is Spot's going to see a massive uptick just because it's not going to be one per every 3 players. There's no way that Spot doesn't shoot up in amount of people playing him.
I'm actually honestly thinking that he's one of those pieces that is just so good and so effective, but it's not an easy piece to play correctly. That I think there's gonna be a lot of people that want to play him, but they haven't been playing him correctly, and so they're just gonna pivot to a different team they're more comfortable with, because he's one of, if not the most hardest pieces to pilot.
I had a mass amount of questions on Spot the entire weekend. Like I'm per event when he was available to be played, I had tons of questions about how he works, is this correct, that type of thing. It was like he was very much not necessarily like a focal point, but just I had tons of questions come up where there was, judge call and they're like, "Hey, how does this work?"
So the only thing that's going to be the reason that he's not played as much is that reason right there, is that people are confused on how he works and they don't want to deal with it, or they haven't played against him and realized how ridiculous he can be with some equipment. Eventually, there's going to be a shift, and he's going to fly up.
I just don't know. But
No, yeah, he's ridiculous for the points, especially like I said with equipment.
Anything else that you guys think that'll be different between H4H and Origins?
Well, the silver event is going to have Smash and Destroy legal, so I think there's a few things that can really affect that.
That's kind of exciting.
In particular, Asgard becomes insane with the goats because there's tons of good silver pieces. You got Prime Gamora that all of a sudden becomes just a huge threat, even if you play her at full points.
Are you playing her instead of Cap, though? Now you have the goats?
I like that, actually. I really do. Like, because she
can play her and Cap. Because you can even play her at 60.
Okay.
Because you can also, again, because she has the option to just triple target and do her full damage too. She has the same thing as Cap, where if she single targets, you don't get powers. But I mean, like, still triple targeting and just hitting something for 4 apiece is really
because if you don't have enough modern points, and when you're looking playing as Guardian, like, she is gonna take up your prime slot, but
there's not a lot of like amazing baller like Asgardian primes to be fair.
There's really not, and so that's where modern points are, because now with the goats and with Asgardian having so many good pieces in modern, that you need those silver points, and so you're going to be able to play her, and obviously since you can't do double cap, she gives you the option to essentially do double cap.
But that's just it, and Dan knows this as well as we do, because we don't let him forget this. All the good Asgardian pieces are, for the most part, in Modern, and so now you only get 200 of those points, and now you're pulling, if you're going full Asgardian theme.
Yeah, because the Cap and the Goat is pretty much, it's only 90, but that's half your Modern points right there. And that's if you're playing one Goat.
And you want Freya, right?
Yeah, so that's 140, and then you have 60 points left. So
I mean, you can go into using the keyword, but I don't think that you can make a full theme team with it.
I think you can with a good. There's a few pieces in silver with Asgardian that, because you can even get the Asgardians onto Spider Family to cheat in some extra support for silver.
That's what I was gonna say.
You can't move them with the Goat.
That's making it a little more dirty, but yeah.
I was gonna say
now it's Spider-Man Family.
Yeah,
of course. That's what I'm saying. That's going to be the biggest change, is because we haven't seen the goats perform in silver yet, and there's a huge chance, like Prime Gamora, she becomes so much more deadly with the goat.
I think Brute's going to be getting a big play in both Modern and Silver, with Smash and Destroy being legal. I think Asgardian's going. But man, there's some wild stuff that Brutes do now for not a ton of points, just for support. And there's good.
There's a Prime Kingpin team out there that's dirty for Brute in Modern and Silver.
Brute could be your sleeper keyword, honestly.
Yeah, there is a Prime Kingpin team out there in Modern. Me and John Michael were talking about it and figuring it out, and it gets pretty insane.
That's awesome. Like, that's what I want to see, is stuff like that. Like that, I'd be all over that.
I was just messing around with a couple of Brute options. What was that, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, Pete? What did you think about that team?
Mm-hmm. No, I thought it was a really good team in Silver. It was fairly oppressive to go up against. Like, you really couldn't. It took me a few turns to figure out how to attack it. And honestly, if your dice were even slightly better, that game would have been a lot more lopsided.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's potential.
You're talking in Silver? Interesting.
Yeah, for the chase booster we played. Oh yeah, his team was rough to attack. It was very difficult.
Oh, I didn't get to see that team because I didn't play you. That was the thing.
The strategy basically became, let me give him one thing to attack while I try to pick off other stuff as I try to pull him back. Okay. And it was a good game. It was a close game, but if his dice were even average that night, it would not have been a close game at all.
Yeah, there were some rough rounds. You had a couple of rough ones too, but all right. Going to these ones were from last week that we missed, or we already recorded by the time they got onto the list here. But first is from Miguel Silva. The spot was played in a lot of teams. Do you feel he needs a once per turn effect? I think he just needs to not be equipped. but I don't know.
No, so this is where it gets really weird because we're in that weird transition phase of pre-rotation where like spot is everywhere because of the equipment, like Health Cycle. But after rotation, all of a sudden, like he's no longer a problem. And I'm sure Aaron's gonna be addressing him in silver because obviously with the Health Cycle. But I think if you do it once per turn, like you completely defeat the purpose of how that figure works.
Yeah,
And
I don't think that's the answer.
it's really good, really, really good. But like currently there's so many broken things that you can't play them all. And he's just one aspect of it. But when you look at rotation, when you lose Hell Cycle, he loses so much of being great. Now I know there's the Carnage symbiote that can give him sidestep that you got a KO for 15 points. Like I realize there is that. But like you have to invest actions in to do that. You're not just starting him equipped.
And it's harder because he has toughness, so you can't just drop him off an elevator.
Yeah, you got to do unavoidable, so you got to use dark holes and all that stuff. So you're wasting even more points. I think that we're just at that weird transition phase where certain figures are just ridiculously strong with certain equipment. I mean, we saw that before Disney Plus rotated because you were able to give the cloak to figures like Leech, so you could just carry him up and sidestep. And really benefit from that. And then like once that rotated, then Leech saw a lot less play because of the combo with Fantastic Four also. But yeah, so there's just certain things in Modern that like it'll fix itself with rotation because the Health Cycle is such an old piece compared to Spot. But I think right now we got to deal with it.
I mean, and he's squishy to be fair. Like
yes, he is.
He's not like. He's a glass cannon. Like if you have to play around him, but he goes down real easy. Like he's not hard to kill.
There's a lot of different play styles with him. I think one of the bigger things too is that we need more pieces like the traffic barrel. Might be a unpopular opinion with some people. The four squares in each direction, that's a little excessive, but things that shut down improve movement to make people have to go around, I think, is something that needs to be in the game to affect pieces like this. Because once that traffic barrel leaves, he's just going wherever he wants. And there's got to be something that comes out that gives sidestep or free move in the next few sets as well.
I mean, yeah, because I definitely don't have a problem with something like something similar to the traffic barrel existing. It's more of just that thing's radius, and then if you pick it up with a 2x2, it's just even larger because it's an effect range.
We do not trash the barrel on this podcast, Dan.
Was I trashing it? No.
You were saying how you don't like certain things about it. We love everything about it.
It does a lot for very cheap points, and I would honestly, if it was on a figure and the figure did something else as well, that's fine. Like,
well, it's on plastic, man.
Yes, which will also be rotating.
I don't care. It's appropriate and it's needed when you look at how many things have that improved movement, destroy blocking. Just get. Bookwood learned it firsthand.
I mean,
the rivalry sounds good until he realizes that Barrel is a better 5 points.
I mean, Jefferson kind of does similar things. It's not the same, but he has a somewhat similar effect. So, like, something like that, I like. Like, he offers you defense, like a defensive option, which is good. And he got top 2 in silver, so...
Oh, yeah, I think the point of the spot changing drastically once the Hell Cycle leaves is huge. I just kind of look at Spot as, like, any of the other 50 to 60 point super reliable low point attackers that we've had to deal with. Sky Tyrant, Carnage Silver Surfer, Kong. Like, these are things that you just have to be aware of. Like, they're gonna hit the table. Yep. So you better have a way of dealing with it.
The problem is that he's bringing you over and putting you in a pit of poison, or you can't problem because he's on the other side of the map, similar to plants. There's a lot more than, he's just an attacker that does a crazy flurry like Sky Tyrant or something like that.
I get that, but a lot of that happens because of things like the arrows.
Yeah, you occupy his marker. Like, there's ways around that. You can get can even throw it. There's ways around it, and because he has to either waste a free flurry to KO the figure or whatever you have, potentially with rollouts on that marker, or he has to take a free action to move it forward within him, which means that he's not going to be able to get full map because now he's back in the same place that he was when he started the game.
If you cross map, drop the, and then swap and drop the marker there, and just somebody just goes and occupies it, you're gonna have a lot tougher time getting over there to do it again. Especially if you're
people just haven't played against him a lot, so they don't do that.
Yeah, no, I get that.
If you just made him unequipable, his play would go down immensely.
Oh yeah,
you'd turn him into Blackheart.
Yeah,
it's probably
and
fine.
Yeah,
we'll see how things. We'll see how things turn out. All right, Luke Tokaraic. He was asking about the bikes in silver. So the bikes say they are not unique. Which parent are we supposed to listen to? So this
Miles.
This was actually discussed, and what is it? The bikes will be technically unique because of how Highlander's worded when they moved to silver, right?
Yes, because that's in the rule book about like the Highlander format.
Oh yes, technically in silver they're modern pieces that still apply that rule though, so it is current.
Yeah, but there's gonna be some loophole figures like Flash where you can play multiple because of like what their card says. And I think honestly that the silver committee needs to really look at also adding motorcycle and hellcycle and glider to that list as well.
I agree.
Because they're 15 points. Like,
and they were going to be able to make these played in multiples.
Yeah, that's the entire point. You ever seen a biker gang with one guy riding a bike? No.
So, I mean, we spent most of the episode talking about bike, right? So I just think the bike makes more pieces playable.
Yeah, it's good for the game.
For it, so I'm fine with it. Yeah.
But I will still defer to the Silver Savior until anything changes. So
I'm not. Come on, Dan, be your own man. Fight for the motorcycle. Fight for the hellcycle. Fight for the glider.
Fight. All right, last we have Caleb Cadu. I was busy and wasn't able to submit a build for the WrestleMania event podcast, so he has one that is a celebrity team. It is the Spider-Punk with the Infinity Gauntlet, the Black Canary from Rebirth with Universal Weapon, Macho Man Randy Savage with the motorcycle, the John Cena LE with the Hellcycle, and then Steve from Disney, what is this, Next Phase, with the Avatar of Towerette, Copycat, and the WWE ring. And then sideline is Fortify, Absorbing Man, Amanda Waller, Aries, Scrappy-Doo, Sentinel, Skrull Spy, and Towerette. That was how many?
I love his team name. You didn't read it.
Oh, you can make noises, but can you wrestle?
Yeah.
I think the best one to build into is celebrity for WWE.
Yeah, they have the most options. So,
and Steve on this team.
I would honestly the Infinity Gauntlet and Spider-Punk just makes no sense. I would take that off, give you 30 points. I'd take off Copycat because I really don't think like she's good, but you're not building around she. And then I would give a motorcycle to Spider-Punk. It's on Macho Man, but if you with the 30 points, you can get Marvella and to make it a Spider Family, and Spider-Punk is more points than Macho Man. So when Spider-Punk moves and hits, you can place someone adjacent to him. So you can do your running shot, your pulse wave, and then you can place Macho Man, and then he's able to really take advantage of the motorcycle.
Yeah, and if you were going for the pulse wave with knockback with Spider-Punk, just put the shock gauntlets on him instead of the Infinity. Like I understand you can pick anything with the Infinity Gauntlet, but just felt like that's a lot. Like I've played the Infinity Gauntlet, it is a lot of points to pay.
Yeah, it's just
If this is what, because I'm reading like Black Canary, she does the same thing. She has knockback or she has Force Blast along with pulse wave. So if that's what he's going for, then I just like shock gauntlets are just purely better there.
Or
and Marvella is good. Yeah, Marvella gives Macho Man the ability to be placed by Spider-Punk, so you're really able to really go, oh yeah.
Yeah,
so you can actually wrestle besides making noise.
Yeah, you're snapping into somebody's Slim Jim then.
That's right.
So the big thing is really just to change the Infinity Gauntlet to a motorcycle, and then the other 15 points from the 30-point gauntlet becomes Marvella.
Yeah, and then I would actually take off copycat because I don't really because like copycats can share their powers, but I mean,
And the WWE powers, that's pretty good. She's getting
well, it is, but what she's gonna be an attacker? Are you gonna use her as an attacker? Is that gonna be the best way for you to utilize her?
15-point perplex.
Well, with Steve, yeah, with Steve in the Avatar turret, she gives you a ton of support utility too.
Yeah.
I guess my question is, there's no TK? Or am I missing? I guess you could pick up Universal Weapon on Black Canary, but I don't know why you'd be doing that.
Well, he's still got 15 more points. You could put it on Marvella.
Yeah.
Because the motorcycle has to come off of Macho Man, but you probably want something on Macho Man. Does John Cena need the Hell Cycle? Maybe, maybe not.
No.
I like him with the Hell Cycle just because he has no like solid movement attack otherwise.
Yeah.
I think it's a fun team, man. This is some cool pieces together that you and other people didn't come up with, so I like it a lot. I mean, putting Steve on the board on a semi-serious fun team is a choice.
Yeah, I mean, you could be at school learning about foosball. And, you know, leave mom home alone with Steve, and this time you bring Steve with you. I like it.
So I know he loses Outwit, but I think that putting Universal Weapon on Steve and then Copycat can copy that. Now he has two Ks. Because you're not bringing Steve up to the front to use Towerette that much anyway.
No, he's just using Steve as the support and the outwitter or the support.
So I would make that change too, but otherwise not bad. All right, that's gonna wrap it up. Miles, any final thoughts?
No, I'm ready for this week to be over. That's where I'm at.
Okay, solid final thoughts. Dan?
This was a lot of fun. I really like this. The biker no bike was a good time.
We'll see if it's well received. Pete?
I think it's gonna blow up
like a fire rocket.
I loved Biker No Bike. I'm gonna echo Miles' sentiments. I'm waiting for this week to end. It's the sweatshop was sweaty this week. Let's just say that.
Yeah, it feels like we've been recording for 3 straight days. It's insane.
All right, well, the next event is Origins. I'm getting excited for that. It's about 3 weeks away. So next week, we're going to start our Road to Origins, just going over the different events and what to look at and things you might see. But thanks for listening, and see you next time.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for ya!
Click it!
I'm solar! La 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 la, I'm solar!
Yeah, I love the Croft.